smart with class-leading tech and fuel efficiency in the new-gen Suzuki Celerio.
It's a tricky, untrustworthy snake of tarmac. 1,900 meters to the top of the Simola Hill, overlooking Knysna in the Western Cape. It's narrow, serpentine-like ascent, has nowhere to make a mistake. And yet, these men and women, more than 130 of them, hurtle up it at breakneck pace in the most astonishing machines to win the honor of calling themselves the King of the Hill. Thank you for joining us and millions of motorsports fans around the globe as we bring you the 12th edition of the Simola Hillclimb. This is Supercar Sunday, and the class finals see who climbs the times. The shootout for the coveted 2022 King of the Hill starts right now.
Greetings and salutations, race fans, motorsport lovers, and a special welcome to those of you who love hill climbing. Welcome to the final day, the King of the Hill Shootout Day for Simola 2022. Special shout out to all the mothers who are with us and who not anymore. Happy Mother's Day, happy day of speed, happy day of glorious weather. We've had some qualifying runs and practice yesterday. Today's format, quite simple. 1 warm-up, 3 qualifyings, then the class finals and the shootout for King of the Hill in road cars, in modified saloons, and in the racing cars, single-seaters and sports cars. So let's go and have a walk. Let's see what we've got. Cars are about to start running, and the cars that they come up in order. They parked from the road cars at the bottom, ending up with the single-seaters and racing cars. Top of the line over here, single-seaters, we expect Andre Bezuidenhout and Robbie Walk. Robbie Walk in the pull beam. Bezuidenhout, the reigning champion, the record holder. He had a troubled day yesterday. There's our fight in single-seaters and overall. We come down to some of the smaller single-seaters. Andrew Rackstraw, let's have a quick word. Andrew, you having the time of your life at Simola 22?
Oh, 100%, and I think today is going to exceed all expectations. I think today is going to be the biggest day we've seen in quite a long time, especially after COVID and everyone is allowed back at these amazing events. And yeah, I'm beaming. As you can see, I'm smiling the whole time and I'm really excited.
Good luck. He's got a very interesting fight with Byron Mitchell in the Formula Volkswagen. Some lovely racing sports cars. Radical with a Hayabusa engine. Devon,
Yes, sir.
it's sounding magnificent. How's it going?
Well, it made some good progress yesterday, so we're looking forward to one of the qualifying runs this morning. Hopefully we can put a decent time down and then go forward, eh?
Stuff's got real today.
Yeah, today is game day, eh?
Today is game day. There's a different energy. There's nervousness. There's excitement. There's tension. It is magnificent. This is our shootout for the modified Saloon. These are the big boys. Franco Scribanti in the Sheriff. I call it the Kraken. It is the most magnificent car. Huge horsepower, mega grip. Then you've got Richard Rutz. He's won this thing before, both overall and in the road cars. In the BB Motorsport car, ex-Willie Bard car. They've done incredible amount of work and development. There's our fight. Yesterday in practice and the qualifying runs, they were bouncing between the two of them. Absolutely magnificent. One of our favorites, and we're just going to come down here through the crowds, cars lined up already. One of our favorites is Wade van Zomeren in the Blue Beast. Wade, come and tell us about the Beast. You had an interesting day there, brand new car, just got it running. You're going to wind it up today.
Yes, we'll try just sorting out a few issues we had yesterday and trying to improve the car. It's first time out with it, so also we're just trying to feel it and then get used to it a bit. It's a Westbank chassis with an RB26 motor, a Samsonist gearbox, still a Ford 9-inch as a Westbank car was, and 18-inch wheels.
And I overheard a conversation where they asked you, can you handle more power? And well, your answer is naturally, of course you can.
Yes, no, all the power the better.
I love it. Good luck, Wade.
Thanks.
Most spectacular driver last year, Jared Yeo in the road car. Yesterday he was quickest for a long time. The safety cars coming up, the Mustangs. We always love an Alpha because Alpha, they're red, they are emotional. And don't forget the Grand Prix, Valtteri Bottas out-qualifies a Mercedes. Who would have thought? One of the other most spectacular cars, Lotari, a Lotus with a Ferrari and some little bits of downforce. Davi Joubert, the three Jouberts are here. It is just magnificent. They had some issues. They've done some tweaking and sorting out of the suspension, change the springs, the ride out. And of course, knowing Davi, wind up the boost and make more horsepowers. Jimmy Giannacaro, interesting car this. Got a NASCAR V8 motor in it. Lots of Chevrolet's finest horsepowers in it. Beautiful car, first time at the hill. You can just hear all the horsepower running through it. Everybody loves a Subaru. Tanya Watts in the Subaru, having a go in the modified Saloon class. We also like Beetles, but this one is a little bit different. It's got a 1JZ Toyota engine in it, turbocharged, and huge horsepowers. We've got 1 minute to go for qualifying to start. We're getting down to some of the road cars over here. Oh man, they are absolutely fantastic. Lamborghinis, still slightly on the modified side, and then some of the standard cars. We're going to go back up to the start line because we're nearly ready to go. And let's see if we can have a word with one or two more drivers. Adrian Dalton, are you ready for this thing today?
We're ready.
There's a different energy here today, isn't there?
Yeah, a bit of nervousness, eh?
Yeah, because today you got to lay it on the line. This is when it all counts.
That's it.
Good luck. Adrian Dalton, always a favorite. Fast Freddy, the guy who makes super things fast. And here is our current champion, Peter Zeely in the Toyota MR2. Done a lot of development with it, aero, drag, powers, dropping the car down. They had an interesting bit of a run yesterday, but they will. Today is when it counts. Today's the real thing. And I see we've got some movement of cars starting as they all move up the Ford. We've just got to watch the line over here, and I think that we will go now. The cars are on the track. So, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy, because this is our shootout day. This is excitement. This is 2022 Simola, King of the Hill. Let's go and listen to Arnold Geertz, Sasha Martinengo, as they take us away with the cars up the hill.
You cannot fault Colin for enthusiasm. They said, give us a scene setter. I think that qualifies. Hello, Sash. Good morning.
Good morning, Arnie. So great to be here. There's an element of tension around. Cars are going out onto the circuit for their final warm-up, and then the qualies go. We're going to be watching very, very carefully, because one thing I did learn in science at school is gravity. And because you're climbing up a hill, we've had so much rain, water goes down.
Yeah.
And there are a couple of wet patches on the track as well, so everyone's just got to feel their way around. Yep. It's a little cooler than it was, but the sun is shining.
We are so grateful.
Which is wonderful. And from there, everyone is getting ready to go full send.
How many years has it been since you were at school?
A few.
Okay, so a few years later, and he now realizes that Newton was right. I mean, that's remarkable.
Man, it is so exciting to be here. Simola 2022. This is the day. This is Let's Go Racing. End of story. People, the technicians, the electronic people, I was chatting to a couple in the pits. They've been working till 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock this morning, sitting, working on mappings, finding a little bit more. And everyone is ready for full send.
The amazing thing about a lot of the guys and the girls that you're talking about, they sit there with a laptop plugged into the car, and it fiddles this way and fiddles that way. Things have changed completely from that point of view. It's not a hands-on thing as much these days as what it is a technological marvel.
Oh, it's quite incredible, and that's why you got to love technology. Just got a message from one of my favorite racing drivers, Stewie White, who's plying his trade internationally with Lamborghini. Nice to hear from you, Stewie. Wish he was here. Because such a talent, magic racing driver. But he's enjoying the day, loving the commentary. So great to have you watching, Stewie, and good luck with your endeavours overseas.
Yeah, wherever you may be watching, hello. We're grateful that you've joined us. By the way, to other motor racing enthusiasts, spread the word. Let them know we're on air, and there's some incredible racing coming up. We really are very proud of it. And then secondly, and I guess almost more importantly, very quickly at the beginning of it all, blessed and happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. Although I always say to my better half, Lily, you wouldn't have been a mother without me. So let's not get this wrong, okay?
Happy Mother's Day.
Yeah.
And just to let you know, it is Mother's Day in South Africa. Not all over the world, but happy Mother's Day to everybody, all the moms who are watching. This is the first time we're seeing this car. It hasn't gone out before. Jimmy Giannacaro. With that NASCAR engine, so he did no running yesterday. I have. Did you see that little bit of rear getting? Well, those tires are cold as well.
It's early to start dancing, isn't it?
Yeah. So I think he's just going to get a feel of what it's about. I have heard, unfortunately, it seems as though Silvio Scribante's car has been withdrawn, had a gearbox issue. And so he's not going to be there, but the other Audi is going to be there with Aldo Scribante at the wheel.
Here's Farhad Ibrahim at the bottom of your screen. We do the split screen for you because cars go in 30-second intervals, and we want to show you as much action as we possibly can. So Giannacaro is going nicely after that early little twitchy bit.
Very slow though. He just wants to get a feel of the track.
He may just have tried the launch there, actually. That may very well be what that was.
Yeah. So, that's where there's a little bit. They're saying turn 4 and 5. There seems to be a little bit of a stream.
There was.
That is coming down across the track. Usually, it doesn't run on the racing line, but from what we heard from the marshals earlier today, it is actually on the racing line. And in the driver's briefing, I was listening to Sparky talking to the drivers and saying, guys, beware of it. On your warm-up, go and have a feel of what the track is about, and then, of course, you've got your qualifying runs coming afterwards.
There's some water. There was some of it, and there's the next turn as well. You can see, actually not this one, very next one you'll see again there was just a little bit of water there. So I think if you're batting as hard as what these boys go and you hit that at the wrong angle and the wrong speed and you're just changing gears, who knows?
Yeah, you got to be cautious out there, especially this time of the morning. It is still pretty cool. The sun is out, but track temperatures are going to be very, very cool. You don't have tire warmers on the majority of the cars. Certain cars are allowed tire warmers, but for the rest of them, you've got to try and generate that heat as quickly as possible into the tire to get the grip.
So Mr. Yo has gone fastest very early on at 50.5. Although don't read too much into these times. Again, this is just the last free practice before we start off at 10 o'clock with qualifying round 4, an hour later 5, and then at 12 o'clock round 6.
Yeah, there we go. Sorry, it's Giacomo Giannacara in the BMW, otherwise known as Jimmy. So just so that you know, we got quite a few of we're going to see the full complement of everybody. There are one or two drivers that didn't go out yesterday. One of them is Jimmy Giannacara. And in my opinion, you had a massive disadvantage, Arnold, because regardless of yesterday, the weather was wet and dry and damp. You need to get some track time. You need to understand the dynamics of your car for setup. Now, guys like Jimmy, he's at one qualifying run, one warm-up run, and then he goes straight into qualifying. So, he's really going to be behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, very much so. So, Martin Witt at the top of your screen in that BMW, beautifully turned out. There's lots of water. That stream is coming off the mountain, and that may be a while before that ceases, because I can tell you, even last night, around about 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, it was coming down quite hard, and it rained for a while. So lots of water around. This is JP van der Walt in the Porsche.
Yeah, this is a guy to watch in terms of his class win. He won it last year as well. He's in the Porsche 911 Turbo S car. He's immaculately prepared, and it's going to take a lot to beat him in that class.
Qualifying in A4 and leading there. Only 2 cars in A4, him and Dion Hubert in that M4 X-Drive.
Yeah, and I mean, Dion, as we know, multiple South African champion as well. Yeah, in the Porsche goes quickest. Just looking at 50.5. Times today, Arnold, for the big guns, we saw Andre Bezuidenhout do a 37 yesterday, and then he had a few electronic issues with his car, and his final run he just wanted to get up the hill. But we have a very good possibility of his record of 34.9 being broken today. In the final runs for King of the Hill.
I have no doubt about it, especially if the water is all dissipated and it's gone, and it gets drier and warmer, and that without doubt is happening. Shane Naidu at the bottom of your picture in that Audi Quattro look, and it is just a gorgeous looking vehicle. You look at the lines, and it's virtually the same lines as what it was in the 80s. It hasn't changed, and it's still absolutely beautiful to look at.
Magic cars, they really, really are wonderful. And that is the electric. Oh no, that's the M4.
Not yet.
Yeah. We're waiting. We do have 3 electric cars today, 2 VW Golfs, and the insane BMW driven by Ciro Di Siena.
Who tells me, by the way, he is 0.1 of a second away for the electric record here.
Oh,
so
really?
he's pushing. No, he's got to find 0.1. He's got to find 1/100th of a second. And if anyone can, he can.
Yeah, that's for sure. So Van der Walt still the fastest at 49. There's one of the electric cars driven by 2 brilliant young racing drivers, Daniel Rowe and Jonathan Machotsi, both VW contracted racing drivers who ply their trade in the GTC. There is Ciro Di Siena in the top of your screen in the i4, which has got 400 kilowatts of electric power. It is as silent as...
I was just going to steal your trick from yesterday. You want to hear what this sounds like? Listen. That was it.
There we go. But he does have inside Hans Zimmer, the multiple award-winning Hans Zimmer music playing if he wants, just to give him an idea that he's not going to fall asleep. It's bizarre, this electric car.
It is. And the harder you go, the louder the music becomes in the car. So, it's a sound. I don't think it's necessarily music, but there you go. It's fascinating. And we spoke to him yesterday. He said, you can't drive it without the sound on. It feels weird. He says, in his words, it was eerie.
Yeah, very eerie. Here we go. One of the Mustangs, car number 60, James Temple, in the Terlinger Ford, 5-litre, 8-cylinder. I mean, just listen to this. Yeah, that's just brute power. And the track being cold, the tires are cold. As you can see, very gentle going through turn 1. And then, of course, they're going to start winding it up. Just echoing what Colin Hastie was saying in the pit lane, there is a different kind of tension, Arnie. You walk down there and there are these sort of little grimaces as opposed to big smiles and happiness. It's a question of, you know what, this is race day.
It's crackling. It's crackling. There's this tension, this electric crackling tension underneath the surface. And if you scratch a bit, you'll open it up.
Yeah, it's race day, and the camaraderie will still be there. But I tell you, when that visor drops, the red mist is ready to go.
The gloves are off. Well, they're on, but they're off.
Yeah.
So the two Shelbys working their way up the hill, and time's already creeping under 50 seconds. But again, don't read too much into it. I love that shot from the top of the hill overlooking the Isla Lagoon, and just short of the heads on the left-hand side. We'll tell you more about that as the day wears on, because this is a beautiful place and a great rich history. Paige Lindenberg, top down.
Yeah, there we go in the Shelby Super Snake. She's had a wonderful weekend, was driving a classic Ford Fairlane on Friday and pushing this Shelby Super Snake through its paces as well. It is a handful, and she's a diminutive young lady. But wow, can she handle brute power without a problem.
Here's another absolutely beautiful car, the McLaren Garth McIntosh aboard.
Yeah, 710 horsepower. What a car this is, the McLaren 720S. Drove it from Cape Town, burned it up the hill a couple of times, make sure you still got some rubber left, and then drive it back home.
Listen, that's the second or third car that I've seen twitch at that very spot. There's still some water there on the road. I've got no doubt about it, and it looks like it's right on the place where you get into third.
Yeah, so, they will be feeling it. They'll understand what it is. And as mentioned, Sparky sat there and said, listen, it is running across the track, so it is on the racing line as well. Car number 44, Tanya Watt in the Subaru Impreza. We also didn't see her yesterday. So this is her first run for Tanya. So let's see what she likes. I mean, a four-wheel drive. There's a few little extras inside of that car, as there are in most of them. Yeah, Arnie. Just some news. Udo had a big off yesterday in the Audi. That car was pushing close to 900 or 800 horsepower. Car did have a full roll cage. He is 100% correct. I've seen pictures of the car, and I tell you that roll cage was saved his life.
Saved his life, no doubt about it.
Without a doubt, because that car rolled 5 times, and it's incredible. The roll cage, the roof of the car, just basically sits on the top of the roll cage. So, and it's, strangely enough, not as bad as what you would think.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good to hear.
The car doesn't look as bad as what you would think.
So the one thing that I also heard from some of the officials this morning was that he had the full racing seat in there.
Yeah.
The full deal, and that of course also saved him. There is not, in my mind, if that had happened to a normal vehicle, it would have been fatal. There's no doubt in my mind.
Yeah, it's one of those. Motorsport is very, very dangerous, and we have to respect that all the time. Here is the crazy beast monster Nissan Patrol 370 kilowatt supercharged, the biggest grille you've ever seen in your life.
Look at it.
And I just love the way that it looks. I mean, yes, it's a box, but wow, it's the prettiest box I've seen.
Stand back, it's the Patrol. You don't know how big this thing can get, because seriously, that is frightening.
That is a really, really, really big car. So we're into our one of the Buckies. Also, first time we're seeing this, Francois Fritz in the Toyota Hilux. It is a 5-litre V12, 1,000 horsepower.
It's the only time when it's okay to walk up to a guy and go, "Hi, fat boy."
Yo, that is 1,000 horsepower in that Toyota Hilux Bucky. Ooh. Listen to it.
That is absolutely scary. Scary, scary, scary stuff, because to make that go in the right direction, and this thing has got no aerodynamics whatsoever. There is nothing there. And they're making it work. Look at him, stays far, far, far right, and then into the left-hander. Maybe let a little second or two go there. Oh, he's throttled off.
He's
pity.
backed off.
Pity.
You know, anybody who drives a bakkie knows that. Oh, we actually stopped on the track. Okay, it looks like we're going to go to a full course yellow. That bakkie has stopped. You know, now Arnold, this is where I have to question. I had a whole day yesterday to go out there, check systems on the cars, because that's what it's about. Go there, make sure that everything's okay. Full course yellow. Yeah. I love to try and imitate that voice of Eduardo de Freitas, who does all of the World Endurance Championship.
I hope he doesn't go back on the track now again with that dirt on the wheel. Yeah, he is, unfortunately. He's going to get himself into a spot of bother here. Don't think he can roll it back.
Yeah, because there are other cars that are meant to come out, and the Master should actually be stopping. Although actually he's trying to get himself into a safe position off the track so that they can actually continue with the running.
Maybe he's
clever,
called it.
Yeah.
Maybe he's called it for the day there. Actually,
Yeah.
I hope I'm wrong, but yeah, you're right. On the other hand, you also don't know the intricacies. Maybe there was a part missing. They looked for something, they couldn't find it. It makes it so difficult because I think the guys want to take up a vehicle that is in tip-top shape and that you can trust completely. Because that's the one thing we haven't actually spoken about in 2 days. Is the bonding between you and the vehicle and the trust that you've got that she's going to be okay and you're going to be okay.
Precisely. And also, the thing is, of course, a lot of these drivers have been here to Simola before. But, you know, year by year, or 9 months, whatever, the track surface does evolve. It does change. There might be little cracks here and there. So, you know, you have to try and feel it. And you're right. I don't know the intricacies of Francois and why he didn't run yesterday. But it's come to a premature end at this stage. Hopefully, you know, after the session they can get the car back. And he does have some time maybe to get out there as well. But it's going to be in qualifying.
Yeah. Here's the interesting thing. So I just looked at Paige Lindenberg, for instance, who yesterday went 4 seconds faster than what she went this morning. So that gives you a very good idea. This is the last look-see. The last one where you can feel it this way and feel it that way. What works on this line here? Where's the gearing? And where do I really put my foot down? And where do I tap off just a little to get it through the next bend? It's one of those where it's last-minute preparation.
Yeah, and we're into the grips of autumn, winter. So, you know, 9 o'clock, the sun might be shining, but the track surface is still very, very cold. We've had the rain. The rain would have washed away the grip from yesterday as well. So, you know, these guys and girls want to get out there and also lay down as much rubber as possible. And as the day progresses, we've got these 3 qualifying rounds. So hopefully from there, then, of course, there's quite a bit more grip.
Yeah. And that launch off the line is obviously all important. I mean, that just sets the tone. It's the first few bars of your symphony of the day. You've got to get it right.
Here we go. One of my favorite cars, sequential box. It is the Honda Type R, car number 48, Owen Bridger. 300 kilowatts in that. Just love this car. It's so much fun to drive. And yeah, well, he's giving it the full beans.
Oh, that sound.
Yeah, changing down on that sequential box onto the brakes, under the bridge, into the left-hander, swing it to the right, then another left. Ooh, a little bit of a twitch there, a bit of oversteer. Tapped off a little bit, comes into the right-hander, and then, of course, to the top of the hill.
Man, every one of our camera microphones were open there, and every time when we cut to the next one, Peter, that is a great job. Whoever's doing audio out there, I doff my imaginary cap to you. That was an audio experience of note.
Oh, this is going to be so much fun today. Pierre Beste in the A45, also with a little bit of trickery in there. It's his wife's daily runner.
Yeah, right.
I wonder how she's feeling at the moment, saying, but it's my car, why shouldn't I drive it?
Can you imagine pitching up at school with that and someone with a BMW M3 pulls in next to you and you go, okay, bring it, big boy, let's see what you got.
Wonderful, the Evo 9. Let's just listen to these cars.
Here is one that makes a massive amount of noise. That thing is absolutely frightening. Wynand de Plooy in the Volkswagen Beetle with a Toyota 1JZ engine in it.
Yeah, it's not your standard Beetle.
You think?
Oh my goodness, it is twitching all over the place. I actually saw them a little earlier. They were tinkering with the turbo, and I said, "Is that turbo big enough?" It's about half the size of the whole Beetle. But man, it's brilliant. Let's hopefully got our audio open. Listen, let's listen to this Beetle. Peter Hubert going out in the Lotus Exige. We've got two of these. One of them with a Mercedes AMG engine. This is this one.
Yeah.
And then you've got the other one that has got the world's biggest wing on it, and that's got a Ferrari 458 engine in. And they are glorious. They sound wonderful as well. So let's have a listen to this Lotus Exige AMG Mercedes. Oh, it's just amazing, Arnold. I mean, we're listening to two different audios from two different cars, and you can hear a BMW. Yeah. You can just hear that clearly. It is beautiful. Ah, here we go.
Tuca.
The George Michael car with the tassels on the back. Tuca Mechanicos in his AMG glistening chrome Mercedes-Benz. That is a DTM 55 car. So, I mean, 5.5 litre engine in it, a V8, 500 kilowatts, 1,200 kilos, and 900 newton meters of torque. So
you don't want him driving ahead of you or behind you in the middle of the day, because he'll blind you.
Yes, no, he will. You're going to have some serious eye protection to not be blinded by it. Seems to be a little bit of a hold-up at the moment, so something on track. And I'm sure, of course, they'll get Thuka to go. But this car just sounds ridiculous. And the tassels are quite extraordinary. All right, so at the moment we still have JP van der Walt, who is fastest man. Owen Bridger, there we go. Those are our policemen. We call them policemen. Little bollards made out of the foam rollers that you have for your swimming pool.
For your kiddies,
there we go.
When they learn to swim, the noodles.
And also just a rule on that as well. Any competitor that touches one of the noodles or policemen or whatever, your time immediately gets disqualified. So trying to think of which of the cars.
I don't know. Didn't see which car got close enough there to have pulled one off the side of the surface, but it just demarcates where you can, where you can't go. And if you touch one, if you as much as touch one, then off you go. Although last year we had a discrepancy. Someone was called for it, and he argued left, right, center, and middle that it was leaning into the road.
And he lost. He did. Do not mess with the rulers.
No.
Here we go. Thuka Mechanicos. Also cold tires, but trying to, got to generate that heat because you've got qualifying runs coming up in a couple of minutes. Let's listen to the AMG.
There's AD Dalton. He goes on the top of your screen. There's another car that has a big sound to it.
Yeah, 480 kilowatts being generated from that BMW. Everyone, they prepared. You take your time, months and months of preparation to run for 40-odd seconds, Arnold. That's what it's about. You've got to make sure everything works.
2 blinks of an eye and it's done. Thank you very much for coming.
Car number 34, Butter Kraus, the Noble M400 Ford. It's got 580 horsepower. Of course, a car that originally was manufactured in Port Elizabeth.
Amazing. This M400, there's only 28 of them in South Africa.
So times at this stage are not important, although AD Dalton has gone fastest with a 46.6. But these are just practice runs. Here's Franco Di Matteo. Didn't do much running yesterday because he's only got slick tyres and it was wet. But here's a man also to watch out today. That has got nitrous oxide in there. It is a beast, to say the least.
It's the Supercar V8 and dates from the year 2000. Just a superbly turned out car as well, and tuned, no doubt about that.
And the amazing thing, 22 years old.
Sounds gorgeous. Little wide there.
Yeah, well, there we go. I think it's just, cold tires. Here we go. The world's largest wing, the size of a dining room table. It's got a Ferrari engine in there, but it's a Lotus Exige, known as a Lorari. Car number 31, Darby Hubert. 3.9 litre V8, 570. Listen to it.
Magnificent on takeoff, isn't it?
Oh, listen to that thing screaming up the hill. I would say it's got enough downforce.
Yeah, I think he's just about got it right. Took them 4 years to develop this vehicle to get it to this point, and he's making this thing sing up there.
All right, Peter Zeely, of course, winner here before. He's ready to go for it. He's got one set of new tyres. He won't be using them now. He'll be using it in the qualies and, of course, in the final runs this afternoon. This car being prepared also to go overseas, going to be being invited to various hill climb events, which is just stunning, that we're being recognized for what we're doing here. This is one of the premier hill climbs in the world.
Yeah. So Zeely is actually the defending champion in the modifieds, in the Saloon cars. Produced in this very car, produced some really great runs last year.
This is a Lotus Elise with a Honda engine inside. So amazing. We've got all these low tie, and not one of them has got the original Toyota engine. Car number 28 going out, your Honda Brain M3.
They say it smells beautiful in the car.
Yeah, odor cure. Yeah, I tell you, this is one of my favorite cars of all time, and that is any M3, E46. Oh my word! That was a tank slapper of note. Well caught, well caught.
Oh, again!
And again. Yeah, just really cold tires on a cold track. So trying to find some kind of limit so they know when it comes to quali what to do.
That bumpy part of the track, no doubt the bumpiest part, and that on the left-hand side looked bumpier for me today than on the right-hand side. So, yeah, difficult that. Not easy at all.
It's another one of the Lotus going out. I don't think we've seen this car as yet. No. I don't even see its number.
Craig Zank, I think it is.
With a GTR engine in the back of that Lotus. That's just wild.
Car number 27, that is.
Is that who is? Oh, Craig Zank. Okay, so first time we've seen him as well. 3.8 litre Nissan GTR engine, 6-cylinder, powering it up. Look at that wing moving up and down. It's quite innovative. As you can see, there we go. It moves. It pushes the downforce where it is needed.
And when it's required. Wade van Zimmeren now at the top of your picture. Here's another vehicle that is an absolute beast of a car.
Yeah, and Wade says they're going to turn it up a little bit, still learning a little bit about it, but one of the most spectacular drivers to watch. Really, really is. Oh, it went a little bit wide there, nearly onto the sand. We got the wonderful Farouk Dangor racing in memory of his son Mo. Great to see him out there. They had a couple of little issues yesterday, but the car seems very, very sorted. One of those classic R32 Nissan GTRs.
Van Zimmeren, 43.4 in these conditions early on. Not bad.
That is huge. There we go. But it's Wade van Zimmeren. It's what you expect.
Well, yesterday he went 42.9. in qualifying. So that's not far off from what he produced yesterday.
Incredible.
And the conditions are very different, and it just goes to show.
Oh, wow. Farouk Dango seems to, well, commentators curse. I said they had some issues yesterday and they'd fixed them. Doesn't seem like it. Hopefully not spilling anything. And one has, you know, one sits there and goes, hopefully it's a water pipe, as opposed to an oil pipe. But definite issues for Farouk Dango. Let's hope he can get to the top of the hill. But going very, very slowly at the moment.
They did have water pipe problems yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So it may very well be the same thing. Let's hope that the vapor that we saw there was not smoke, but actually water vapor instead. So all bets are off at the moment. They'll let Farouk go to the top and over, and whoever was on their run will have another opportunity to go for a second one. Damon Goodman's in the Nissan R32. This car is 30 years old this year.
Look at that pull-off. Wow, that is unbelievably fast. But on the top of your screen, a very interesting car, the only X-Drive F22 in South Africa, and only 50 F22 M2s, 50D with the massive 447 kilowatts, although looking very slow.
No, he's going to get another chance. He was already on his run when Farouk had that problem with his car, so he's probably going to get another run. I am amazed that they let him go at the bottom. Oh, there we go. Okay, it is clear. So that was actually good thinking and good timing, but he's going to have another go.
Watch this car pull-off. I think, to me, one of the most impressive, if not the most impressive saloon car out there, or modified car. Watch Aldo Scribante on pull-off. It's an S4, 1200 kilos, 2011 model, 3 litre. Here we go. Marshals are getting ready. Watch this thing. Jeez, that's fast. I was talking to Michael Stephen, who prepares the car. He says we're about 2.7 naught to 100, but he was doing his magic on the laptop last night, and he says they reckon 2.5.
Oh my word!
Naught to 100 in 2.5 seconds.
You don't have time to buckle in your belt one more notch.
Man, just listen to how glorious this is. Is that Reggie? Yep. Yeah, that turbo whistling.
Uh-oh. Right from the word go. Don't think Reghard launched that the way that he wanted, and I think he's tapped off as well. He's also taken his foot off.
Yeah. Unless maybe that's what he was working on, just to get the launch, and then of course they'll pump it in the next one.
Giovanni Fantin in the Audi RS3.
Yeah, this is also 1100 horsepower in this car, 1000 Newton meters, so a little bit of trickery. I think that's the lovely word. A little bit of trickery. Yeah, Reggie's definitely pulled off. Just trying to see, Aldo Scribante goes fastest with a 43 dead in his Audi S4. So, yeah, I mean, that car on launch is mighty impressive.
I hope that's okay.
Yeah,
I hope that's
so
not a problem of some sort, because the two-time champion here at the Simola Hillclimb will want that car to be in excellent shape when they start qualifying at 10 o'clock. Giovanni's first appearance at the Simola Hillclimb. It's the 12th edition. It's taken him a while to get here, but here he is. Now he's ready.
Yeah, I think they're just making sure the track is clear and everybody is at the top, because we've had the likes of Farouk Dango, Reggie Roots going very, very slowly, but now we're ready to go. I mean, that pull-off is, well, it's 1,100 horsepower. It's just unbelievable what is inside of this car and how you can manage it. And what these engines can produce, it's extraordinary.
How beautiful was it when he took that in there, and the nose dives into the right-hand turn and stays left, and the weight is on the back of the car, and he's got it on a string.
Yeah, there we go, getting through the bridge very, very well. I don't think pushing as hard, because it's just a warm-up run, but a mighty impressive. Listen to that turbo whistling. Comes into the left-hander, then he's got the other right-hander, and then the next left-hander.
Look at how little water is left now. That water's going at a rate of knots. That's really good to see. So most of the drivers have done there. But here is what Colin calls the Kraken.
I mean, this is a monster. Franco Scribante, I saw him a little earlier and he says, yeah, today's the day we put the hammer down. Whoa! Bouncing all over the place.
That was a foot off the tarmac.
This car is so technically advanced. When you watch all of the technicians and mechanics working on it, there must be like 10 laptops. It's extraordinary.
I was just going to say, last night they had two guys with their laptops plugged in both sides of the engine, and they had their laptops on the roof, and off they go. No, it's
extraordinary what they actually do. Franco goes with a 42.3, so a nice little warm-up, you could say, for him. Little warm-up at 42.3.
A little trundle.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that that this car can get into, in my opinion, if it could break 40, it would be astonishing for a car like that. Another one of the Nissan GTRs out there as well. And now we start getting into the sports car category. I think it's car number 44. No, I'm incorrect. I misread the number.
So Franco did go sub 40 in 2019 when he went 39.3. But I think that is about as fast as he. Although I'm convinced over the last 3 odd years there would be even more technology in there, because that thing is purpose-built just for this.
Yeah, incredible vehicle, without a doubt. All right, the sort of single-seaters, sports cars that are coming out now.
This is Craig Harper in Class C5. It's the Type S Toyota, designed and built in Cape Town, is this Harper, and it is gorgeous.
And I mean, the 1600 pushing out 200 kilowatts as well. Although it is very, very light, but that's an extraordinary amount of power from a 1600.
By the way, I was talking about the car, not Mr. Harper, who was made and built in
Cape Town. Yeah, there we go. Car number 7, here we go. Byron Mitchell, he was supreme yesterday. Let's see what he can do in his final warm-up run this morning.
A young man, tall lad, and I don't know how he gets that big frame in there, but he makes this car sing.
I tell you, they are just magic. Let's listen to them. The heels are alive with the sound of horsepower. The moon rocket.
Megan Verlaque in that little Susie, the 600cc, and you may look at that and go, yeah, right. Well, she finished 10th last year in September when we had the last one, and she is absolutely mean. She makes this thing rocket up to the top.
Yeah, I tell you, that is just such a wonderful car. I saw her yesterday. She was so happy with the day's event, how it ended off. She had so much fun yesterday. And I think her target for today is going to be around about a 45.
Andrew Rackstraw, and he puts down some tyre, and off he goes in the Reynard Formula V, dating to 2002.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really good. So still, Franco Scribante, Byron Mitchell did a 44.4 in his Formula VW. But Franco Scribante, Aldo Scribante, nothing really much between them, 7/10. We don't know what happened with Reggie Roots, and hopefully it's nothing serious. One of the Lotus 7s, Tom Barrett, with the Toyota 2-litre engine. It's the Toyota Beams engine, naturally aspirated, 145 kilowatts coming out of that car, only 700 kilograms in weight.
There's only 4 cylinders in there for the 2-litre, but this thing can really bat.
Yeah, especially at that kind of weight. So yeah, great fun cars to drive.
Interesting how that didn't show any of the bumpiness of that part of the road, isn't it? A totally different setup when it comes to the shocks.
I think it sounds like, Andrew Schofield in the Formula Renault, 375 horsepower, only 590 kilograms in weight. These are magic cars to drive. I mean, unbelievable car control, because you are doing 120 kilometers an hour in just a matter of seconds.
I was clenching my buttocks there in the commentary seat. I don't know how he felt.
And you just got to hold on to it. Fabulous stuff.
Oh, my word. I don't know how he held that there, because that was going left, it was going right, it was going left, and he held it.
Oh, magic stuff. Magic stuff to watch, Ian Schofield. Shortly, we will hear probably the loudest car on the track, and that, of course, will be Robbie Wolk in his pill beam, with that Infinity IndyCar engine in there as well. So I'm sure he's making his way. Well, it doesn't seem like maybe Robbie Wolk's not going to go out, and Andre Bezuidenhout not going to go out either.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
There we go. There we go. We can hear him. We
can hear Robbie Wolk.
Okay, there we go. We cut back to the studio and thinking that wasn't going to happen, but here it is. And up and over he goes. Let's see what that timing is, because that was quick.
I think there are people in Mossel Bay that are going, what is that noise?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Just flew over.
The champion for 4 times, Andre Bezuidenhout. He did a 37 yesterday on wet weather tyres. He's onto the slicks. Let's see what Andre Bezuidenhout can do. Oh, not a good pull-off. Purpose-built for Hillclimb, got a McLaren engine in the back of there. It's a GR55, it's a Gould, it's a 2007 model. Let's enjoy Andre Bezuidenhout up the Simola Hillclimb.
Great line there.
It's like glue.
Across the line and
38.0. Well, not a bad little warm-up.
Yeah,
not a bad warm-up. He'll be very happy after the elements that he had yesterday, and has had a very troubled weekend. Yeah. Let's be honest. On Friday, in Classic Car Friday, for those who don't know, Andre Bezuidenhout finished his run, was sitting at the top of the hill, and just to explain what happens, sitting at the top of the hill, once all of the competitors are done, then all of the cars come down
the hill, because the lower cars, unfortunately, cannot go through Simola with all the speed humps through the Simola estate itself. Yeah.
There we go. And he was waiting to come down, and there was a Corvette Stingray that was behind him. And the one thing that the drivers are told in the driver's briefing all of the time, you must keep your helmet on and your visor closed. You got to wait there for 10 minutes. Tough luck. That's what you got to do and come down. And this person took his helmet off, and while he was doing that, dropped
glasses fell off.
Glasses fell off. The car started rolling forward at 40 kilometers an hour, went into the back of Andre Bezuidenhout's classic car, broke the struts, broke the rear wing, and also sent Andre for a medical checkup because he had a splitting headache.
Well, the frightening thing was
desperately unlucky.
Very. Dreadfully unlucky, and it's unlucky for everyone. I guess.
Infuriating. I'll be very honest, infuriating.
Yeah, and unnecessary.
Yeah, totally unnecessary.
But what was scary was I spoke to Andre on Friday afternoon, and he was saying he was okay. He was 100% fine. Look, he said it was quite a neck jolt, and it was and then he started getting a splitting headache, and the next moment his jaw started trembling uncontrollably.
Yeah.
And that's when he went to the medics, and he said, "Look, I'm a little worried about the guy." I said, "Off hospital straight away." And obviously there was a little bit of shock, I think, the one thing, and then quite a bit of lash that he would have had.
Okay, well, there we go. That is the final warm-up for race day at Simola 2022. Let's go to the pits with Colin. He'll give us the latest and the greatest from everyone up and down the lane.
Right, that was warm-up. And what's warm-up all about? Well, warming the car up and warming the driver up and checking any last-minute changes that would have been done last night after the first qualifying. Now the real work starts, where the drivers have actually got to put together a run to get into the qualifying, A, for their class, and then B, the top 10 single-seaters, top 10 road cars, and the top 10 modified cars. It's an active pit lane, one of our really cool little cars, Megan Vilak, and in the little speed car. It's got a 600cc Suzuki's motorbike engine in the back of it, sequential gearbox. It goes like smoke, sounds absolutely magnificent. In the modified section of the cars, Franco Scribanti with the Mahusive wing on it, trying to get downforce. Really sticky tires that they've got in it this morning. They were testing a launch, had a relatively relaxed launch. Now, one of the cool things when you stand next to these cars, A, you get the sound, and B, you get the smell of all the jungle juice exhausts that come out of here. The smell of the exhaust is absolutely fantastic. Interesting aerodynamics they've got on this car. Beautiful little car. Get them into the pits. Devon also, he didn't go out this morning. Let's just quickly find out. Devon, why didn't you go for warm-up?
We've gone with new tyres and that, so we're just waiting for the track to warm up slightly.
Awesome. Yeah. Right, you'll wait for it's got Hayabusa, two Hayabusas mated together to form a V8. Another guy who I didn't see go out was Roy Campos. He's not here at the moment. Franco Scribanti giving a debrief. Let's see if we can have a quick word. We'll come back to Franco. Let's have a look at the other protagonists in the modified class. Reggie Roots had a go this morning, but something went wrong. Let's quickly find out. You see, they run away. When they don't want to talk to us, they run away. Reggie, I'm going to come around that side. Stay over there, Ari. I'm going to come all the way around here. I'm not chasing you. Hey. Reggie, so what happened there? We saw you had a reasonable pull away and then something went what?
Yeah, just one of the alarm levels that sort of keep the engine intact. The level was set a little bit low, so a soft limiter came in, which doesn't allow me to rev it over 4,000 RPM.
It's not too much of a problem, is it?
No, it's not a big problem. So we're just moving those parameters. But it's all good. Maybe a blessing in disguise because there was a lot of rubbish on the track, water, oil. So maybe better to have taken that first run easy anyway.
So now you warmed up. You've got 3 more qualifying sessions. When do you give it full beans to see what you've actually got for the shootout lap?
I think when the next qualifying start, we're quite lucky that a lot of guys go before us. So I've got a couple of markers down the line. I see what times they do, and that gives me an indication of how good the track is. And according to that, we'll see how much we're going to pin it. But maybe in the next one, but definitely the one after that.
Awesome. Thank you. Good luck.
Thanks, Colin.
Reggie Roots, always nice and approachable. And he'll tell the story. He's never talked, I'm trying to find the word, rubbish to us. And I think rubbish is the right way of doing it. Let's have a quick chat to Franco. Your warm-up. Are you warmed up and the car warmed up?
Yeah, we are. We treated that as a warm-up. You know, when I got up into the corkscrew there, I aborted the lap completely. I saw water everywhere and everybody was holding up oil flags. It was a bit disconcerting, so I thought, I'm not going to bin this now. So backed off, and now we start to put the hammer down.
Yeah, now it gets seriously for real now.
Now it's for real.
Good luck.
Thanks, Con.
Also, another straight talker, and we really are privileged to be able to get close into the drivers, and they will tell us exactly what the story is. Serge Damso, always a great. He's not really Serge, but we'll take it. Serge Damso, the story is absolutely fantastic. Johan, tell us why Serge.
Yeah, like I said before, it's they've just been our heroes from a young age, and we just decided this year, with the first time that I'm actually driving with a navigator, old Gerard Skutte, and so we decided to just bring some homage to the guys that inspire us, and so Serge and Vito, that's our nicknames.
Awesome. So just turn around for those who missed it. Serge Damso, Vito Bonafide, of course, father of Giraffe Bonafide, who's gone off to M Division in Germany. How was your warm-up?
Scary.
It looked super scary from that launch. There's so many horsepowers you've got going.
It's terrible. I'm so struggling to get grip on that car. And I just tried, we adjusted the launch control and I tried to get a good launch. But by the time I hit third gear, it was just crazy.
But it's nice, eh?
Yeah, we'll see if we can get it up the hill. We've got 3 chances.
Nice is not the word. Exciting, exhilarating, ball-breaking. But nice is...
Yeah, definitely not nice. Exhilarating. Scary.
Yes, there we go. Nice is... Where's Wade? Because Wade said he was going to have a go. Let's see if he's sitting on the chair. Wade, see we can, and he's on the laptop, as only Wade is. Could be. Wade, you're looking for more horsepower there?
Horsepower and the logs, yeah, and speed.
And how was your warm-up? You're sort of a little bit behind in terms of the running, but you'll get there, won't you?
Yes, no, it was just warm-up, so just to get a feel of the car. It was a little bit slippery there up the hill and worried about the water running across there, so we will try and improve later on in the day.
But there was still a really good time that you put in there.
Thanks.
Awesome, good luck.
Thanks.
We're going to follow this car because this Oak is probably one of the most exciting guys at the hill. We saw last year how early on he knocked a cone and then just went wild in true Wade Van Zimmerman fashion, as only he can. There's huge aero, completely new car, lovely color, and the best of RB32's horsepowers in there. When the team tells you that it's an RB32, it's probably a 36. When they tell you that it's only got 1,000 horsepowers, it's probably 1,800. But there's all of the horsepower that even Wade, the most spectacular driver in the world, can handle. So here's Johan de Bruyn's, the front end, the business end of what he's talking about with all the go bits inside it, direct fuel injection. It's just... So what are we doing on the car now?
We're just going through it, making sure everything is fine, just double checking for the run.
Awesome. Has he changed his underpants yet?
Yes, he did.
Current champion, king of the hill in the modified cars. Peter Zili, you came out and you gave it a little bit of welly this morning.
I didn't launch because everything's cold, so I think we're just looking trouble, kept low boost and whatever. No, that was basically a warm-up.
But if that's low boost, the way after you got the car rolling, the acceleration is quite mean.
Oh, if you say so. No, it is. No, but I didn't want to break it, Colin, because everything's ice cold now. And there's a lot of water. Eh?
And now you got 3 qualies and then the real thing.
Yes, so it's 3 qualies, eh? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, that's good. Just don't know what tyre to go with now.
The softest, the bestest.
Yeah, but there's still water, so the semi that I've used now works quite good.
Always have to watch out for the wet spot.
Yes.
Slippery when wet, they say.
Yeah, and there's actually a large section that's got water, so I think the guys must watch it.
Apparently the golden globe in the sky will take some of the water away.
Yes, there's shade there. When I came back now, I particularly looked for it just to see exactly where it is, and unfortunately it's shade there now, so that globe has just lifted a bit.
Awesome. Have a good day.
Thank you, Colin.
Oh, looking into that golden globe in the sky. And where is Charles? He's in his nice, beautiful white overalls, but full of aero. And they had a minor little issue here, so they had to do some repairs, glass repairs on the aero, but he's not here. So let's just carry on. We'll go down here. What we're doing is waiting for the next session of qualifying to start. Tuko Mechanicos. No, this is just a picture of what's underneath the bonnet here in his DTM-styled car. Paul Munro, Vainant in his crazy, ridiculous, turbocharged 1JZ. And if you look down the hot end here, you can see the entrance to the turbo. That's the sucking side, because motorcar engines, they suck they squeeze, they bang, and they blow. Ricky Giannicaro's car, Pierre Bester. So Mercedes AMG A45, you've never seen one like this before with the turbo that it's got. Meneer Bester, how was your warm-up?
I like it. Yeah, so that there's still a bit of water on one of the corners just before the twisties, but it's not it's not an issue. So the tires are so hot when you get there, just the water just evaporates.
And now that we're going to the qualifying, the plan is to turn it up and go.
Yes, so what? Yeah, we need to test the limits today, see where the limits are, because we're about 3 seconds off where we want to be. So
love that. Test the limits, always.
yeah, gonna have fun.
Good luck. One of the others, the sort of dark horse over here, but they're battling with clutch. Let's see if we can talk. You're not looking super happy this morning.
Well, we'll know in about an hour's time if I'm very happy.
And you putting a new clutch in?
No, just before we came down, the piston of the cylinder was too long. We didn't know it, but the guy that's put it in, it was slightly longer. So in the wet I didn't feel it, but as we hit the dry, I felt the clutch is slipping the whole time. So we adjusted a little bit, but it was not enough, so it burnt the clutch a bit.
And all right, so you're taking it out. What are you going to do to it now?
We don't have another one, so we polished it last night, and so let's hope it's going to bite again.
Good luck with that. Right, thank you very much. We've got action starting on the track again, qualifying session number 2. And we stand here for the first time, since yesterday, where we've got blue sky and sunshine. It's warming nicely. And talking about blue, there's 2 Suzukis that are blue, Suzuki Swift Sports with turbochargers and stuff that will take us up the hill. So we'll go to the box, the men in the box, Sasha and Arnold. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Colin Hasty, getting all of the information that you need. Of course, now we get into the serious business. Quite interesting to hear Pierre Bester saying water's not an issue, Peter Zili saying water is an issue. But there is a bit of a difference in the capacity of the 2 different cars. That's for sure. It is now, we have 3 qualifying runs. From here, the fastest time you get is if you get into the class shootout. So these matter very much. You can see on our screen we have the 2 beautiful little Suzuki Swifts, and with a little 1400 turbos. There's a great little battle going on between the 2 drivers. Of course, Ruben van Niekerk, and I think first up is going to be Wesley Graber in the other Suzuki Swift. Everyone is going to go out. We have had a couple of cars that have had a few issues. Silvio Scribante and his Audi unfortunately had a engine gearbox issue, so that is not going to be running. And you would have heard from Colin Reggie Roots, basically something just turned off, went into limp mode, but it's all okay. So I didn't pick up what happened with Farouk Dangor's car, because it seemed as though there was some kind of liquid. We're hoping that it was just water that went off.
Interesting thing with those Suzukis, the 2 Swifts, in Class A1, which is where they're competing, Jared Yeo is the leader there at 48.504 with the Porsche Cayman 718. But the 2 of them, this is Graber and Van Niekerk, clock times of 55.0 and 55.9 respectively. You have no idea, folks, how quick that is for a little 69. I mean, it's off the scale.
Yeah, it's incredibly impressive. And you know what? They are such fun cars to drive. They really are.
Every time when you talk about them, you have this big fat smile that goes all the way around. Eh?
You know, and you see these little 1400s and you look at the back of them and they've got these 2 big pipes, one on each side. It's just wonderful, wonderful to see. So waiting for the cars to make their way onto the start line. As you can see, quite a lot of people, lots of people coming in.
It's lovely.
It is a little bit humorous because after all of the rain, it's a racing circuit, and everywhere around there's just mud. There's just mud.
So Sasha and I were actually, it was like a spectator sport just outside our studio now. And while we took a quick break and stepped out for some fresh air, there goes Ari, our man who does the Steadicam. Boy, is he a technician and a magician at the same time.
He's
in any
a
case,
master.
so we were standing at it's like a spectator sport watching everyone ice skating. People were doing things they hadn't done since they were a teenager in the mud.
And also, you come out in your Sunday best. Your dad's just bought you a brand new pair of white Vans. You get out of the car and you're going, no, man. Yeah. So if you're still making your way here this morning, because we're expecting a full house in terms of COVID regulations, the one thing I suggest, white shoes, perhaps not the best idea.
Not even white underwear, quite frankly. That's how muddy it is at the moment. So
look at that wonderful shot from the top of the hill over the Neisner Lagoon, which is amazing.
So the town is primarily built on the northern shore of this warm water estuary that you saw there. It's known as the Neisner Lagoon. Here's one of the things that I didn't realize about Neisner, and it's actually fascinating. The name is probably derived from the Khoi or the Khoisan, and the meaning is place of wood, or possibly also place of fern leaves in Khoi.
Okay, well, I mean, listen, it is a forest. It's a giant forest. We've got a 10-minute delay. Looking at, I wonder if they're trying to get rid of the standing water, or what the delay seems to be. Otherwise, it could well be Farouk Dangor. His car might have dropped and it might have been oil. So they are definitely checking it out. Okay, it seems as though it is oil. So are we going to go back to Colin in the pits?
There we go.
All right, Colin, we have a little bit of a delay. Seems like a little bit of oil on the track, and hopefully they'll throw some dusty cement onto it.
So dusty cement, mixed cement and a little bit of gravel mixed together. They pour that down. They give it a second or two to soak up, and then they sweep it up. That's the process, eh?
Yeah, there we go. And then they brush it off. Right. Colin, what you got for us?
Right, what have I got for you? We've got a Formula Renault, and it's kind of nice to be able to see cars when wheels are off and stuff like that. So carbon fiber brakes, those of you who've seen carbon, it's absolutely lovely. They can handle super lots of heat, and carbon pads as well. There's been a lot of talk about wheel nuts coming off on racing cars, and so righty-tighty on the right-hand side on racing cars, when you've got a single one, always go forwards. And then this little pin over here, and I'll take it off again, this little pin has got, if I push it in, you're going to watch over there, well, there you go, pull it out, sorry. And those little pips that have just come out there, they prevent the wheel nut from coming off. So if we turn it on all the way, and then as the gun comes off, it'll pull out, and now the wheel nut will come off, but it can't go any further. So that's the cool thing about that. So we'll put it back in and then take the nut off and leave the car as we found it, and apologize for the guys for fiddling with it. Beautifully fabricated control arms, and camber setting in these cars is quite easy, because you'll see these little plates over here, they shims, and they'll know exactly, they undo the bolts here, take one shim out, and it can move to get the camber all sorted. Right, let's go, enough about cars and all of that. Let's go and find a driver. We've got Robert Walk. Robbie, that was one of the interesting bits for warm-up. We've heard about just in time. Guys cut it fine, and then you unleashed the fury of the sound of that IndyCar engine. Magnificent way to wake up in the morning.
Yeah, thankfully it started, so it's been a bit of a saga this morning, but the guys managed to get it on the line. So, yeah, I suppose started on the right footing, I guess, but we've got a lot of work to do today. We'll see how it goes.
It's wonderful how you and Stu and the WCT guys, DRW guys, you approach this event in a very professional way of building up to when it really counts, which is the last run of the day.
I don't think it's that intentional, but it's turning out that way. At the end of the day, we've got a couple of runs still in quali, and we'll put on some slicks now and see how the car actually feels and how the balance is. So a lot of understeer there with the wets, obviously, but yeah, with the the soft compound slicks, it should be a different car. We've got the engine running nicely, just hopefully it fires up every time. So it's only got to put 5 more starts, so then it can, then we can put it to bed.
From a balance point of view, you're looking for just a touch of understeer to give you the confidence through the sweepy bits?
Yeah, a touch of understeer is always easier with a car like this, especially if you don't know it. At the moment, we have a lot of understeer, so it's quite interesting. We had a race yesterday after we were bottoming out, and the balance has completely changed. So also, you're running wets on a slick track now, so I guess we'll have to wait and see. But I mean, we've got a couple sessions, and we'll get it within the ballpark. So I don't know how fast it'll go, but we'll see.
Good luck. Have fun.
Cool. Thank you.
Awesome. Right. So another one here, the two protagonists. This is in our opinion, this is the battle, and they're right next to each other. Andre Bezuidenhout, that was a much better run today, and you're starting to it's getting real today.
Yeah, it was much better. Look, there's no grip in the start, so that's a problem for us. I think we've sorted the bump out a little bit, so we saw a 5G upwards bump yesterday that cut the engine. We only saw 2.2 now, so I think we're going in the right direction.
Awesome. And the plan now is just to chip away, and get down to those 34s you can do.
Just work towards that last run and then give it all.
Awesome. Thanks for chatting. Good luck.
Thanks, Cole.
Always nice when they interrupt their work. Okay, so this is the bits we don't see on Andre's car when the engine cover is on. Nicholson McLaren engine, based off a Ford DFV in its early heritage, YB, whatever you want to call it. It's a V8 and it's got 3.5 litres. So the exhaust comes out of here, nice big fat headers, beautifully fabricated, and I'm not going to touch this because it's kind of hot. Goes forward and then comes out through the silencers and out the back. Air box and through to the intakes over here. And you'll see how beautifully low the engine sits in the chassis. If I put my arm down like that, I don't know how long an elbow is, but the top of my elbow is at the top of the engine. So the drive comes out and into the gearbox, sequential gearbox, and through the crown wheel and pinion, and then the crown wheel and pinion has to be lifted up because the drive shafts over here you want to have at a relatively flat angle. Inboard rocker suspension, so you've got a push rod that goes through here, through a rocker, down into a damper, and a little spring. And then, because there's a whole lot of downforce on this car, like wings, you may have heard the term third spring and third damper, third element, whatever you want to call it. So the rockers go through this little linkage, and there's your third damper, so it can control the squat of the car and the attitude of it. So when this will effectively is like an additional spring only in heave, which is the up and down part. And then his office. And I'm going to just watch where I stick my feet. I'm going to just lift the steering wheel up nice and gently. And always, he's mentioned the sticker, be there at the end. Traction button, what is the level of traction? And he'll adjust it over there. And then when we call it, say, a flappy pedal gearbox, they're the actuators for the gearbox. If you, I reckon, get a picture inside here, you'll just see all the carbon fibers that are absolutely fantastic. So when they talk about putting new tires on, Andrew has just ripped off the covers on some of Avon's finest, and they'll now have a full-on go. Brand new tires on the Malik as well. Just testing how hard or how soft they are. So the warmers will go on, try and get them a little bit more sticky. Let's take a walk, Ari, and go and talk to somebody else while we wait for the track to be cleared and cleaned, because there's all sorts of mud and stuff, slippery stuff that's lying all over the track, and they want to try and get hold of it. Let's go and have a talk to our pilot over here. Byron, always nice to get kids and future race drivers into cars. You're doing the PR part here.
Yeah, I mean, these are the future generation at the end of the day, eh? So it's good to bring them into it at an early age.
Check this, look at the smile on. Let's just talk to him. What's your name?
Sean.
Sean, do you want to be a racing driver one day?
I would love to, that would be amazing, yeah.
Awesome. Are you happy now?
Yes, very happy.
I think we're going to actually let him do the next run because he's a lot lighter than us. So maybe he'll take it to Andre.
Yeah, well, good luck. You're having a nice run. Let's see if we can find Megan, who's got the finest sounding car with a reasonable mechanical team looking after the car. Megan, how's your speed car going?
Very good. Warm-up was very fun.
I see you got the launch sorted out. Has your mechanic helped at all today?
No, but you gave me good advice last night, that's why.
What advice was that?
Oh, didn't you remember?
I've got Alzheimer's. I forget the minute I say it.
Hold it flat the whole way, you said. It'll be...
And you are.
No, not the top. I had a little bit of a... But yeah, otherwise it was good.
Awesome, but you brought it back.
Yeah.
Justin, it's a little bit different mechanicking on a 600 cc's of Suzuki's rather than your GTC and cross-country cars.
Yes, it is a lot different, but I suppose the fundamentals are still the same. You know, tire pressures, suspension, engine, make sure everything's okay, and hopefully the results come.
But you also, this is a sort of a working holiday for you. Come down a little bit different. This is just...
It is a bit of a relaxation, I have to say, so I'm grateful for it.
So what changes are you going to make from now until the qualifying run?
I've made one change already. Let's see if
what was that, Justin?
I gave it a little bit more toe out on the front just to help it with the turn in. So let's see if that helps. She's struggling with a bit of understeer. So.
Awesome. Love it. Justin normally runs Robbie in the GTC car and the current GTC champion, let us not say. And Megan is quite spoiled, having probably one of the finest technicians and tuners of racing cars, and he's quite a good beer drinker. Right, we've got to go to some place to go and do some stuff, and so we'll go and do some stuff. Don't go away, because round 1 of qualifying today, 3 rounds, is about to start.
I can remember it like it was yesterday. I was 10, and Suzuki just launched Vitara.
Anything Vitara. And it was like it was a different person.
It was still our little Danielle, just better.
Yeah.
Move smart with class-leading tech and fuel efficiency in the new-gen Suzuki Celerio.
is Simola 2022 Saturday. It is free practice and of course it is qualifying runs. The weather has been incredibly challenging, and in these kind of conditions anything usually does happen. We've had a couple of spills. A Formula VW went off and mounted the mountain. We had a little bit of a touch for a Lotus Exige and a very, very nasty accident for one of the Audis. Most important thing is the driver is okay. When it came to times, the duel between Franco Scribante and Richard reached fever pitch. And going up the mountain, those cars were singing symphonies. In wet conditions, Franco Scribante having the edge over Richard Roots. But in dry conditions, it was Richard Roots who just had a little bit of an edge over Franco Scribante, which means on Sunday it is going to be electrifying. In dry conditions, our four-time winner, Andre Bezuidenhout, went and posted a time of 37 seconds, which is only 2 seconds off his record-breaking time from last year. However, he was on wet weather tyres. Sunday, Simola 2022 is going to be outstanding. Don't miss it.
Move smart with dual jet engine tech in the new gen Suzuki Celerio. smart with ABS, EBD, dual airbags, and ESP in the new Gen Suzuki Celerio.
So just a quick update for you. If you've been looking at these pictures, so have we, waiting for action to start. But unfortunately, there was an incident with a car which dropped some oil on the road surface. And unfortunately, these fine gentlemen then have to take out their brooms, the cement powder and some dirt, mix them together and make sure that they get all the oil sucked up. And that's what's happening at the moment. Unfortunately, this does take a while, but you cannot let someone race over that, not with this thin ribbon of tarmac. This is what actually happened. I think this is Farouk Dangor's car, and we'll show you that in a second or two, that dropped some oil on the track, unfortunately, and you cannot, on this piece of road, take that chance.
Oh, with, it's just... it's nonsensical. So unfortunately, Farouk Dangor coming up the hill through the second S's, and something has popped and broken and released oil onto the circuit. And water is one thing, oil is incredibly slippery, incredibly dangerous. So they got to fix this up as quickly as possible. And as soon as they do, and as soon as the clerk of the course and the marshals are happy that the circuit is safe enough and ready, then we'll have some more action. Hello, Colin Hasty, joining us in the studio.
Morning, guys. I just brought some news from Sparky. That stuff that they're putting down onto the oil is some special, speedy dry stuff. It's actually made out of the husks from sunflowers.
Ah, okay.
So they take the husks from sunflowers, and Sparky did, in the old days, they used to throw cement down. So Sparky did some tests where he took cement, this stuff, and some imported speedy dry stuff. And this stuff, it's way better than cement.
My word.
It's environmentally friendly, and it's super absorbent.
How's that?
Although there is a shortage of oil across the whole world, Colin.
No, but not sunflower oil. Or is there now?
It's actually, sunflower husks.
Okay, so sunflower, I believe, is one of the things that is under threat because of the war in the Ukraine, funny enough. And they were expecting those prices to rise, for what it's worth. And that's your economic news for today.
100 Rand for 2 liters of cooking oil. I think it's a conspiracy. I'm not going to go with it.
I must be honest, I'm fascinated to hear that, because I was still under the impression that it was a mixture of cement or whatever. So that's actually very, very interesting information.
Sunflower seed husks.
Oh, well, there you go.
That's my useless fact for the day.
You know, Cole, here's the amazing thing. I wonder, Sparky must have a dreadfully boring life if he takes the time to take this compound and that compound and put oil down and go, let's see what soaks it up the best. I mean, I've got nothing to do today, so I'm going to do this.
No. It's part of he runs the Elder Scribanti track in
No, I'm being
PE.
facetious.
And cement is a big issue, even though Scribanti cement is...
Yeah, I was just going to say,
careful now.
That's a little ironic.
But apparently it's environmentally not so friendly. The greener cleaners will get onto all sorts of things.
Yeah.
So, and it's also not that efficient. And makes dust, and engines don't like it as well. So they did the experiment, and it's made in PE, and you need very little of it.
Well, I'll be danged.
It's fascinating, and also I just just watching the pictures, the attention to detail, ensuring that it is 100% sorted and cleared. Because also coming into a corner. You going full beans and you touch a little bit of oil, it's catastrophic.
Remember we had that about 2 years ago where someone dropped oil just in the first corner here, just in the first right-hander, and that caused problems later.
I remember smelling that stuff, and I called it as power steering thing. It was the GTR from...
No, that was
PE,
last year. 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I think 2019, we had someone who actually, and that caused a major problem as well. But but that was last year with a Nissan that went parking in the Simola estate. Oh, there we go. We're off and running.
It seems like a replay. This looks like a replay.
Oh, it is a replay. I beg your pardon.
That's one of the electric VW Golfs. And I was talking to both Jonathan Mokoksi as well as Daniel Rowe, and they're having this lovely little ding-dong battle between the two. Daniel Rowe yesterday put his suitcase into the back of Jonathan's car to add more weight because he says he's about 20 kilos heavier. He says the only way that they can beat each other, the only way they can make time is through turns 1 and 2. He says there afterwards their foot is flat.
Never
all the way to the
yeah.
I'm actually a great fan of electric cars. They've got their place. And I think that if you get enough powers out of them, the response is actually lovely.
Well, look at Giro di Siena's 400 kilowatt BMW. That's enough pace, power.
Yep, and
but I do still like noise.
Our contention is that a super efficient, well-tuned internal combustion engine is still the way forward with some proper environmentally friendly fuel, e-fuel.
Well, you know what, we could just debate this for days on end. But if you look at what 1200cc, 1400cc, 1600cc engines, ICE engines, are producing power-wise, producing efficiency-wise, to me, it's a no-brainer. Stay there.
Formula One engines are a prime example. 50% efficiency. Yes, they've got some electric stuff in it and what.
But it's a 1600. Yeah.
What's the figure, Sasha, now? About 1,000 horsepower?
Most probably just over 1,000 horsepower from 1600 cc.
It's incredible.
Engine. And they're running 10% e-fuel.
Yeah, with ethanol. So now the debate comes with, to get ethanol, you grow stuff on the ground. I think they should find a way of putting cow flatulence into fuel. That would be...
The problem is getting the buy-in from the cows. That would be your biggest problem.
Yeah. And also, most probably to capture it, Colin, you'd most probably need plastic bags which are not environmentally friendly. So it becomes a little bit tricky. It's just a vicious circle. Yeah. Just as you find you believe you have a solution to one of the elements of a problem, there's another problem that pops up.
So Sash and I had a long conversation about this yesterday, and there's the idea of electric vehicle, the principle of it is lovely. But in the end, I was honestly within 3 centimeters of buying one late last year. And then when I really started doing a little bit of homework, I don't want to say I did my homework, I swatted it up for it. But in the end, I don't think it's justified right now in South Africa with our electric problems and whatever else there is from an ESCOM point of view. That's the first thing. And then the second thing is, if you're going to buy an electric car, you're not saving the planet. I think one is under a false impression that you're actually saving the planet. There is as much ungreen in an electric car these days as what there is green.
Arnie, I don't know. I don't know the facts. I once listened to a scientist in bullshitology, and they came up with all sorts of stuff.
Is that a degree that you can go and do? That's a course you do.
Many woke people do discover it, and they become
PhDs in it.
I think Greta Thunberg is.
Yeah, she's got the PhD cum laude.
Yeah, but electrics is here. We
Embrace it or don't embrace it. That's I agree with that.
I don't know enough about the debate or what's good, what's not good. What I do know is good for the soul and good for my happiness is the sound of a raging internal combustion engine. The finest two cars of sound that we've got to listen to today. Robbie Walk's Pull Beam with the IndyCar Infinity engine in it, 3.5 liters of naturally aspirated stuff, and Bob the tuner, and he's given it some more sparks and some more revs and some more fuels, and it's going to be, it sounded gorgeous on the warm-up.
Unbelievable. I mean, it did sound incredible. He ran on the wet tires, but bouncing quite a bit. So I think they've still got it. You know, we heard him talking to you in the interview. They've still got a few things to iron out, and he needs to get that car a little bit more planted. We know he's got the skill, without a doubt. I mean, he's Robbie Walk. He's a magnificent racing driver, and he'll push it as hard as he can to get as close to Andre.
You know, Andre's car is completely sorted. It's well developed, well tested. There's not many wrinkles in it.
It's like rails. It's on rails.
And effectively that pull beam has had 5 or 6 runs up this hill. It's a work in progress, and they're doing effectively up until now they've still been testing. That's what they've raised it, the ride height quite a bit. They've changed the springs, changed the dampers. They really are doing all their work, and Stuart Thompson is engineering that car, and the guy's not stupid.
Yeah, no,
he's one of the finest mechanicians and race car engineers, runners in the world, I would posit.
Yeah. Well, Besaidn't was saying that in the news releases running up to this, that they've changed the suspension quite drastically, and it works for them over the more bumpy surfaces. And as we've seen, Sasha, and you know as well, that the first sort of 400 meters here, 600 meters, it's quite bumpy, especially on the right-hand side as a driver, on the right-hand side. And on the left, it's slightly more even, but it's not the right racing line. So you sit between, you may have the left-hand side of the vehicle is on the flattish part, but the right-hand side, so you're bouncing whatever you do, you've got to be so careful with how you pick the line that suits your vehicle over that part.
Yeah. It's between a rock and a hard place.
You know, the driver does so much. Well, the engineer does so much. Yeah. Eventually, it's down to the driver. The driver's got to pick the right spots.
So we're talking about sound.
Yes.
And the other sound is also a blue car.
Oh, yes.
So Wade Van Zummeren.
Wade's car, and I mean, he's hustling that thing. It's just wonderful to watch. He really has I think he just loves sawing on the steering wheel.
I called it an auditory climax yesterday, because I think that's what it comes down to. Honestly, it is breathtaking.
And the thing with Wade, Colin, is he also, even though it looks as though he's doing or making the car, bounce around for spectator value, he still puts in these unbelievable times as well.
I think he's kind of just trying to stay out of the sticks and stay on the road. He's working very, very hard in that car. It's a two-wheel drive, got massive amounts of torque and horsepower, and he's driving the wheels of it. So that RB,
and it's new.
Yeah, brand new car.
I've got a question or two for you. We had a dear friend of mine and a fellow commentator from the old rugby days, John Mitchell, in here, Lions player in his day, and we were watching you take us and our viewers through everything that you showed us on the car with a close-up of the McLaren engine and what have you. Give us a bit of your background. We haven't spoken about where you learnt all of your motor vehicle knowledge, Mr. Hasty, because I think that's fascinating. I looked at you and I thought, the man is a professor when it comes to this stuff. There is nothing that you don't know, and you know the names of the words for the car. You know, that is remarkable.
Those are made up.
Oh, okay.
You're very kind, but I don't know a lot about cars and things.
You could have fooled me. Now, where did you learn? I mean, there's not many people who you could take I want to put it as simply as this: take the bonnet off that car and take us through the whole lot and show us this and that and the it was magnificent.
Well, I suppose my father gave me a mini engine when I was about 7 years old, and a spanner and an instruction book, and said, take it apart and put it back together and must run. And I just had dreams of being around racing cars and motor cars all my life. I raced a little bit, had a lot of fun racing, met some people, travelled many places in South Africa. I was involved with Nissan Motorsport on rallying and then in touring cars. And I don't know, I've just been around racing cars, and it's, I don't know, it's a process of osmosis. It sort of just got stuck in somewhere, and I got that petrol virus early on. And I just love cars.
Stuck. That's one of the viruses we don't want him to find a cure for.
There is no cure for it. Once you
have the bug,
got petrol in your veins, it's magnificent.
Cole, there's someone who really doesn't truly, I'll admit this very gallantly, I really truly don't understand the workings of a car engine, how it actually, or I understand the combustion and what happens in the turning, but there's some intricate things that happen with race cars that we really truly don't actually understand, and how it creates what it creates to make you go as fast as what it makes you go.
I think the simplest way of putting it, Oni, is just think of a process, and there's a motor car engine is an air pump. So it just takes air in, so it sucks air into the engine, then it squeezes it, and then it bangs it, and it blows it. So suck, squeeze, bang, blow is as simple as it is.
I think
so
we'll leave that there.
No, it's serious. So it sucks in
you.
a mixture, some kind of an explosive mixture.
Yeah.
You have a controlled explosion, and you can do many ways of doing that. That pushes something down, that turns something around, and then it blows the spent gas out, which is what makes the noise, and it's not very efficient. The louder the noise, the more power is going out of the thing. And then it goes, and then they're just variances of how much fuel you give it and how much spark you give it, and when you say how much, the exact timing of it, because when the piston gets to the top and it's squeezed, you want it to bang and control that explosion all the way down, so that you convert the energy that's in the petrol and the oxygen, convert that into kinetic energy.
I love it.
So Mr. Newton, it's just simple science. Convert one form of energy in a liquid into another, which is rotational.
Incredible. I love the way you do explain it, because I think it makes so much sense when you listen to it like that. It's actually a very simple process in the end that creates a very intricate output in the end, isn't it?
And that goes from your lawnmower at home to Wade van Zimmeren's beast.
Yeah, exactly. And also, but nowadays, the electronics involved of controlling these explosions. You know, before it was a question of you with your screwdriver adjusting fuel mixtures. Nowadays, it's mainly electronic.
So you were a DJ back in the day, and you went wiki on the vinyl. That was all analog and mechanical. And now you go wiki on the laptop. Same, but different.
There we go. Progress.
Yeah, and all the computers do is it allows you to control so much more stuff and make it come to absolute perfection. And then you need rocket scientists like Martin from Motec, who is truly a doctor of speed and can control all sorts of things, from the power in the engine to controlling the gearbox and the launch and the speed. And
it's fascinating. It really is fascinating.
I'd be interested then if you talk like that, and what people can do by plugging a laptop into the engine and looking at how they can make it better. How does that reflect for the man in the street? I actually shouldn't use that term. I don't like the term. For Jack of all trades out there who wants to buy a vehicle, how does that translate into what he gets in his modern day vehicle if he buys something off the floor today?
You get consistency, you get efficiency, and you get ease of knowing when something goes wrong. It's a little bit frustrating for somebody who used to throw spanners at a car and do your own service at home, but now you go, if there's something, the computer records all sorts of stuff, so you put a diagnostic unit, you plug the computer in, it will say, this and this and this is going on with the car, do that, and then you do it. So it takes some level of control away from your home mechanic. But the real advantage is that it gives you consistency. Your points don't wear out, for instance. And so from a timing point of view, your timing stays the same. It gives you absolute efficiency all the time. I can't imagine having a car without a computer in it. And it's just
I know, because as much as it's fun to tinker with classic cars and play around, nowadays, yes, unfortunately, because electronics and things do sometimes stop. So, I mean, you can buy a brand new car, drive down the road, and the next minute it all just turns itself off, and you get very, very frustrated. But the problem solving now is so efficient, just as Colin said. So now all of a sudden, yes, it's irritating that now somebody has to come out and you can't tinker on it. But somebody plugs in and says, oh, sure, hold on a second.
Sorted.
Reset.
Bang.
All done.
But they've got alarms on them, and that's the beauty of it. So in the old day, your oil pressure light would come on when you've got no oil pressure. Now it will measure how much oil is in the sump, so if you haven't got enough, it won't start. And then when the oil pressure starts to drop down, or the temperature goes, or whatever, something goes wrong, because people, I mean, we're basically dumb drivers. So we don't need to worry about the car. It will look after us and protect itself and shut down so that you don't damage it and have a massive bill.
And it's early warning systems, way early warning systems. I had a very interesting one on my car the other day. Told me that I took it in and the guy said this. It's way early, but it warned me about drivetrain trouble way ahead of time, and it saved me a lot of money in the end. And that is the other benefit of it. What I do, here's an interesting thought for you. Think back to 20 years ago. 25 years ago. For you, that was when you were just a teenager, Cole. But the fact of the matter is, how many cars did you see stuck on the side of the road? Every now and then you'd see a car that's broken down. Very rarely do you see modern-day cars break down on the side of the road. And I think it's this early warning system that says to you, buddy, wait a second, you got to give me some attention here. I think that's taken that almost off the table altogether with modern-day cars, hasn't it?
Yeah, and better manufacturing standards, and everything has become more reliable. Even your toaster.
Progress.
Yep.
All of the time. And you know, the first time a mobile phone came out, we had a few issues, you know, and then all of a sudden, as new mobile phones came along, they became more efficient. They became a lot more reliable. So, you know, thank goodness for progress.
Lovely. No, it's very true.
And technology.
I mean, in your and my language, Sasha, I still find it amazing. What's it been 20 years now that we've had digital audio recording equipment. I still find it amazing, to put it into our terms, when you do voiceovers, for instance, that you've got a line and it goes up and down like this when you're recording something. And someone who knows audio well, and a good audio op, what do they call them? Audio artists these days, can go and take a T out of one word. If you missed a T further up on the script, take that T, duplicate it, and go and put it into the T that you missed, and you would never know at home that is, and it's exactly that. It's progress. It's beautiful, and it works.
All right, listen, just to give you an update, there is no Quali 4. Okay. So we are going to be one qualifying session short. We are going to have a Quali 5.
Which will start at 11, I assume then.
I think that 10:55. So we've got 11 minutes until qualifying 5, which means there's only 2 sessions today, Cole. Those who didn't run yesterday are right behind the 8 ball now.
Without a doubt, they've lost a massive advantage. And, you know, when you lose, what's 1 out of 3, 33% of your running, you do have an issue if you haven't managed to solve all your bits and pieces. So this kind of puts Rob Walk in the pull beam a little bit behind. Peter Zeely hasn't had enough running on the new tyres. Franco Di Matteo has just had one run with the Avons. He hasn't gone on to the soft tyres on the front as well.
Jimmy
Giannicaro's only had one. So there's which was
very slow in any case. I mean, wow. They're
so
behind
there's
it.
a lot of people who've got some issues. Wade as well has got some development, but I think that they went a lot quicker. So Quali 5 is really, really going to be serious. I think if we look, the guys who are in trouble, and I think this is the sheet from qualifying time, merge overall. I love it when we've still got some homework. From a class point of view, if you're the B4 class, Craig Zank also, he didn't have a lot of running.
Exactly.
In fact, I think he's only had the one run today.
Yeah. So from a class final point of view, where it stands at the moment, you've got Peter Zeely, Wade van Zummeren, and Davy Joubert. Now, Charles and Franco Di Matteo would have wanted to get into that
top three
from the class point of view.
Let's just work our way through the classes quickly. That was class B4.
Okay, so B4 is for racing cars greater than 6 cylinders with turbocharged and or NOS stuff in it. And
well done.
All of that.
And then B5, Richard Roots, Franco and Aldo up at the top there.
That's for 4-wheel drive cars.
And then B7, Peter Hubert and Ricky Giannacaro.
Giannacaro, that's for normally aspirated cars greater than 8 cylinders. So you've got a Lotus Exige with Peter Joubert's got the V8 AMG in it, 2-wheel drive car, and Ricky has got the 10
V10, I think,
of Volkswagen's finest in his Lamborghini.
And then the B9, a guy with the nicest name here, Arnold Duplessis.
B9 is for SUVs.
Right.
So the Toyota that was going to run in there has pulled out, and the other one
it blew up halfway up the hill.
Yeah, and the other one has
the Nissan Patrol.
No, the Patrol.
That's the Patrol.
Arnold is still in the Patrol.
He's in the Patrol. Now the Toyota went out,
and then the Audi is crumpled at the top of the hill.
Then
C2 is for single-seater racing cars up to 2 litres.
So and that's Formula VWs.
So Byron Mitchell's got a VW 2-litre fuel-injected motor in it. Andrew Rackstraw's got a Ford Duratec in it, and Megan Verlack is
600 cc.
600 cc's, but it's a tiny
weighs
little
10
thing.
kilos.
And she's having the
what
absolute
engine
time.
is in that? Is it a motorbike engine?
It's a Suzuki 600 GX.
GSX.
And there's got to be an R in it, because if there isn't an R in motorbikes, it's not a proper engine. Tom Barrett in his Lotus 7, he's not going to get quicker than Megan, because that thing really flies.
There's an 8-second gap between the two of them from qualifying yesterday, so that top 3 is probably settled. In C3, there's still things happening.
Single-seaters that are more than 2 litres.
So the Formula Renault, the Bull Beam.
The Renault, assuming that all the cars run properly, the Renault isn't as quick as the Gould or the Pull Beam.
Right.
So,
and then
my opinion,
we move on to A1, where it is the Porsche
Jared Yo,
up against the 2 Suzukis.
4-cylinder, sort of turbocharged road cars.
Right, and then
2-wheel drive road cars.
A3 is made up by Farhad Ibrahim and then Faraz and Martin, but we wonder if the Ibrahim car is now going to be okay, because that looked like it took some serious...
No, that was the Dangor car.
I beg your pardon, sorry, the Dangor car.
Yeah, that was the Dangor car.
So those are Supras with a BMW engine and Martin Vite. That's actually quite a nice fight there.
Yeah.
Martin in the 240i, so you've got 48, 49, 50 seconds. So there's 2 seconds in that. Today it'll start getting serious. JP van der Walt, I think, and Dion Joubert.
JP should take it. I mean, that 911 Turbo S
4-wheel
should
drive,
have the grunt.
so he was actually very clever. Took his car from last year, which was the 2-wheel drive GT3 version. Wanted particularly for the launch, that was his main decision, is to go with the 4-wheel drive to get the launch.
So that's in A4. A5, it looks very interesting between Daniel Lamprechts and Sean Mackay, and there's not a lot to choose between those two in the Nissan and the Porsche.
Yeah, that's the 2-wheel drive, and I'm starting to run out of exact
you don't have to
naturally aspirated bits and pieces. Then we've got the poor boy class. A7. This is for the guys who are really struggling.
Yeah.
And there, Gus McIntosh in the 720 should take it. Glorious looking motor car. Absolutely. You look at that thing and you say, "Jeez, I hope you got your insurance."
And I just love the fact he's driven from Cape Town, comes here, thank you very much, taken up the hill 11 times during the weekend, and then say, "Thanks everybody, just check the tyres, they're all okay, I'm going."
He's got a almost 2 seconds worth of gap over Jacques Wheeler and then James Temple there in third place.
So the A's are all road cars. And if we go and we say that a 720S, he's doing what's at a 48.6, and then go to JP in his Porker on a 45.6. So from an overall point of view in the road cars, JP should sort that out.
He should be, and he's improved so much as a racing driver over the years. JP, he really
just season in GDC is helping him a lot in the Supercar.
Very much so. But prior to that, did a little bit of regional stuff. It wasn't really committed, and then he decided, no. If I'm going to do this, I'm going to do it properly. And man, his skill levels have really, really improved. He's driving magnificently.
B8 is alternative energy, which is electrics, and there my fellow commentator from last year, Chiro Giena, is in the BMW M50i4, and he is just 0.1 of a second off the electric record up the hill here.
Yeah, so he reckons he can find that and do. Just talking about records, what's his name in the BMW thingy, the
BMW
M250? Yeah, Gary Martin's.
Yep.
The thing. It's
the 400 kilowatt thing.
The 1,000. It's got
1,000
turbochargers on it, and it's also got nitrous oxide on it.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he was very upset to hear that Franco De Maria has also got nitrous on his car. So Franco this morning said to him, "Have you used the nitrous?" He says, "Hell no, it's got too much actually go."
Two more classes to go here. The B2s. There's Graham Nathan in that beautiful Polo Super Cup. And Owen Bridger and Dane Riley. But it does look like Graham has got 2 seconds, almost 2.5 seconds over the rest of the crew there. So he looks like the man to take the line honours there if all goes well.
Yeah, but Owen hasn't had the boost turned up on that car.
Okay.
They're going for a front-wheel drive record, and they've got to get into the 44s, which I think they will get into the 44s. Somebody else who in the where's it in the Subaru?
Yes, that's Anton.
Yeah, Anton. He's doing a clutch change. They had some issues with
what a pity. Okay. What a pity. Because he went magnificently yesterday.
He's going to make
like a
it
little
into the top 10.
dark horse.
Yeah, he definitely will.
If they can get it fixed.
Yeah, he'll get it.
Which I'm sure they'll get it done. That Scooby yesterday, dry or wet, just looked incredible. Yeah. Got a few little extras in it, I believe.
It's
just a few.
All the groceries that you can throw.
That is in B3. So that is there's no fight there between the two of them because Cronje went in 42 flat, and Pierre Bester produced a 47.6 in his Mercedes A4S.
Yeah, Pierre says that he's going to wind it up a bit now, but I don't think that he'll get to Anton's time, because Pierre's got more of a road car than Anton's car, which is full-on racing, and that is what we've got all the classes about.
Unbelievable to go through them like that, because that gives you a really good insight into where things should go, because up next it is the qualifiers. They've taken one away because we lost so much time, unfortunately, so one less qualifying run up the hill, and so we'll have qualifying 5 and then 6, and at 5 to 11 we should be underway. It is now just about 2 minutes away. I'm not hearing any cars yet, so maybe that's moved up to 11 o'clock. We'll let you know about that. And then qualifying round 6 is at 12, and then 1 o'clock it's lunch. You also look, let me just say this, and for those of you watching overseas, when you say, are we going to a jawl, that means, are you going to a party in South Africa? You look like you have a jawl out there. Hey?
It's one of the finest events I do, and it's just so nice to be able to go up and down the pit lane, talk to people I know. Some of them are friends, some of them are not friends, but everybody is so friendly.
Some of them like what you say, some of them
don't like what you say.
And I make so many incorrect statements, and sometimes stuff comes out of my mouth that I don't know that comes out of my mouth.
Sometimes you engage mouth before brain.
No,
just
absolutely.
sometimes.
Sometimes the brain just doesn't work, and words flow, and I don't know.
But we are all
having
human.
fun.
We're having fun. We're trying our best, and of course, sometimes you get the name of somebody wrong. You know,
happens.
well, we don't do it intentionally.
No,
we just
of course
do
not,
it.
man. It's
I mean, you know,
There's 3 or 4 stories that are going in your head, and
all the time.
No, speak for yourself.
and trying, and there's voices, and you've got guys talking, and then you've got to watch over here and not get driven over by a racing car again, and then Susie for the win.
There we go. Okay,
thank goodness for that. Good luck, guys.
Thank you,
Likewise.
Colin.
Thanks, Cole.
Thanks for the chat.
Appreciate it.
We'll catch up with
So
Colin in the pits a little bit later, but here we go. This is qualifying 1. This is where it counts. You need to put down a number now, because from here you will go into your class final, and then of course if you're really quick you could get into the top 10 as well. So practices are all done. This is what it's all about. They did do some quali sessions yesterday, Arnold. However, today the track is completely dry, and we should see significantly quicker times than from yesterday.
As that old song went, what a difference a day makes. It's like we're on another continent today. It's beautiful sunshine. However, the one thing is, it is still cool.
It's very,
not
very
warm.
cool. Yeah, you can see all of a sudden, don't worry, that's not the car blowing up. That is from an incident earlier where some oil was dropped onto the circuit, and that is just the wonderful sunflower husks. Yeah. That has dried up that oil, and I'm sure also once these first couple of cars get to the top, they will talk down to the guys in the pit and explain what the circuit is like.
They're going to have to hold there a little bit and give guys a slightly more of a gap, just slightly. My word. That's interesting.
Would you
be okay to go through that?
Yeah, 100%. I think it most probably looks worse on TV than what it actually is if you're driving the car. So Wesley does a 55.9, a 56.3 for Ruben van Niekerk, just 4/10 between the two of them. We've got Sean McKay out there, and then the beautiful 350Z, car number 81. On its way.
See, they are holding them a bit. They are holding them just a bit. Maybe.
But it is quali as well. We do want to see them one at a time.
Yeah.
Car number 81, Daniel Lamprecht's 206 kilowatts in that Nissan.
Yeah, so they let the 2 Susies go, and then they realized that maybe we just need to slow this down ever so slightly. And as Sancho Martiningo was saying, Donnie Lamprecht's in that lovely Nissan.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful car. Still an eye catcher if you think about how old it is in terms of when they first came out. And especially the soft top, a beautiful car to drive around. In the sunny skies of South Africa.
It's 17 years old.
Yeah.
It came out in that design in 2005, for Pete's sake. Through the bridge, looking good.
Yeah, we want to try and get the sounds of the car to you as well. These most probably not as loud as what you will hear over the next 20 odd minutes.
Interesting, you can see exactly what the racing line is here, and unfortunately there's a lot of those sunflower husks which have been mixed up and put down en route to make sure that it gets rid of all the oil out there, and you cannot hit a slick of any sort.
Yeah, no, you don't want that to happen. It becomes very, very dangerous for everybody involved. But within a few more cars to go up the hill, that dust will disappear. Here we go. I saw this on the road yesterday on my way home, which was lovely. So go for a little bit of a run up the Simola Hill, and then, just go out for dinner.
If you've perhaps just joined us for the first time, the hill is 1,966 meters long from go to woe, and it climbs 150 meters from the start line to the top. So you are working the car and human to the bone in a matter of 40 to 50 seconds.
Yeah, these guys are really going for it. And, you know, I must say, Arnie, when you're driving and the next minute you do hit this patch of dust, initially it does get a little bit, disconcerting.
Yeah.
But thereafterwards, you just go, you know what, don't worry, we can do it. There we go. Yeo with a 48.6. There's the Alfa Romeo Pit Potgieter, that beautiful sounding 2.9 litre V6, 504 horsepowers. Coming out of that.
How consistent has Jared been? Because yesterday he produced a 48.5, today 48.6 in the first of his qualifying runs.
Very, very happy with the balance and setup of his car. Let's see what Pit Potgieter can do. He's most probably about 2 or 3 seconds off the pace within his class compared to his fellow competitors. And let's be honest, this car should be able to do those kind of times. So I saw him this morning, he says, no, he's also going full gas. Full gas today. Everyone's going full gas.
$53.1.
Yeah, that's also, you know, that's sort of where his limit has been.
He's racing in Class A3, and the A3s make some very interesting reading as well. And Pitt was 53.1 yesterday in qualifying. So exactly replicating the time that he did. Very impressive.
Yeah, these Supras are just such beautiful looking cars as well. They're funny enough, they look like, oh, I tell you, going into that left-hander, the back squealed out a little bit. But this is the time to push. Yeah. Arnie, you know, this is it. You only have this and one more run in order to try and get into your class final and you know, into that top 10. So you've got to push.
You've got to give it horns.
You can.
No,
yeah,
you've got to give it horns now. Now is not the time to back off, and he certainly didn't. That looked like a really good run. There we go, 47.7, and that is that lovely Farhad Ibrahim Toyota Supra with a BMW B58 engine in it.
Yeah, wonderful. Here comes another one of these Supras. You know, it does. It looks like, you know, something out of just a computer game. You go like, oh, it's really real. It's really real.
This is Faraz Ibrahim.
Yeah, so Farhad has gone quickest with a 47.7. Let's see what his brother can do.
It is a beautiful car.
Yeah, exceptional.
Beautiful lines and curves. Rubens couldn't have thought of it any better.
and it's incredible that people buy these cars and then they just send them in immediately to get totally tuned up, big different wings on them as well. They really are sort of like a plug and play kind of car. Oh, okay, well, let's have that fender. Okay, stick it on. Yeah. Just do it. Magic cars, brilliant engine, of course, based on the BMW Z4 as well. 50.5, so yeah, quite a bit off his brother. By nearly 3 seconds.
47.7. That's the time to chase at this stage.
Here's the Mustang. Let's listen to this V8.
I am amazed at, look at the sunshine up at the top of that shot for you for a second, and the woods. But very little on the track so far. So the sunlight hasn't as of yet started playing its role to warm up the tarmac as of yet, which is what we need for the single-seaters in particular to go fast with those big tires of theirs and make sure that they can actually go as quickly as they possibly can.
Ah, here we go. That V8, you can hear it.
That was a solid run at 55.5.
Car number 72, which is Martin Viet in the BMW, the M240, a 2019, a 3-litre 6-cylinder. This should be pretty rapid, very, very short wheelbase, incredibly nimble, handles wonderfully.
Very nice line. Kept that on the right-hand side of the road as far as he possibly could, and then took it hard into the left.
Yeah, there we go. Trailing it on the left-hand side of the circuit, then dip it in. This is the tricky part because you've got the right-hander, the left-hander, then the left, the right, the left, the right. And this, you have to have the right gearing. You have to be in the right gear.
Because you're also able to, with the right gearing, well, it just went a little sideways there, didn't he? With the right gearing, you can throw the weight of the car around, which gets you through those very tricky parts.
Yeah, you really have to, just get your turn-ins spot on and make sure that you're in the right gear, because you're not going to change until you're out of that last bend.
Vit goes 49.688, and that is third right now.
Oh, the Audi R8.
Wow. Battle to control that off the line. That was very scary. That's Gordon Nicholson in that 2017 R8.
Oh, glorious sounding. One of the most underrated sports cars. Gordon Nicholson goes third with a 48.991. So still Farad Ibrahim on the Toyota Supra. So that has come out. This is wonderful to see. JP van der Walt, this is a guy to watch for the overall win in the Supercar category. Winner last year. This year got the four-wheel drive Porsche 911 Turbo S.
You've started falling in love with this car during the weekend, haven't you?
I really love the 911 Turbo.
Nice, very clean lines. Very determined looking drive at this stage.
Oh, JP, what a time from him. 45.707 for JP van der Walt. Brute Power, the S2 Quattro, Shane Naidu. 5-cylinder. It's a 2019. Is it a 20? I think it would be a 2009. I think. But also brute power out of this Audi. Four-wheel drive Quattro system, so it really shouldn't have a problem going around any of the bends. You can see some of the bumps there, Arnold. Yeah. Just shows you the guys are pushing as hard as possible.
So JP has gone 1/100th of a second faster than what he was yesterday, which again, his consistency with that Porsche has been superb. They're not holding back. Not holding back at all.
This is what you've come to Simola for. This is what it's all about. You've had your practice runs, you've got your iron, you've got your tires in the right zone, you've changed your cambers, your toe, and now it's, well, I want to be here right at the end.
Dion Joubert in the M4.
Yeah, Dion is basically the only guy who maybe can challenge JP van der Walt. So, and Dion is a multiple South African champion from years gone back, it must be said. So it's not as though he's currently plying his trade, but still an incredibly fast racing driver.
This is the big battle in A4. I beg your pardon. And Dion was 2.5 seconds off the pace of JP van der Walt earlier in the week.
So 45.7. Let's see what Dion Joubert can maybe make. I tell you, it's 1.3 seconds.
Hello.
1.3 seconds only. So I think JP will realize that, Dion's, he lives in Cape Town now. He's waking up. He's waking up.
Dan Rowe, the young man who is one of Volkswagen's stalwart drivers, and again, very talented young man behind the wheel.
Yeah, and also one of the tallest racing drivers. I remember a few years ago when Daniel Rowe was in the GTC category together with Gennaro Bonafide, and you went, guys, most racing drivers are short, and I think each of them are 6'4" and 6'6" together. So, yeah, having fun driving these electric vehicles. Not their customary kind of cars that they're used to when it comes to racing. They are professional racing drivers, but great to come and highlight EVs at the Hillclimb.
Yeah, and I think necessary. It's something that Volkswagen hasn't trumpeted a whole lot about as of yet, but apparently these will be released next year in South Africa, they're talking about.
Yeah, I'm sure. You know, out of the Volkswagen group, you've got Porsche, who's got a lot of electric vehicles. You've got Audi that have got electric vehicles, and now VW going to be doing it as well. A minute, I think they're going to try their hardest to break 1 minute.
Here comes Gero de Siena, and Gero is looking to find 0.1 of a second. He's looking for 100th of a second to break the E record here, and he had that look in his eye. He had that glint. It looked like he was ready for it. Let's see how he goes now.
I mean, 400 kilowatts of power coming from this electric engine. The only one in South Africa purposely brought in by BMW specifically for the Simola Hillclimb. We had a chat with Chiro yesterday. He's having so much fun. He's back completely off.
Oh boy, something has gone wrong somewhere.
You see, now I wouldn't know what to do here because it's an electric engine.
What could have gone wrong?
What can go? I don't know. Whoa, this is a problem. I hope you can get to the top of the hill, because at least getting down, Arnold, is a lot easier.
Oh boy!
But there's definitely an issue with Giro de Siena's BMW.
The good news is there's no oil.
No, there's definitely no oil. But yeah. We'll find out. We'll find out from Colin a little bit later, I'm sure.
Yes.
Jonathan Mokgotsi, he's got to try and beat a 1 minute 0.7. So let's see. Yeah, 1 minute 0.7. I think between the two of them, Mokgotsi and Daniel Rowe, definitely their target will try and break 1 minute in these little VW electrics.
So Dan did do it yesterday in qualification, but by 100th of a second. He went 59.9, and Jonathan was 1 minute 0.045 of a second. So 4,000th of a second.
Yeah, the target's got to be breaking that 1 minute again today, and especially in your final runs. Let's see what Jonathan can do. He is 20 kilograms lighter than Daniel Rowe, so yeah, this could be under a minute.
Throwing it around, eh?
He is giving it the full beans, and I can tell you, his foot is planted. It is right to the floor.
Here's the first of the Shelbys. Charlie Needham in the Super Snake.
Jonathan Mokgotsi at 59.8.
Wow, there you go.
Wonderful stuff. Wonderful stuff.
Look how that thing sits on the road. No bumps on this road for the Shelby. No wrinkles in the sheets.
No, looking very, very good. Brutal car, brute power, brutal noise as well. Yeah, 53.5 for Charles Needham. Here comes another one of the Shelby's 8-cylinder, 5 litres. James Temple, who's had a great weekend so far, also took part in Classic Car Friday. So a full complement of work for him. Car prepared by the Lindenberg family, Peter Lindenberg and his crew. And this should be a great little tussle between him and Charles Needham. And then, of course, Paige Liebenberg as well. Lindenberg. Lindenberg. I've got it.
You got it. This is known as the Terlingua. kept it very much in the middle of the road and did a very good job too. 50.241, that gets him up there into the top 10 for the meantime. This is Paige Lindenberg.
That's the one in the Shelby Super Snake. Well, I tell you, that is a very impressive time from James Temple at 50.2 as opposed to Charles Neeves 53.5. Let's see if Paige can maybe split the two boys or even go quicker than James Temple. It's going to take a mighty effort.
So Paige's best yesterday was 53.064. Very differing and different conditions, faster, no doubt about it, than yesterday. Got a camera strapped to the top of the car as well. That should make for some very interesting pictures.
There we go, crosses the line, waiting for a time.
53.1.
53.106, so quicker than Charles Needham. So there's going to be some lovely niggle between them. This is the car we've been speaking about. I mean, this 720S is just one of the most beautiful cars. Look at that rear wing lift up under braking, also to assist with the downforce. And this car is just rapid.
For a low-slung vehicle, this car has looked so good over those bumpy parts.
And also, there's no special wizardry to this car in terms of it's been set up for racing. It is a stock standard McLaren 720S. Might have maybe semi-slicks on it, but that's it. There's nothing else that has been done to this car. It's his road-going car. Come for a bit of a jawl and... I mean, look at that time.
Wow, 47.062. That is very, very quick indeed.
Here's the MP412C Jacques Wheeler, the original, the McLaren 8-cylinder twin-turbo 2013. Can you believe it's 9 years old already?
The Pavarotti of the road. Can you hear it? Listen to it sing.
Unbelievably compact engine into that car. Kick up a little bit of the sunflower husk. Make your way into the left, the right, the left, the right.
Taken some very courageous lines here. That was a good run.
Very, very good run. 47.0. Wow. I don't know.
That's almost a second and a half faster than what he was able to go yesterday. That is a really good run.
I think we're going to have to just wait on that because Jacques Wheeler, actually it was a 49.5. They actually posted up the time of the because I thought, no way, did the exact same time as Garth.
Okay.
So, okay, there we go. Just to let you know, he has done a 49.5, which is still very, very respectable. The Nissan Patrol.
Here's your other favorite.
Yeah, this is just mental. Just mental.
Mental is a good word.
I love it. 380 kilowatts, supercharged, awesome looking, very, very heavy, but is being thrown around by a very courageous man, without a doubt. Arnold Duplessis, a 57.432. The Toyota is back. 1,000 horsepower.
Francois Fritz with the Toyota Hilux.
We saw him only for the first time today. He's slowed up again. Or has he? No, he's going.
It was just gearing.
he's going for it. But earlier on, he got about this distance up the hill, and then all of a sudden, everything stopped. So this is only his second run throughout the whole weekend. Let's listen to this, 1,000 horsepower Toyota.
You've got to admire it. That cannot be easy to handle, Sash. Eh?
I think it's just bonkers. I don't think he's pushing very, very hard. Or unless maybe that's just the capability of the vehicle.
One minute, 10 seconds. Here's Graham Nathan. This car also sounds mean.
And beautifully prepared. Let's listen to this GTC Super Cup car. The balance of this car is just outstanding. Graham preparing the car himself.
He basically licks the corners. It's just so slick in and out. Graham really knows how to use this vehicle and all the road. Look at it.
And look in the different kind of lines. The car's got such a brilliant setup. He can go and attack the apex is totally different. 45-0. Brilliant lap there from Graham Nathan. One of my favorites, Owen Bridger in the Honda Type R 4-cylinder sequential box. With a huge amount of power as well.
So Nathan is lopped off for half a second of his time from yesterday. He's going faster than what he's gone the whole weekend so far.
Oh, you can hear it there on the edge.
Very quick as well.
Fantastic time from Owen Bridger. Pierre Bester, he says he's giving it the full beans. He's got a lot of time to make up if he wants to get close to JP van der Walt. Let's see what he can do in his Mercedes-Benz A45. Definitely not standard. Lovely to hear those two. Just reminds me of Chris Aberdeen, Terry Moss.
Yeah, the old days.
Back in the 80s with those Audi Quattros. Wonderful.
That high-pitched canary sound as that turbo works its way through.
Wonderful. Let's see what Pierre Bester has managed to do. Haven't got his time coming up on the screen. This is the Evo. Evo 9.
So, Nick Svartveger.
I tell you, very impressive from Pierre Bester, putting it in 6th position with a 47.1, which is only 1.4 seconds of JP van der Walt. So very impressive from Pierre Bester. I tell you, these Mitsubishi Lancer Evos are so underrated. We don't have them, unfortunately, as road-going cars anymore in South Africa, but they are wonderful cars to drive. Unbelievably reliable as well.
Well, they've been tested on, that engine effectively has been tested on world's rallies all over, and they have stood up to the test every single time.
Yeah, 51 dead. Here comes Ricky Giannacaro in the V10 Lamborghini Super Trofeo. Let's just enjoy the symphony of Italian mastery.
just beautiful.
You know, if you live in Neisder and you're just sitting outside enjoying the wonderful sunshine and going, just turn everything else off. I just want to hear. This has got a NASCAR engine. Big moment for Gianni Giannacaro. Woo!
Didn't get off the line particularly well, so I think he was probably pushing a little hard and it almost got away from him.
And listen, don't forget, this is only his second run. His first run also just got off the line and crawled up the hill.
Good point. Good point.
Yeah, he's not pushing. You can see totally different line. He's just cruising up this hill. Oh, he's hit a policeman.
Hit one of the policemen, so that is going to be a little stop in proceedings as well at the same time.
And there'll be no time recorded for Gianni Giannacaro. People waving from their balcony.
Love it, love it, love it, love it. It's, I think that's maybe one of the residents inside the Simola estate. I'm not sure, but yeah, good morning to you too.
Yeah, there we go. Jimmy did record a 57.4, but that time will not be allowed. Here's Tanya Watt, I think.
Yeah, quite right. Well, is it also only the second time out for her this morning?
Correct. Didn't do any running yesterday. That's the Subaru WRX Impreza. Little tentative going through the bridge there. And the great thing is now when you listen to the cars, Arnie, you can hear the sort of gearing, what the people are doing, where their foot is on the accelerator.
It's become a sport now.
Yeah, well, the great thing is we are waving back at you, but you can't see us.
You just don't know we are, but we are. Trust us.
Yeah.
56.3 for Tanya.
The most bonkers yet car today. It's got a Toyota Yamaha turbo engine inside a VW Beetle with a giant wing on the back, and it's just magic.
And forgive the sound, but unfortunately when a car sounds this loud, sometimes not even the top of the line microphone can handle the sound output.
Oh, that is a huge moment. Massive. Oversteer, then into understeer, but managed to hold it.
I think he scared the paint off that policeman.
I think he scared himself as well.
You're right.
Very much so, because I tell you, that tail went out and then he caught it and then the front went away from him. So very well handled to get up the hill. 57.
Peter Hubert in the Exige with a Mercedes AMG engine.
Yeah, I mean, that's just extraordinary. We've got two Exiges, we've got an Elise, and not one of them have got the standard engine. But it's wonderful to see. Had a little bit of a moment yesterday, actually spun off the track, but no damage to the car. And yeah, I think this is going to be very, very rapid. Let's listen to this AMG in a Lotus Exige. I think some of our microphones recovering after the Beetle.
Taking a bit of a breather.
It seems like a very efficient run from the Lotus of 46.8. Another one of the glorious BMWs.
Paul Munro, the pilot here.
It's one of the only proper M3 CSLs in South Africa. Great run from Paul Monroe, 47.3. I think you'd be pretty happy with where he is at the moment. George Michael's car. Duca Mechanicos, a DTM 55 AMG, 8-cylinder. Ridiculous amount of horsepower in that car.
Squeezing it.
Just so difficult to control that kind of power. You know, you all say, oh, give me more power, give me more power. But then you have to try and control it and handle it.
Yeah. You've got to have your hands full of rain all the time, otherwise it'll get away from you. Oh, look at that. In hard. That left was trying to go.
Yeah, hopefully he's managed to hold on to the power all the way through. But what a lap. Sure, goes into 4th place. 46.0.
Tuca Mechanicos producing a really good run there. That was very impressive indeed.
Yeah.
So Tuca's gone almost 2 seconds faster than what he managed yesterday.
Yeah. It's just amazing. Now when you got to really put the times in, you say, okay, I got my eye in, let's have a go. Don't forget, yesterday the weather was very, very different in terms of conditions. And you don't want to, the one thing you don't want to do, especially when it's wet or damp, is land up in the bushes and spoil your whole weekend.
Yeah. Now also, you must say that when we pointed this out to you at the beginning of qualifying, 44.264 for A.D. Dalton. Oh, hello and welcome.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Now, this guy's impressed me. They did have an issue. They've changed the clutch on this car. But yesterday, everything he did, Arnold, he was really on the money, no matter what the conditions. So let's watch Mr. Roo. It's going to be good.
He's keeping it right there. Those revs are paneling. They are absolutely paneling at the top of the meter.
Oh, you can hear that turbo whistling through there as well. Oh, he's just hitting every apex. Just brilliant. Look how close he was to the policeman. This is going to be a quick time. What a time!
42.024. Thank you for coming, Mr. Cronier.
Yeah, Anton Cronier in the Scooby. Here is the Port Elizabeth made Noble M400. It's got a Ford 6-cylinder. It's a 2005 Buttercross. Goes through the second set of S's there. Now we come into the right-hander, the left-hander, the right-hander, the left-hander. Critical part of the Simola Hillclimb.
So Cronier has gone 0.02 of a second faster on this run.
So it just shows you how consistent he's been. Yeah. Franco Di Matteo, nitrous oxide inside this vehicle as well. Just a man who is crazy about cars. Will push it really, really hard. Only got the one set of tires here, and they have been slick, so didn't do that. But a little bit of a turning oversteer moment for him, but he's experienced enough to catch it. Coming into the final complex. Come on, let's see what you can do, Franco. Ooh, 1.2 seconds slower than Anton Cronier. Darby Hubert, this has got a Ferrari V8 in the back of a Lotus. Just listen to the screen.
That is shuttling along.
Oh,
there's a
looks like
problem.
he's backed off.
I thought that something didn't sound right.
Maybe
at
bottoming him out too much, and can affect a little bit of the electronics. Peter Zili, hopefully, is not going to get caught up.
Oh, I hope that he's going to have a clear run here. No yellow flag as yet. So hopefully everything is clear further up the hill. I'm convinced that it would be. The marshals have been so good all along. So Zili, of course, top placer last year in his category. In that Toyota MR2 of his.
Yeah, red flag. Peter Zili, that might be his first run on his slick tyres, so he won't be very, very happy about that.
He'll have another go. Luckily, I think the red flag came out. I think he may have tapped off there before he even got up the line, so he's probably going to have another go at the line from this run.
No, because they stuck at the top of the hill.
Yeah, no, he'll come down. I'm sure they let him down because he tapped off before the time when that red flag was waved. He tapped off immediately. So the rule for them is that he'd have another run. For sure.
All right, so green, which means that the Lotus is at the top. Peter Zili's at the top here. Charles Hubert in the Lotus Elise. It's got a Honda 6-cylinder engine. Let's see what he can do. Also bottoming him out. You hear that front splitter bouncing. I mean, they want to get as close and to the floor as possible, and with those rear wings just pushing the car down as well.
Here's Vit in his BMW. Still the fastest time set up so far by Charles Hubert in that Lotus with a Honda engine.
Yeah, Honda Brain also has had a lovely weekend because also raced on Friday. So full complement Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Does a 46.7 for Honda Brain.
Rui Campos?
No. Craig Zank.
I beg your pardon, Craig Zank.
Here we go, the Lotus Exige. Also, we only saw him for the first time this morning. So, yeah, got a lot to make up in this these final two sessions.
Car number 27. That's got a Nissan 3.8 litre engine in it. Most of those oil husks that was used to suck up the oil has now been driven off the road, which helps a lot.
Yeah, we're very much so. Now we're getting to brute force. Wade van Zumeren, the R34 Nissan 6-cylinder. It's a 2002 car with a lot of... Oh, what a moment from Wade van Zumeren. Woo, gee, my heart. But he managed to catch it as well. This is just the...
oh, he's off again.
He is just finding every little inch of this track.
Got to be so careful because last year there was trouble with him killing one or two policemen on the way. Look at that. He is as tight as can be.
Oh, he has astonishing car control.
Wow. Oh, my word. 42.1.
I tell you, and I think he lost most probably at least a second or so. Charles Hubert, though, in the Lotus, the quickest so far.
Well, It has been astounding fun. I'm still double clutching here myself from Van Zimmeren's run. My heart was in my throat there for a second or two.
Yeah, that was a pretty scary moment. For us here just watching it, you can imagine what it was like for him. But that's Wade. We've got Gary Martins in the BMW that's out on track at the moment. And Darren Goodmans, he's out in his Nissan GTR.
This
R32 version.
Was built in 1992. Yeah, it's amazing.
30
Absolutely
years
amazing.
old.
Incredible. Car number 20 has also hit the road. That's Aldo Scribante in the Audi S4.
Unbelievable launch, but listen to this car.
Tight into the left-hander and then into the right. Look at how much road he's using. Here we go. Let's see if Roots can get this car to behave, because it gave him a little bit of trouble earlier on, the GTR R35.
I think it's got the same problem.
That didn't look great, did it?
No, I hope it's not the same problem, but he's definitely not going rapidly. Yeah, no, there's definitely, it seems as though it's gone into this limp mode again. And that's the issue that they had before. It pulled off, and it's definitely got some kind of issue.
Funny, it's exactly the same thing as what Franco Scribante had last year. He battled with the same kind of thing, like you say, that limp mode.
So it won't rev past 4,000 RPM, and yeah. They're definitely going to have to figure out what the problem is for Reggie. He's only got one more run after this. I mean, he still did a 52.1.
Trundling up the hill.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. With possibly about a third of the horsepower.
The Audi of Giovanni Fantin.
Yeah, the one thing to remember, of course, is yesterday there were qualifying times as well, so he still has a very, very competitive time from yesterday. But there clearly is definitely some kind of issue with his Nissan at the moment. Here we go, the beast, Franco Scribante in the Nissan R35 GTR. Just the craziest looking Nissan you will ever see. This, I think, is going to be very quick.
The Hammerhead is on the road. Stand back. Yeah, so Roots yesterday produced a 40.2. Scribante looking to get closer to that. 40.619 is what he had on the scorecard yesterday at the end of the day.
Yeah, I've got a feeling this is going to be quick. That looks very fast. Very fast. 40.5.
There you go.
Yeah, very quick time from Franco Scribante. 40.5 seconds. Richard Evans, another of the GTRs.
So Scribante went 1/100th of a second faster. 1,200 of a second faster, actually.
Also, just not looking. I don't know if it's my eyes, but not looking quick. Is Richard Evans?
I think you're right. I do think you're right. It looks like that was also just maybe another discovery, another look-see. This is now Rui Campos in the Shelby Can-Am. 5 litres in there making this big noise.
Yeah, this should be a quick time from Rui. Purpose-built race car. I mean, gee, the setup is incredible. Very low to the ground. Coming up to complete his time, he does a 42.0. Devin Robertson, first time out this morning. Whoa! I tell you, that was a bit of oversteer and some understeer for him as well. But he is pushing it.
He is really throwing this thing around.
Yeah, I tell you, I think this is going to be very rapid from Devin. But he is holding on for dear life.
39.0.
Wow. That is put down a marker for everybody else today. 39 dead for Devin Robertson. This is a car that built in Cape Town. The Harper.
And there goes Matthew Campbell in the other Harper. .830. That's very solid indeed.
Yeah, just looking at these times, Arnold, Richard Evans did a 49.7 in his Nissan, Rechart a 52.1, whereas Franco Scribanti did a 40.5. So definitely issues for the other two Nissans. Car number 7, here we go, into the single-seaters. This is wonderful Byron Mitchell. Man has been rapid the whole weekend. One to watch out for.
He's going fast.
Tell you, the way that it turned in, just wonderful.
He gave that absolutely everything. 39.9, and wow, look at that.
Yeah.
Will you ever? Megan Verlack on the road now. Well, Mitchell gave it everything he got, and that's still not quite good enough to better Devin Robertson in that Radical of his with a Suzuki engine.
Yeah, listen, they are different kind of categories, but to break the 42nd for Byron Mitchell will now lay down a massive marker for everybody else. Let's see what the wonderful Megan Verlack can do in this little 600cc GSXR motorcycle engine in Moon Rocket.
At the top, it's there we go. Megan 48.104.
Okay, she's still got a bit of time to find. Rackstraw out on circuit at the moment, and if he did see that time of Byron Mitchell 39.9, he'll be going, whoa, I'm going to have to find some serious pace here.
At the bottom of your screen, it's the Lotus of Tom Barrett. 40.2 it is for Rackstraw.
There we go, which that leaves him 3/10 off Byron Mitchell. Yeah, so that is incredibly close between the two of them. Byron Mitchell got a little bit of a psychological advantage though, Arnie, because he's broken the 40 seconds.
Yeah. Well, Rackstraw went 2 seconds faster than what he ran yesterday.
All right, I think this is the Formula Renault of Ian Schofield. No, this is Andrew Schofield. Yeah, there we go in the Formula Renault. Wonderful car, 3.5 litre, 375 horsepower. Oh, that is a big off. That is a big off for Andrew Schofield. Let's just see that he's okay. Looks, his head is moving, which is great. Hopefully he's going to be okay. It's going to bring out a red flag without a doubt. Hopefully marshals get there as quickly as possible. Seems as though he's a little bit okay. He's moving his hands. He's going to get out of the car, which is good news. But thank goodness for the tie barriers. Marshals there. Medical vehicle will be on the way. Recovery vehicle coming immediately out.
Wow.
We'll get a replay of that, but just seems I think he just got some snap oversteer and the back just kicked away from him. So, yeah, that is going to be unfortunately the end for Andrew Schofield in the Formula Renault. But that's what it's about. You've got to push the limits. You can see just from his body language, very dejected, very, very disappointed. But that's the nature of racing. You push the limit, and sometimes mistakes do happen, and crashes do happen. So, you know.
And this is our first one of the day, actually, if you think of it. We've had one or two little oopsies, but nothing major, nothing that's resulted in anything like this. And again, I have to say, it was fascinating yesterday. So Francois Jordan came and visited with us yesterday. And, of course, he's from MSA. He's the MSA steward. And then he asked our production crew to please show him the Audi crash, the prang from yesterday. And they went and put some barriers there. Here we go.
Just watch. Yeah, just gets a snap oversteer.
And probably went in slightly with the wrong line, didn't he?
I think he was a little bit wide.
Yeah.
And maybe not, didn't have the grip that it had. Put his, try to correct it by putting his foot down, and the back just said, I'm not going to allow that to happen. Main thing is he's okay. And that's all we want to know, is he's okay. The car is, you can see it looks like all four wheels have sort of broken off that car. So we can confidently say that's definitely not going out again today.
That's the end of that. And it would have been so nice to have had him here, because he's been going well, and that Renault is an absolute beaut. It sounds enormous. It's a lovely looking vehicle as well. But yeah, there you go. That's not great. But we are pleased that he's okay.
Yeah, also the thing is, everyone's now pushing as hard as they can because they want to get into that top 10 for the shootout later. They also try and want to win their category. And the thing is, if all of a sudden you're sitting and watching and somebody shows you a time that Devin Robertson has just done, or Byron Mitchell, or Rackstraw, now you start saying, oof, that's a hell of a time, I better start pushing. And sometimes you over push, you make mistakes. Other times, something just lets go on the car. So, it's the nature of motorsport, and this is what it's about. It is race day. We are expecting everyone to find the limit, or push the limit as far as they can.
Well, he had to push, because yesterday fastest at 43.2, so the pressure was already on. He knew that he had to produce something special. Let's take another look at it as he loses this.
Very wide through the bridge. So, the mistake actually happened way before the bridge, where he just had the wrong line, and now was trying to correct it, because he knows that after this corner, if he doesn't have the right gearing and the right amount of revs, he'll lose a huge amount of time going up the hill.
And it's interesting that it happened here at the bridge, which, when we listened to a few drivers so far, they've said this is the most difficult part, because you cannot see the next turn. You cannot see the left-hander going in here and then the right-hander. So it does make it very difficult. Gero De Siena was saying to us, for him, this is the scariest part of the route.
Yeah. Okay, so we are going to take a little bit of a break, but stay with us. And as soon as this is all been cleared up, we shall be back with more of the action from Simola 2022 Hillclimb.
Right, interesting times in quali, second last quali, whatever number it is. Just very quickly, Devin Robinson, Byron Mitchell and Andrew Rackstraw on the single-seaters. It's the modified cars that are super close. Franco Scribanti, Charles Joubert and Anton Cronier, 40.5, 41.4, 42.0, followed by Rui Campos. Rita, what happened to Peter at the moment? Zeely's doing a rerun because the lap he had to abort his lap. So let's just we'll go and follow him right now. And we'll try and talk to him. Right, now we've got a door open. Now we can try and talk to him. Peter, it's never nice having a run aborted like that. Can you still get your run in and achieve what you want to achieve?
The guys forgot to set the tire pressure, so it was a horrible run in any event. But we hope everything's fixed now.
So you can have another go at the tire pressures, get it sorted, and off you go.
Yes, only problem is I'm now going with cold tires.
Swings and roundabouts, Peter.
It is.
It's a challenging weekend so far.
It's been, but let's hope it's all better now from now onwards.
Good luck. Challenging weekend, certainly it is. With the runs yesterday that were in the wet and then in the dry. One of the other issues that we've got is on the pull beam with an Infinity engine. Let's go and have a look here. They've got an issue with the starter. And the team were trying to get the car started as late as possible. But then they got it running, got the car here, and then he had to shut it off. So never ideal when sitting here. And the starter, they can't really get it. There's some issues deep inside the starter that preclude them from getting it 100% reliable. So it's a bit of a crapshoot at the moment where they're just rolling the dice and seeing what happens. There's limited cooling on these cars as well, so you've got a blower to try and get some air through the cooler. So the team are a little bit nervous. Let's talk to Stu. Stu, you're a little bit nervous about getting it up and running again.
Colin, we've got a bit of a starter issue, and we'd banked on having to start it 5 times. Now we'll have to start it 6. But yeah, no, it should be okay. It's just an issue to get the car started.
And has Bob wound up the sparks and the fuels and the horsepowers in here?
Well, Bob and Greg are a formidable combination, and between them they're finding all of the missing horsepower.
And for the first run on lovely sticky slicks.
Yeah, so these are the tyres we'll be on for the rest of the day, assuming of course it doesn't rain, so we just want to see where we are.
Stu, chances of rain at the moment?
Minimal, I'd say.
Yeah, the blue sky is bluing.
Yeah, indeed.
Awesome, thanks for chatting.
Pleasure, Colin.
Infinity ex-IndyCar engine. Got to love the sound of a raw V8 that revs to way over 10,000. What does it rev to, Stu?
Currently we've got it at 11.2. I think it used to run 500 miles at about 11.5, so should be up for that.
Can you lift the limiter if you need?
We can, but I think we're about where we're comfortable for now.
Where we comfortable? We're comfortable when we're winning. Right, let's go and have another quick little walk down here. So this is the time the drivers really don't like, because they've got to get his focus on. Zeely, so you've got champion single-seater King of the Hill, champion modified Saloon King of the Hill, and Retta, don't run away. Not only is it a nervous time for Peter, I think he's a lot calmer than you are.
I am actually not calm.
No, you are very definitely not calm. Put your hand out.
I'm fine. Thank you, Colin. I'm fine.
But exciting times, eh?
Yeah, it is exciting times, and it will be a wonderful Mother's Day gift if you can just do this couple of runs and make it up safe. That's all I want.
Awesome. Good luck.
Thank you.
Retta runs magnificent catering operation as well, and I think that we're ready to go. I'm hearing noises of cars. Let's see if we can get to Franco. Right, we've got action. Let's go back to the hill, because all the cars are... No, they're not ready to go, so hold on, we'll stay here. Marius Roberts, what a brilliant event this is.
But we've got sunshine and we've got people. That always makes me happy. I think it was pretty tricky yesterday for all the drivers, but the stuff's going to get real now. I know we've got records the guys are chasing, and maybe we're going to see another broken record this year. But I'm loving the modified cars at the moment. I think Reggie's obviously dominated in production cars, and doing the step up, he's giving a good battle to Franco. It's going to be interesting to see how that plays out.
What a wonderful battle yesterday and today. Each of the sessions, they're trading times and the excitement it's palpable.
Oh, but you know the cool thing with this, I was chatting to James Temple now, you know, you've got your circuit racing mentality, and that doesn't happen here, because you get one run to make it right. Any little mistake you make costs you, so it doesn't matter what you do or what you've done over the weekend. When it gets down to that final run, it's got to be perfect. And that's a very different mindset. I love the psychology of that. And that for me is what makes Simola Hillclimb so cool.
Awesome. Thanks for chatting to us. Enjoy the rest of the day. Right, so in terms of enjoying the day, the Scribanti car, wings and all of that, there he is. Franco, how was that run?
Yeah, look, I started to lose it on the exit of turn one. There's no grip out there at all. So I had to get out of it, and I've dumped all the boost. And on these cars, when you dump the boost, that's a second up the hill. But our gremlins are starting to jump out here with our fifth gear again.
That's when you're in fifth gear and you want to go back to fourth. The clutches don't like it.
They don't like it. I think we're going to have to, you know, it's lunchtime already, not long to go. We're going to have to just wring its neck and forth and stay away from fifth, and let's hope it's fast enough.
Because going that fifth, fourth thing cost you the win last year.
That's exactly what happened. So we can't risk that now. We'll just have to bounce off the rev limits on the way up the hill.
The sounds are amazing when...
Sounds nice. Doesn't feel so nice.
Good luck.
Thanks, Colin.
They've got issues. The other guys who've got issues is Reggie Roots. But hold on. Never mind Reggie Roots. Dagmar, come here. Dagmar is Reggie's co-driver on the boat. Come and talk to us about boats. You crazy enough to hang in the front of a rubber duck with Richard Racing in the Agulhas, but it's a magnificent feeling of freedom on the water, isn't it?
It is, and it also takes lots of trust. So there's a huge trust between the two of us.
And sitting here, you're quite calm and collected, or looking calm and collected, while watching Reggie wring this thing's neck.
I think he's got the skill, and he's definitely got the talent. Yeah.
He's got the skill, got the talent, straight from Dagmar's mouth. Thank you very much for chatting. Paige, I see the sun's out, guns out, put the hood down, and let's go for a cruise.
Yeah, it's been a really cool day. The weather's a lot better than yesterday, which is really promising, but now the oil on the track hasn't been great either, but we're just out here to have fun. We're not here to prove anything, so yeah, keeping on the black stuff and doing our best.
Awesome, good luck.
Thank you so much.
Right, let's see if we can find Reggie. He's still in the car. Let's see if we can talk to him. Richard, your sensor isn't sensing.
No, we still got a gremlin. Eh? We're trying to get to the bottom of it, but so far it's beating us. But we don't give up.
Guys are in there with a laptop. I'm sure you can find those limits, and then all you need is for the crank to crank and the cams to cams and the pistons to do their work.
Yeah, the pistons must do their work. They must all do their work.
You're looking a bit tense.
Yeah, I just hate it when you got a problem that you don't really know how to solve yet, but we're working on it. And also I've only really had one dry run in the car, and to find those last couple of tenths, I also need it. I need to practice, I'm getting old now, so it would be nice to get another run or two before the finals.
Dagmar says that you've got the skill and she trusts you to do it.
I'm glad she does.
Special chick that.
Yeah, I know for sure.
You're a lucky man.
Thank you, sir.
Do it for the dogs, Reggie.
I'll do it for the dogs, always for the dogs.
Great friend of dogs and spaniels and rescue animals in particular, Richard Roots. He's a very, very kind man. One of the other cars we're following, and I know it's a bit sort of up and down as we go backwards and forwards, but that's work with us. Hold on a minute. Let's talk to Tom. Tom, never mind how we're doing. How are you doing?
No, I'm doing all right, man. I'm just chilling in the sun waiting for my spot.
And how did your last run go?
No, it went well. The track is warming up nicely. Car's feeling good. I think I'll just have to take a little bit more speed into the corners, I think.
It's always like that. There's always something a little bit more power, more speed, more stuff.
Yeah, it's a race against yourself.
Isn't that part of the enjoyment and the challenge?
Exactly. No, I'm enjoying it very much. Yeah.
Good man. Thanks, Tom.
Thanks, man.
Lotus 7 with Toyota's finest horsepowers in it. So he'll come back here and park with Megan, who is Franco Di Matteo. Come here, please. Sorry, I mean, as the guys walk up and down, we've got to try and catch up with him. How's the tyre situation, number one?
Well, the old tyres that I pulled out the van is much better this morning. Got the car sorted out last night, and it seemed to go better. Now it's just a mind thing, you know. You're expecting the car to do funny things with the old tyres, but the car's neutral at the moment. So no, I just need to put my foot down and do the job.
Have you unleashed the full fury of all the horsepowers that you've got?
No, not really. Not yet.
Do you want to tell everybody about your special little device in your car?
Yeah, look, to compete against the guys with the turbos and that, we've just put a big bottle in the car. It just makes about another 100 horsepower on the wheels, and yeah, and it's thrilling, I must be honest.
Nitrous oxide for the win.
Yeah, it just makes it more exciting up the hill. So you can't go through a corner with it. But yeah, a button on and off, and I just need that 2 squirts to make it a few k's faster, and that's all I need.
It's awesome excitement for us as well as for you.
Yeah, I promise you, Colin, just pressing the button just makes it just different. Yeah, so yeah, let's see what happens on the next qualifying, and then hopefully we get into the finals, and then we give it the full leash.
Full beans. Thank you, Franco de Maria. Be well. Always fun to talk to him. Right, we wanted to talk to Megan, who has got her 600 cc's of Suzuki-ness. Let's see, what is she like? Oh, there she's smiling again. So Megan, you're smiling again, which is always a good sign. That start was probably your best ever.
Very nice.
Great launch, all the gears into turn one.
Yes, and then my mechanic changed something, so when I turned into the first corner it was a little bit out, and then I didn't logically think that it's going to be a bit different up, so I had a little bit of a moment.
Motorsport is about moments. I'm told your mechanic did brief you on exactly what to expect, but you may not have listened to him.
Yes, I didn't listen.
Megan, full briefing from your mechanic. You need to sit him down carefully and give him all the instructions so that he can give you the information.
Yeah, proper feedback.
It's difficult. It's really difficult work. Justin, come here. Justin, I believe you briefed your driver, and how frustrating is it when you brief your driver fully on the changes that you've made to the car and she doesn't listen?
Colin, some things are out of our hands, so let's just leave it at that.
Justin, and tell me something else. How is it having your girlfriend as a driver? Because this is something that can test most relationships.
Well, for us, I think it's quite good. It's character building for us, but she's very understanding, so it's good.
I love your diplomacy. Character building, he says. Car running right otherwise.
Yeah, all good, all good. She'll go quick in the next one, I hope.
What are you going to make another change to the car?
No.
You must just drive it.
Yes.
Okay, so Megan, he says you must just drive it now.
Yeah, and understand what it's going to do, and next time hopefully I can get the time.
Go for it. What are you aiming for?
We're not going to discuss that now. It seems a little bit far away.
What are you aiming for? Come on, let's get serious.
I'd like to beat my time from last year. Under 47.
That's quick.
So, yeah.
You can do it.
I can do it.
Set your minds to it.
It's going. Try this next one.
Megan and Justin and Susie, thanks for talking to us. Absolutely brilliant. We're still waiting. And there's a whole lot of nothing happening at the moment. Hold on, we've got a domestic going on here. Just ask him what you said.
Nothing. Shame, go pick up.
She said we must go away. We said we must go away. So we'll go away from there, and we'll just have a very quick word with Daniel. You enjoying that massive power of electric current on your electric Golf?
It would be nice if we had some more, eh? Yeah, I mean, John and I have been fooling around, throwing things in each other's cars to make each other heavier. Otherwise, it's a standard Golf. It's just got an electric engine. So yeah, it's pretty fun pretty much all we can do is do tire pressures and play with some of the electronics in the car and having a jewel. Nice to be here with VW and showcase the e-Golf and have fun.
Great to see VW back at the event.
Yeah, for sure. Hopefully Graham can do something spectacular later.
Great. Right, guys, so part of motorsport's all about partners and stuff. So don't go away, because the last qualifying run, we got 3 cars to go. These are 3 major contenders. So don't go away. Watch this stuff, because they help racing happen.
Move smart with dual jet engine tech in the new gen Suzuki Celerio.
Is on the line, and off the line he goes, because this is his second last run. He needs a good one, Sasha Martinengo.
Yeah, without a doubt, Arnie, he's got brand new tyres. You can see the white stickers on the fronts as well. We had an incident earlier, but the track is clear and good to go. So Robbie Walk, we've got 2 other cars in this qualifying 3 session. 1 more session coming up after this. Oh, very wide there from Robbie. Yo, going into turn 4. Now he goes into the left to right, the left to right.
That was very tight as well. He took pushing a lot of road.
He is pushing. This is Robbie, Robert Walk at his best. He's just going, here we go, let's do something special. 38.7.
There you go.
Wow.
And now Andre Besaidnout is also on the road, and he needs a good one too. He's got even more pressure.
Well, I tell you, he did a 37 yesterday, but he wouldn't have known that was a 38. But that is a brilliant lap from Robert Walsh. So fresh tyres as well. So I think there's still a bit more that can come from as well.
Oh, Andre went wide and wide again. That wasn't a great line. I think that bridge is catching out more and more drivers, and particularly the 4-time champion Andre Besaidnout here, pushing all the way up the hill now.
And there we go, 38.7 for Robbie Walk. Yes, you are right. Peter Zeele having another run because of the red flag incident a little bit earlier. Let's see, Andre does a 35.8.
Woo! And he missed a line. Wow. A big one too.
35.8 for Andre Besaidnout. Wow. Last year he did a 34.9. Robbie Walk was sitting and going 38.7. Now all of a sudden he's 3 seconds behind.
Oh my word. And that was not a faultless run by Andre. Not by any stretch of the imagination.
And I must say also from Robbie, you know, I think Robbie also lost a little bit of time here and there.
Yep.
It's a couple of tenths. Peter Zeele comes across the line with a 43.4. Whoa, I tell you, there we go. That is qualifying 3, because we did lose one of the sessions because of an incident a little earlier. Interesting to hear Colin going up and down, chatting to various drivers. 2 of the big gunners Franco Scribante and Richard Roots both having little gremlins creeping in.
Yeah, little foxes in the vineyard, unfortunately. And unfortunately, in Reggie's case, they don't know what it is. They don't know how to go about fixing it. They know what it is to a degree, but they don't know how to go about fixing it, and that's a problem. And then obviously also Scribante, the pressure's on for both of them. And obviously then there's tension in the pit. That doesn't help either.
This is race day. This is where it counts. You know, everything you did yesterday. Yes, your qualifying times from yesterday still do count when it comes to going into your class final, and of course, hopefully into the top 10 as well. But you know, if you make it into that top 10 today, and you've got gremlins, that could mean, you know, off the podium. Or 10th. So
absolutely,
everyone working furiously now to just fine-tune, iron out those gremlins
flat out,
and really hope for the best with one more quali run to go.
Well, here's as they come down the hill, I'm sure that Colin will be chatting to one or two more of these men. I know that Besaidnout would have been overjoyed with that. At the very same time, I think if you ask him, he'll tell you he made one or two mistakes there, and there's still. If that is the case, and he made 2 line mistakes there, it's not the fastest line without any doubt. So call that 700ths of a second, then he is so close to breaking 35 again. And 34.9 the record, average speed of 195 k's an hour up the hill. It's only 1,900 meters long. He can find more, I am certain.
Yeah, and I must say, great laps from Devin Robertson, Byron Mitchell, Andrew Rackstore, really pushing it. Franco, did his 40.5, so he is looking decent. But between 4th and 5th gear, a major issue. Same issue that he's had last year, and how come it didn't happen yesterday? Just when you really need it. You don't need the gremlin to come in, and it happens.
That's sport for you. That's life for you, actually. I guess it's a reflection of life. Just when you think you've got it by the throat, it grabs you by another body part, and then it's strangling you.
Yeah. As I mentioned on Friday, the cruel mistress is motor racing. So here we go. We've got our top times: a 35.8 for Andre Besaidnout, Robert Walk. They're in the same category, a 38.7. Robbie will be very happy with that, but he will also sit there and go, my goodness, where am I going to find 3 seconds? Even his talent will be going, that's basically the limit of the car.
So in last year's results, Besaidnout in that Gould of his produced that 34.9, and then Volk had the A1 GP car that he raced to, and the fastest he could go with that was 37.205.
Sure.
So it just shows you Besaidnout, I think, has got, look, that it's a car built specifically for hill climbs, and it does make a huge difference. But by the very same token, Volk's car is also the kind of car that the Bull Beam MP58 is the type of car that is dynamite up here. And I think it just shows you that Besaidnout's bunch have got it right. They've got it spot on right. Not that Volk's people haven't. I think they've just specialized with it so much. The 4-time champion looking like he could make it 5 this year.
Yeah, it's going to take a mighty effort from anybody to beat Andre. But there's still a long way to go. You can make a mistake somewhere along the line. So we still have one more quali session to go. Then we're going to have a little bit of a lunch break. Then we have the class final, which is basically the top 3 from each of the classes. From there, we will have the road and supercar shootout. That's a top 10. The modified saloon car shootout. That's a top 10. Single seater. And sports car shootout, which is a top 10 as well. So you want to get into the top 10 of each of those categories that your car is eligible for.
And that last one, the single seater and sports car shootout, is at 3. Modified saloons at 3, and the road and the supercar shootout is at 10. Beg your pardon, just before 3 o'clock. 5-2-3. So there's magnificent racing still to come from the Simola Hillclimb in the Western Cape. It's nice now.
If I look at what we're looking at, if Richard Roots can fix up whatever his gremlin is, if you look at the top 10 from that last qualifying session, you've got times that range from 35.8 to 42.1, which is Wade van Zumeren. If you all of a sudden add Richard Roots into that, and you add, just Richard, more than likely he'll be in the 40s, somewhere there. It is mighty close between 9th position and 13th position.
Yeah.
So there is a lot to play for to get into that top 10.
So Richard yesterday was good enough to produce a 40.2.
Yeah.
And I think that is going to make a difference in the end. But he would want to have one or two good, because it comes
gotta have the
down,
runs.
Yeah, and you've got to get confidence from it. Let's hear from a man who doesn't exactly lack confidence. Colin Asty.
Right, that was the end of the second last qualifying. Robert Walk, before you run away, you got a very nice time there, wrung its neck. You made some good progress.
Yeah, obviously first time running on the slicks. A lot of understeer, so entry and power understeer. So yeah, we've got a couple changes to make. We'll get it right. A bit more wheel spin than I want at the start as well. So yeah, we've got work to do.
It's an ongoing exercise. Go and do your work.
Yeah, we'll make it. Cheers.
Awesome, Robert Walk, he did. Just for those of us who are not so good of seeing, a 40.2 is where he sits on the qualifying side, and the cars are coming up to start having a go. 39.1 Devon Robinson in the merge, and I'm just looking at this lot and I'm thinking, now hold on a minute, I don't like what I'm seeing from the timekeepers here, because I see Robbie Walk did a 38.7 and Andre a 35.8. So the merge, the one, basically what it does is just adds it all up together, and then you see where you are. Didn't work so well. So let's quickly talk to Andrew, who also had a really good run, and Andrew and Devon. Now, Devon is just down over there, excuse us. Let's see if we can get to Andrew. Are we coming to you now, Byron? So Andrew, it's getting really tasty in the 2-litre single-seater class.
Yeah, I mean, the other boys are amazingly quick as well. This was the first time we could really push with the new tyres, and we extracted. There's still a bit more time out there, so I'm going to try find that in the next run. And again, just loving every second.
The smile says it all. Love your enthusiasm.
Oh, yeah. No, thank you so much.
Go and have some fun. Another right at the sharp end of the 2-litre single-seaters is Byron Mitchell. It's getting nice and fun in the top of this class.
Yeah, I think they put on a new set of tyres, we put on a new set of tyres, and you can obviously see that. I do think we've got quite a bit more in the car though, so we're just going to have to see if we can extract it.
That's always the difficulty.
Yeah, it's the difficulty at this place.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Let's go to Devon, who surprised everybody. And in the... Devon, you got a nice surprise there. You got the time sorted. Did you get the launch all right?
Yeah, the launch worked nicely, and we actually did a run with the new tyres now, so hopefully it stays there for the weekend.
So this next session is going to be your quick one?
We might skip this one, just check at the data and everything's happy, and then we'll go from there.
Awesome, good luck.
Thank you, man.
You can see there's definitely been a little change up from earlier today when guys would talk a little bit longer. Now there's just a little bit more seriousness, and they're not so talkative. But let's go and talk to Jared Yo, just chilling out here. Jared, you just chilling out nicely with the aircon on and ready to go?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. And I've got the traction control off this time, so here we go.
Are you happy where you are on the quali?
Very much so. I think I'm punching above my weight, to be honest. I think
many people have commented and said, oh, whoa, where the hang is that time coming from?
Yeah, I think it's down to the tyres. I think I might have put some good tyres on for this year. Last year I was a second slower. This year a second faster. The only thing I can attribute it to, maybe I'm getting a better as a driver. It could be that too. Who knows?
Oh, well done and good luck.
Thank you. Thanks, Bob.
Awesome. He talks about the tyres. So they've got Michelin 275 40 ZR 19s. And these are the important part is we're going to look at if it's the Pilot. There we go. Yep, Pilot Sport. that's where you get the grip when you go to Pilot Sports and all that. The craziest, most radical car in the history of the world is a diesel BMW with 3 horse turbochargers and nitrous oxide. Gary Martin, some say that you're crazy.
Yeah, I think so.
You'll own it.
I'll take it, yes.
Fastest diesel ever in the history of Simola Hillclimb.
Yeah, we're doing good. We're getting stronger and stronger every year. So hopefully we start taking all these little gremlins away, make the car lighter, and then we can go even more faster. So
What gremlin are you busy chasing at the moment?
it's auto shifting. So I'm running up into a high RPM, and the automatic will just change to a high gear. It won't hold it for me. Then I try lower the shift again, then it goes back up, then it changes again, then it keeps upshifting. So
the car's got a mind of its own.
the gearbox does. The rest I've got it, but the gearbox.
Gearbox with a mind of its own. Got to love. Thank you and good luck.
My pleasure. Appreciate it.
Got to love the little bits of aerodynamics, and we're a firm favorite of carbon fibers because it does two things. It adds lightness, and oh my, does it not look so cool when you see the patterns on the carbon fibers, because carbon is, it's like silicon. It is magnificent stuff. Here, talking about favorite stuff, all the hoses are made by silicon. Wade, you just dialing in more powers there.
Hope so. Getting it better.
You've come out and straight into the seriously good times.
Thanks. We're trying. It was a little bit looser than I expected, but we'll try the next round too.
But you love a loose car, don't you?
Yeah, for sure.
Slideways is the best way.
Best.
Good luck. Completely slideways. Somebody else he had a bit of a frustrating run up the hill was Johan de Bruin, but we can't find him now. But we'll just go straight to Peter Zeely, who didn't look so happy when he came back. Peter Zeely, how, on a scale of 1 to 10, how happy are we?
No, I'm not happy at all. No, I had to go out with cold tires, but I nearly lost it just over the bumps with the car jumping sideways. So I think the tires, the pressures are still too high. But I'm hoping that we can get it resolved because it's brand new tires. You know, I was hoping to do a fantastic time, and instead I did a terrible time.
Well, you've got one more qualifying session, class finals, looks like at the moment, and then the big one, the top 10 shootout.
Yes, so I've got to get it right now, eh?
Good luck.
But it's like the guys say, small problems makes big trouble, so I hope we find the small problems.
Good luck. Right, we've got some action on the track. If we go here, we can see over my shoulder as a Suzuki Swift are blasting us up the hill. So, back to the guys in the box.
Thank you. Yes, we are in our little box over here, the Suzuki Swifts. This is the final qualifying run. All of these guys will know the times that they have to achieve in order to make it through to the class final. And of course, you also want to try and make it into the top 10 as well. Incredible when it comes to race day. All of a sudden, you turn the wick up a little bit on the engines, and now these little gremlins just all of a sudden creep in. So there is some fast and furious action between the technicians, the mechanics, as well as the drivers to overcome these little gremlins and have a very, very quick final run. This is just looking more and more exciting, watching these little Suzuki Swifts, Arnold. I mean, they are pushing it now, and their times have been incredibly impressive.
They have been. They very much have been.
A 54.8 for Wesley Graber. And Ruben's out on track. Sean McCain, the Porsche GT3, he's out there as well. Should be the class, going to be close on his one, but the two A1 classes. Let's see if Ruben can get one over Wesley Graber.
These two Suzukis have been very impressive indeed, and I see they got them a bit out of shape. They got them sideways once or twice now.
Yeah, a 55.1, so just 3/10 between the two of them. So in their class final, all to play for. So great to see. It's going to be the last of our qualifyings here, and hopefully we'll be able to get you the sounds of some of the beasts that will be flying up this hill in a short while.
That lovely Nissan 350Z. the Porsche across the line as well.
Yeah, 54.3 for Sean McKay. I don't think it's his quickest. I mean, that is only 1.5 seconds quicker than a little Suzuki Swift.
How is that?
Quite extraordinary.
It's amazing.
Here's the beautiful 917 Cayman. Porsche that's also going up. That's Jared Yeo, and he's been very, very impressive so far this weekend.
That is a stock standard Porsche Cayman 718S 2017 model. And again, in his hands, he really knows. Little wide there, but lovely line through the next right-hander. And hugging the left-hand side here. And over she goes to the right. Through the S's now. Right, left.
Let's see what he can do. His best time so far, well, this morning has been a 48.6. That was in the previous session, so we'll see what he can do. At the moment, top of the times, Jared Yeo does a 48.5, so improves by 1/10 of a second. Piet Potgieter in the Alfa Romeo Giulia Quattro Valvole. So let's see if he can do anything with the Alfa. He's definitely going to have to put the hammer down if he wants to get a chance to continue today.
Feroz Ibrahim at the bottom. Look at him spin those wheels and off she goes. Maybe a tad too much spin there, but the transponder is activated as he goes across the line and away he goes.
There we go. It's got the BMW B58 engine inside. We're watching Piet Potgieter in your top screen, kicking up a little bit of the dust that was laid down earlier after the oil spill of Farouk Dangar's Nissan. 52.1 for Piet Potgieter. I'm just trying to see where he finished a session earlier. Let's have a look where Piet... Yeah, I tell you.
Not easy to find it when you've got 88 cars to look at, all told. Although, here's, we've got very kindly, Colin has again got out there for us and found the qualifying list as things stand. Only 65 cars left now out of the whole lot. And some
quite
very
amazing.
Yeah, very, very amazing in the end.
All right, so Feroz goes quickest with a 48 for Jared Yeo, 48.5 at the moment. Martin Weed in his BMW 49.8. Oh, that Audi R8. Let's just listen to this.
So Piet qualified with a 53.1 earlier,
Yeah,
and he's gone faster.
Yeah, he has. He's done a 52.1, so a good 9/10 faster, nearly a full second. So a pretty interesting and decent lap from Piet Potgieter. But let's just listen to this Audi. Hopefully we'll get... here we go. JP van der Walt in your bottom of your screen. He's a guy to watch out for today in the Supercar Shootout. 46.7 for the Audi.
That's Shane Naidu. Oh, and he dug that in from first to second and went there quickly as well. He's trying to get as much drive as he can off the line. Look at that. Pushes it in there and hugs the right-hand line.
Oh, brilliant lap from JP van der Walt. 44.6 for the Porsche 911 Turbo S. Now we've got another one of the BMWs. That's Dion Joubert, car number 65 in the M4X Drive. And his target is JP van der Walt.
So JP produced a 45.6 as his fastest time right up to this one, and now he's gone almost a second faster. That is incredible.
Yeah, let's see what Dion Joubert can do in the BMW, because they're basically fighting for honors in that class.
Big battle between them.
Oh, everyone pushing the limits here, Arnie. You know, you hold your breath at times.
Here's the first of the electric Golfs out of the Uitenhaag stable, the factory down there.
Dion Joubert coming through at the last bit of 47.0, short 2.3 seconds off the pace of JP van der Walt. The two very, very talented racing driver. Oh wow, I tell you, that is Daniel Rowe pushing that little electric Golf right to the limit, and a great battle going on between him and Jonathan Mokotsi.
I think this is the most tarmac we've seen them use so far. Honestly, they have not used, well, Rose certainly hasn't given it that much welly so far.
No, he's giving it the full beans now. Their foot is flat after turn 2, he was telling me. From turn 2, the foot is flat with that electric engine. It's only got 100 kilowatts. And he's broken the 1 minute again, so 59.3.
I think that's fastest for them so far.
That is excellent. Jonathan Mokotsi on the track, another one of our alternative energy vehicles. This is Ciro Di Siena, who is in this beautiful and very interesting i4 M50. 400 kilowatts of power, 800 Newton meters of torque coming from this electric engine.
And
BMW.
He's looking to clock 49.6. That's a new record. That will be a new E-record here at the 12th edition of the Simola Hillclimb. And I know that Ciro had trouble with it previously, but he looks like he's got it going now. But don't get fooled. The top picture, there's no sound whatsoever.
Yeah, I just got to, looks like Daniel Rowe's time has been disqualified. He did a 59.7, but it was Mokotsi who did the 59.3. So great lap from Jonathan Mokotsi.
There we go, he's done it. Ciro's done it, 49.366. So he's got himself the E record here. He will be chuffed like there's no tomorrow.
Oh, that is outstanding. Well done, Ciro. 49.366 in that electric BMW. Outstanding. Now we've got the Shelbys, some of the Super Snakes that are coming out on the track, a whole bunch of Mustangs as well. Brute power, but man, a handful to hold on to coming around some of these corners.
So the class battles on the go at the moment, and the A1 to A8 cars, all the road saloons, the B1 through to 7s, the racing cars, B8, I think we've seen who's going to win that one, the alternative energy, and that of course is going to be the big battle for Ciro to see if he can break 49. C1 through to 3 single-seaters and C4 through to 6s, the sports prototypes.
We got that immaculate McLaren 720S. Of course, it's a 4-litre twin-turbo V8 in the back of that, 720 horsepower. Got the MP412C, also the original McLaren, going out onto circuit. So wonderful to see two McLarens out there on the track at the same time.
Jacques Wheeler in race car number 56. This car itself is already 9 years old. You would never say so. There's Graham Nathan.
Yeah, I tell you, I think Graham Nathan is really going to give it a full go. I mean, this is a purpose-built race car. It's a Polo, races in the GTC Super Cup category, prepared by Graham as well. Let's just have a listen to it.
I love the lines that Graham Nathan takes. You can tell that he is the consummate professional.
And I tell you, Graham is not the smallest guy you'll ever meet in your life. So it's just extraordinary what he manages to get out of this car. It's just brilliantly set up.
Wow, Graham Nathan, 44.247.
Extraordinary time from Graham Nathan. We've got Pierre Bester out on the track. We've got the wonderful Honda Type R also out on circuit. This is final qualifying for the King of the Hill, Simola 2022.
Listen to this. Nate produced a 45.074 in the previous qual.
It's 8 tenths.
Yeah, it's almost a second.
8 tenths of a second over 2 kilometers is... it's unbelievable to think that you can make that kind of time.
It's another universe.
Yeah, the Honda Type R goes into second at 44.3. It's less than 100th of a second off Graham Nathan.
Unreal. Oh, was that the wind that brushed that, or was that policeman hit?
I'm not sure. We'll see. Will Pierre Bester has gone across 47. Here comes the massive Nissan Patrol.
Arnold Duplessis in it.
It's just still makes me very happy to see it. That Subaru looks to be in trouble. He had issues yesterday, which is so sad because I tell you that car has been phenomenal during the course of this weekend.
I think he's going to get out the way early enough. He's got one more little right-hand turn and then he's over the brow.
I think it's the Evo. It's not the Subaru. I think it's the Evo. I can't see the number. I think it's the Evo. Yeah, it's the Mitsubishi Evo 9, which is really also has been so consistent and competitive up until this stage.
I think that's Nick Schwertweger.
Yep,
in
it is.
The Evo 9.
Yeah.
Now, okay, so he's over the line and he's not going to affect anything for the patrol.
The Fat Boy Fab Works car number 54, 1,000 horsepowers for Francois Fritz in a Toyota Hilux.
Car prepared by Fat Boy Fab Works, and I love how this thing, it looks like it's rolling up there like a tractor, but it's going as quick as what it can possibly go.
I mean, 1,000 horsepower. I mean, I think the exhaust coming out the top and just blowing excess exhaust gas.
Oh boy.
Well, you know, it's a Hilux. It can only go on the straights. It must be incredible. Through the corners, it must be incredibly hairy
and heavy.
Very, very scary stuff. Hopefully the Evo can get itself sorted because it definitely seemed to have some kind of an issue. He did a 1:17 in that Mitsubishi for Class B3. They will get it back at the end of the session and then, of course, work furiously during the lunch break to see if it has a chance to go out again this afternoon. Ricky Giannacaro in the V10 Lamborghini. Let's just listen to this Lambo, Arnie.
Bottom of the picture.
It's Gianni Giannacaro. Yeah, it's got a NASCAR engine in the BMW Z4. It's just a massive handful. You know, it may look spectacular, but it's not doing itself any favors whatsoever in terms of getting any time.
Going faster.
It just seems to be way too much power for that chassis. It looks like the chassis is just going to bend.
He puts down the foot and it wants to dance sideways. It doesn't want to do anything else but a foxtrot.
45.3 from Ricky Giannacaro. This is Jimmy Giannacaro in that bouncing along. He didn't do any running yesterday.
And by the way, if you just...
I don't know if it's going fast or not, I'll be very honest.
No, I think that was foot off the accelerator in the end. I can't think that that was full bore. So if you've perhaps just joined us for the first time today, I'm Arnold Gertz together with Sasha Martinengo, and our man out in the pits is Colin Hastie. We'll listen to him a little later. But the reason that I'm saying this whole preamble to you, you'll see what looks like smoke coming from the back of the cars, but that's actually not it. Those are sunflower husks that have been powdered up and that's been used to suck up oil that was left on the track from earlier today. So no worries about cars blowing up all the time.
Yeah, which is really cool. Unfortunately, I did put pay to Farouk Dangore's run because there definitely seemed to be some kind of oil issue, so he is no longer taking part. This is one of the Subaru WRX STIs that is out at the moment. There have been some people that haven't made it through here today. We haven't seen Dane Riley, we haven't seen Claire Vale for the whole weekend.
Yep.
So that's why we are reduced to 63 cars at the moment.
Wynand deploy in that. I daren't even call it the Beetle, because that's not a Beetle. That's a Beetle with some serious war clothes on.
Yeah, he seems to be going a little bit slowly, but hopefully we'll get some sound from him, because it sounds magnificent as well. Oh, he's going.
Through the most difficult complex of the whole lot, the bridge complex, and then into that left-hander that you can't see now through the right side. And at the top of your screen, car number 40 in the very capable hands of Pieter Joubert, the Lotus Exige with a Mercedes AMG motor in it.
Yeah, 570 horsepower. Just listening to that VW, it's got a Toyota engine, and then you open it up and it says Yamaha, because Yamaha made the head for Toyota. It's very confusing. Very confusing.
Sorry, can you run that by me again, please?
Don't worry. Let's focus on a Lotus Exige over here, Arnold.
With a Mercedes AMG.
With a Mercedes AMG. There we go.
Okay, run that by me again as well.
Yes. Here we go. Oh, listen to it.
Listen, I just while we're looking at this unbelievably quick Canary, I do want to pay tribute to our cameramen out there.
Oh, yes,
who
please.
are doing an incredible job. So we've got a whole lot of locked off cameras. That, for instance, is a locked off shot. So that doesn't have an operator. But all the cameras that move along, we've got guys out there who are doing an incredible job all the time. They just don't miss the shots. So, boys, well done. I lift my cap. You are world class.
Yeah, I tell you, rain and shine, no matter what the circumstances, everyone from our whole production crew's just really done a wonderful job so far.
So you
Paul Munro,
44.9 as Munro goes on his way.
So Paul Munro is in the M3 CSL. Okay, this is a 3.2 flat six, beautifully decked out car, and basically the only genuine BMW CSL race car built in South Africa. He's looking at a time of 47.3. That's what he wants to better. That was his last qualifying time.
He's fastest.
He's fastest so far.
We've got the overall list
so that's
with us.
Overall,
overall list, yeah.
47.3 is his target. Well, better than 47.3 is his target time.
So let's see. Munro will want to go a little bit faster because obviously he's contending in his class and he wants to make this as quick as possible.
There's something so special about the sound of a BMW engine.
47.8,
half a second off. Here is the George Michael Thuka Mechanicos, the DTM 55. The reason I say that, it's got these little tassels on the rear wing.
Like George Michael's leather jacket.
There we go. Yeah. There we go. Interesting kind of livery with the chrome. Listen to that turbo.
Here we go.
And it's got crazy power in it. 500 kilowatts, 900 newton meters of torque. Woo, really pushing it as hard as he can.
Probably stolen from the Formula One Mercedes team when they had that chrome look a few seasons ago. 45.3, that's not slow.
That's a very, very good lap.
Dalton.
So this is an M3 E46. 480 kilowatts.
And he has, believe it or not, the 18th fastest qualifying time, but he is chasing De Matteo, Zank and Joubert in B4, as well as Charles Joubert. So he's got his work cut out from it, and he's also chasing Wade van Zimmeren's 42.1.
Oh, he really had the wrong lines coming through that air spin there. Everyone pushing the limit. The focus, the mental concentration. 44.362. Here's the Noble coming out. The LM400 Noble, built in Port Elizabeth. Lovely cars to drive as well. And let's see how fast it can make it up the hill.
Very compact looking vehicle and almost scrunched up a little. It doesn't look like there's much weight to this at all.
No, very, very light. 1,200 kilos, 500 kilowatts of power, 900 Newton meters. And you know, this is where you want torque going up a hill. You really, really want as much torque as possible so that you don't have any lags anywhere.
That displacement is magnificent.
Just push it up the hill.
Still, Graham Nathan in the VW.
That is an outstanding lap from Graham Nathan.
As a commentator, I'm supposed to talk. But I don't want to. I honestly sit here and I marvel at the sound.
Just want to listen.
Yeah.
Wonderful commitment from all of the drivers. A 42.5. That is outstanding.
Franco Di Matteo, well done. That is a magnificent drive. You could actually tell when you looked at it. Good, clean lines, nothing crazy, but good enough, almost controlled fury, if you like.
Yeah, this, I think, is going to be big. No, it seems like something was just on the track. I hope nothing broken off the car. But
me too.
I have a feeling this is going to be very quick from Peter Zili.
So, Di Matteo goes 42.557. What can the defending champion in his category in the Saloon cars, what can he produce?
Peter Zili, there we go, 42.1. He's 4/10 quicker than Franco Di Matteo. They're both in the same class as well. So great laps from both of them. And I expected something special from Peter Zili. His last run was unfortunately spoilt by the red flag situation. He did have another run, but he really didn't put it together. We have got a yellow flag.
And the reason was, I think, either something came off the car or something. I can't see that anyone would have left a piece of something, whatever that was, that big on the side of the road. So I think that came off that vehicle, and I think they're just going to make sure that that is cleaned away and not unsafe for anyone. So Zili also goes a half a second faster than what he's produced so far in any of his qualifying.
As the legendary Eduardo de Freitas says, full course yellow, full course yellow.
Beautiful.
Oh,
you did.
Man.
Look, if this commentating thing doesn't work out, you can always get a job directing boats in the harbour.
Is that what they say? Oh, okay. There we go. There's
the piece.
So
there you go.
Something. It doesn't look. I wonder what it is.
That must be off the car.
It must be off the back of the car.
There's no other way. There can't be anything like that lying around on this track now. There's no doubt.
Okay. Seems as though they've got that sorted out, Marshals.
Oh, I know what that was. That's the racing snake. That was a racing snake in the back of the car.
There we go. Seems as though that's okay. We should get back to action. Next up is going to be another Lotus. This time, can you believe this, Arnold? It's got a Ferrari engine in it.
No.
It's a Lofari. Plus, also, on the back of the car, it has a dining room table for 6.
I think it's for 8.
Is it 8?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I've got the wrong car. This rear wing's actually a lot smaller than the one we will see.
So it's only seats 4.
Yes, in a short while. So this is next up is going to be Charles Hubert in the Lotus Elise, which has got a Honda engine in it. But we're still at full course yellow at the moment. So action hopefully will get underway in a short while. After this qualifying session, we will go to a lunch break, and then thereafterwards,
Yeah.
It's red mist time, helmet down,
And off we
flat
go.
out.
Hold nothing back. So Charles Hubert is actually in 8th spot overall at this stage.
Excellent.
With his Lotus. He qualified with a 41.408. But the interesting thing is that he is still behind Reggie Roots, who is the B5 class leader with that 40.296. Let's see how close he can get to breaking 40 if he puts together a really good run. Hubert off the line and a good launch.
Very, very good. That car looks planted. You listen carefully. You hear it bumping down.
Oh, smooth gear.
There, you can hear it.
He's going quick.
That front splitter hitting down on the track, just getting as much downforce as possible from that Lotus Elise. Looking very, very quick at the moment.
Don't you love that?
Yeah. Car 28, Johanna Brain is taking off in the BMW M3 E46.
40.6, so he's a little slower than what he was, but yeah, 0.02 of a second slower. No, I lie. He produced a 41.4, so that is a good run from him.
Yeah. 0.8 faster. So that also, now there's big pressure on Reggie Roots.
Yeah.
Because Reggie's got gremlins in his car.
Yeah.
He needs to get in there to get into this top 10.
So he had a 40.296. Well, the line is drawn in the sand.
Woo! I tell you, giving it all.
The brain was letting it all hang out.
Got another one of the low tie going out onto circuit. I never catch the number. Oh, it's Craig Zank.
Yeah. He hasn't got a number stuck on the side of the car. It's on the roof. I think it's just to confuse us.
So, listen, let's just go. We've had a Lotus with a Honda, a Lotus with an AMG Mercedes, and this is a Lotus with a
Ferrari.
No.
Yeah?
Nissan GTR.
Ah, okay.
Now, one thing, please watch very carefully. Watch that rear wing, how it tilts. Depending on the load of the car, watch how it does it. And this was a brilliant piece of innovation, first used by Lamborghini in the Performante, where the actual wing moves to give you the downforce corner by corner.
And the car feels it and adjusts it by itself. That is
incredible.
Oh, man.
Okay, Wade van Zumeren.
Okay. Hold on to your seats, folks.
Let's
Fasten
just
your
listen
seatbelts.
to this.
This is a madman. Watch, he uses all the road and then some. Look at that. Love it.
This looks fast.
Yeah.
41.9. 41.9 for Wade van Zumeren. That looked quick. It really, I don't know what his previous best time was.
I'll tell you in a second. He put down on paper 42.1.
So he's improved by 2/10.
Yeah.
And any improvement is a good sign.
Yeah, very much so. And it also means confidence.
Yeah.
It also means I'm going in the right direction. I need to keep doing what I'm doing. I'm on the right track.
This is the BMW. I think it's Gary Martin's.
A little wide going into the left-hander and now sweeping left and right. The S's. Ooh, that back end was fighting him and he was fighting back. And over the brow he goes. 46.4. This is Darren Goodman's in the Nissan R32.
Just some information on this BMW that just went up the hill. It's an M250D. It's a 3-litre diesel. It has got astonishing 447 kilowatts and 1,000 Newton meters of torque. It's only 1,500 kilograms, and it's the only X-Drive F22 in South Africa. Only 50 F22 M2 conversions worldwide.
Wow.
That is crazy power for a diesel. Wonderful.
Tell you what, Goodman's car also sounds mean. Listen to this. And then at the bottom, holds, and Aldo Scribante is off and jogging up the hill.
Now I just sit back and listen a bit. I love it. Oh, I tell you, I think he over-revved there. Don't know if he hit a policeman. He's lost gears.
Something's gone.
He's lost gears. He's lost
Something's gone. Yeah, he was going so well.
There was something went wrong going into, I think, turns 3 and or 4 and 5.
Oh,
This is going to bring
full course yellow. Full course yellow.
Beautiful. I think we've got to record that, and you've got to play it out on the track.
I think so.
Right.
There we go.
Full course yellow.
Oh, he's got it going. He's got it going. This is what you got to love about electronics. Going into turn 4 and 5, I think he revved it, hit that rev limiter, and from there something went wrong.
Do you think he just smacked the dashboard?
The bigger the problem, the bigger the hammer. Okay, so we still have red flag conditions, but it looks like Aldo Scribante has managed to get his car to the top. I suppose they're just going to check to see if anything has dropped, any kind of liquids that have dropped out of the back of his car.
What one doesn't think so, because that looked like an electronic problem.
Could well be, but I think the marshals will go and have a look just to ensure, and then from there, looks like we're just about ready to go again.
So that was Giovanni Fontaine, who now has to sit and wait there on the line, and that doesn't help either. You've got all that massive amount of adrenaline, and then they go, okay, hold, here we go. He's now ready to unleash it. Are we? Yes, we are. He's under the 3 count. Nope. Yes, no, maybe. Not yet.
I mean, this is a car also with a crazy amount of power. 1100 horsepower, 1000 Newton meters in this in this Audi RS3.
First time for Giovanni at the hill climb.
I can tell you that's not a car you want to meet at a traffic light and the guy just has a little smile at you and then he says, what do you got in there? Or you say, what do you got in there? Nah, stock standard. Sure.
No big deal.
1000 horsepowers.
And when the light goes green, all you see is the back of it.
For a long time. But I tell you, he's really having fun. His first time at Simola, his own private road car. So he is giving it as much as he can and, just loving the moments.
Good lines. Really good lines here.
Franco Scribante in the Hammerhead Shark Nissan GTR 35. He's got gremlins, he's got an issue changing from 5th to 4th, and basically he says he's not going to use 5th gear, and we'll just have to hope that he doesn't run out of revs.
So let's see, he's chasing 40.5. He is currently in 7th place overall. Let's see what Scribante can produce with this beast of a vehicle.
Oh, went in a little early on that first apex over there.
And then a bit tight on the next one. Isn't it amazing? One mistake almost always forces you into a next one. Scribante, 39.4.
Great lap from Franco Scribante, 39.4. This is Richard Evans. We haven't seen Reggie Roots. I'm a little bit concerned that we haven't seen Reggie Roots, although I think he is comfortable to get through with a 40.2. Yeah, so he's going to be okay, but Scribante has just clocked him by 0.8 of a second. So Richard Evans, slow again. This is another major issue with this GTR.
Oh, what a pity. What a real pity. But here's the interesting thing. Scribante won the title of King of the Hill in 2019 with a 39.3. Does it mean that he can find more?
Well, you got to hope so. Here we go. Rui Campos going out in the Shelby. What a lovely gentleman. He loves his racing, races in everything. His kids race. And he's flying up the hill in that Shelby.
He's looking to break 42 for the first time. He's posted his fastest time of 42.029 at this stage. What can the man with a big smile and the low-flung car do here today? Oh, he floated that in and floated it out.
He is pushing like crazy. Let's see what Rui Campos, 41.6.
Matthew Campbell is in the top of your screen now full screen for you. And Campbell is in the hopper, the Type 6 Audi, 4.2 litre 8-cylinder. It wakes up 220 kilowatts of power at 400 Newton meters.
Well, I tell you, Rui Campos improved by 0.6 of a second. So, I mean, everyone is just putting it down. Oh, that's a scary moment.
Now, Byron Mitchell in the Reynard. He has gotten progressively faster and better all the way through, which is exactly what you want.
39.9 is his best time. Let's see what Byron Mitchell can do.
So, Scribanti has broken 40 for the first time for the weekend so far. Let's see what Mitchell can do. The hopper is across the line, and off he launches.
Great launch in that Reynard Formula VW. Talented young guy, Byron Mitchell. Send it, young man.
The margins of error are so small.
Very interesting to listen to him there, because he had the chance to change gear, and instead of that, he actually just lifted off and knew that, you know what, he'll have the extra couple of hundred revs coming through that through the bridge.
He's going really fast, Sash. He's going quick.
This is quick. Oh, not quick enough. A 40.1. A 40.1.
Wow.
But oh, he clocked a 39 the last time.
Here's Megan Verlaque in that what looks like a little, it looks like a mosquito on wheels, but man, she chucks with this thing.
Man, and those little wheels, it's just fabulous. To have the confidence to be able to drive something like this, you know, good on her, good on her. I think her target time is going to be somewhere in the 47s, maybe break a 47 if she can. She'll want to finish this run. Beautiful lines through there. I mean, it's like a mini go-kart, if you could ever get something like that.
Her and boyfriend, who is her mechanic, had a little domestic about what should happen and how it should be driven, and I think they've sorted it out. Let's see, because she finished 10th last year.
Let's see what Megan Verlaque has finished on our timing screens. I'm just trying to see.
So Rackstraw, in the meantime, is on the tarmac, on the way up to the top.
47.3 for Megan Verlaque. She'll be exceptionally happy with that, but she'll want to try and find those 3.5 tenths.
Right, so let's take a look at this line here through the first of the S's.
His best is a 40.297 for Andrew Rackstraw. Let's see if he can improve.
And across the line,
a 39.794. Man, has he thrown down the gauntlet to Byron Mitchell. 2 tenths quicker than Byron Mitchell's fastest time.
So Class C2 is open.
All to play for. Magic stuff to watch.
Here is Tom Barrett in the Lotus 7 with a Toyota engine. Here's one more of those. It's a Lotus, but it's got the Toyota engine in it. Confused again? So are we.
No, wonderful. He just seemed so calm a little earlier when Colin was chatting to him. It was like, oh, you know, all nice, getting some sunshine, having some fun. But really enjoying it. Wonderful cars to drive, these Lotus 7s.
I don't think that's the easiest thing in the whole world to pilot up and down here. I think this takes a little bit of fighting back.
There is so much power. You just put on your petrol pedal a little bit too hard, and it's all over the place. The best sounding car. I'm shutting up.
The downforce is pushing that car. The harder he goes, the more it pushes down. Schofield. And Besaidnout launches the 4-time champion, looking to make it a 5-trick
38.04 Robbie Walk. I saw a policeman on down, but I don't think that was from Andre Bezuidenhout. Just look at the different line of Andre Bezuidenhout out of the bridge and then into the left-hander. Much tighter than that of Robbie Walk. Listen, a slightly smaller car as well. This is rapid. I predict a record.
Oh, he was flying 35.3.
Oh, he was close.
Just 0.04 of a second off the record. Funny enough, this is almost blueprint stuff from what happened last year at the same time. Faster and faster and faster all the time. Andre Bezuidenhout, you beauty.
Oh, that is an astonishing time. And I tell you, Robbie Walk, Franco Scribante, third overall. But Rackstraw and Mitchell, that is fascinating to watch this duel between these two youngsters. Magic to see. Charles Hubert in 6th position, Rui Campos 7th, Wade van Zumeren, Peter Zili, Franco Di Matteo. That's our top 10 at the moment. They will put together all of the cumulative times from qualifyings yesterday and today, and then from there we will determine our top 10.
And the top 10 at this stage. Look, anything can still happen, because what happens from here on in, let's just give you a rundown on the rest of the afternoon before we take our lunch break quickly. The class finals start at 2:05, and you'll find this will be absolutely fascinating, with the top 3 shooting out in each one of the classes, and they go hell for leather now, because now you know who you're up against, you know what you need to do, you've had a few runs up there, you've had a few look-sees, and it is gloves off. Then at 5:03, it's the road and the supercar shootout. Same goes for them. Modified saloon car shootout is at 3:10. The single seater and sports car shootout is at 3:25, and then we have prize giving after that. And I, for one, cannot wait. I'm going to chew my lunch in double quick time, because I want lunchtime to be over.
I tell you, it is going to be amazing. We're going to have the class final, and from there, you know, you still, if you pump in an unbelievable time, you can get into that top 10, you know. So, there's all to play for. It is really, really coming down to the wire. Exceptional fun. We're going to take a little break, I think.
We are. We're going to have lunch. We'll be back right after this. And Colin isn't going anywhere, so we're going to go. And I think we earned our lunch today, man. Don't you think?
I think we've done okay.
I think we did a great job, Sash. So we're going to go and have lunch. And Colin is, after this, going to chat to the main protagonists and whoever else he can find in the pits here at the 12th edition of the Simola Hillclimb.
Bank Eastern Cape.
Awesome, welcome.
Yes, thank you.
Unati, Standard Bank. How magnificent is it to see Standard Bank back at Motorsport?
Yes, thank you. Look, this is amazing. It's our first time here. When we were approached by Ian, we thought, why not for our clients? Let's go with their hospitality for now and really just taste the waters. And the experience for clients, ourselves, has been so beautiful. And yeah, possibly this is home.
One of the cool things about this event is that you can bring customers and you get so close to the track and you feel that vibration inside. How cool is it?
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, I was commending the organizers yesterday, how it is safe to move around here. And I mean, this is accommodating for families. Some of the people in our VIP suite actually has children, you know, so it's not one of those that you take the husband and the wife, you know, it's a family thing, and everyone is thrilled with what is happening here.
And from a client interaction point of view, Motorsport gives you a whole day to interact with clients and explain the right stuff about the bank.
Yes. No, and I mean, it's amazing that just by us being here as a bank, people see association. People have been coming and saying, yeah, so we didn't know you even fund and finance cars of this magnitude. I mean, we do business with everyone. So this has been a nice draw card for us, and people, they actually, you know, appreciate the association, even the organizers. The racers here, in the afternoon, just after the race, we had people flocking in just to say, thank you, I actually bank with you. That car of mine was financed by the bank. Yes. So it's amazing.
And of course, Standard Bank has got a massive history in motorsport, going back to the late 80s and rallying and track go to see who the king of the hill for single-seater and sports cars is. Likewise in the modified saloons, and that's where we've got the vicious GTRs, we've got the Roots and the Scribanti fight. We still need to see whether that fight is on. And then you also have the standard road car with the moment looking like JP van der Walt is the main contender there. But now we're going to talk to Robbie Walk, who another run. Robbie, you've got probably 2 more starts to do with your starter motor. You chipping away at it?
Yeah, the car's reliable and starting now, so that's great. Yeah, obviously just our first runs in the drive of the car, so a lot of setup changes to be done, just a lot of power understeer, so can't come on the throttle, lose a lot of time. So we'll work on the setup, and I think we'll change some ratios, try to get the gearing a little bit better. We're not.
Have you still got your understeer?
Yeah, a lot of understeer at the moment, a lot of power understeer, so it's difficult to come through the corner. It's turning in pretty well, just can't come on the throttle, so losing a lot of time.
So what do you do? So power understeer, you're putting your foot down, it's ploughing a bit. What sort of changes are you going to do to try and get it a bit more balanced?
This car's so old, I don't even know what we can do. But yeah, it doesn't have the same geometry I'm used to, so we'll have to work on it. Maybe we can just soften the actual spring itself on the shock absorber, try and take a bit of preload out of it. So might drop the front, so I think it'll work.
You tell Stuart and Greg, and they do the tweaks.
I ask them what I want, and they try to tell me what they need to do, so other way around.
Lovely stuff, good luck.
Cool, thank you.
Awesome, man. Andre is back deep into the computer. Andre, that was while he's busy swallowing and getting his energy up. They were 35.38. But all never ever satisfied. Always need to go just a little bit faster. We'll wait while Andre's busy swallowing the last of his lunch. We'll talk to Stuart. Stuart, what are you going to do to get rid of the power on understeer you got?
Colin, we have a few ideas, but we've been working down that road and it's been getting better, but it seems that it's perhaps a bit of an inherent characteristic of the car, which I suppose makes sense. You'd prefer an understeerer to an oversteerer. But we'll keep going down the road that we've been going down, and then the other thing we're going to do is change the gearing a bit. Hopefully,
you're going shorter.
Yeah, we're going shorter, and we're trying to change probably going to change the second gear as well, just to try and make it a better spread and get a bit more top speed out of the car.
What top speed have you got at the moment, Stu?
I think the best we've seen is 224, which is quite a lot shy of where we need to be.
You need to be somewhere close to the 250, 260 mark.
Yeah, I think you need to be above 250 to be in the game. So I don't think we'll get there, but hopefully we can improve it a bit.
Awesome, thanks for chatting.
Thanks, Colin.
Right, let's go back to Andre, who's now swallowed the last of his lunch. Andre, it's always difficult, we come storming in here, and sometimes we catch people at the wrong moment, difficult moment, testing moment. You've been chipping away at your time, slowly but surely getting down to where the potential of the car is. You've still got more time to come.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, that was the most ideal opportunity to put a proper time in. The temperature is right, the track is good, the water is reclining a little bit, so we put new tires on. So that was, if I say installation lap, with Hillclimb tires, coming from a circuit, it's inconceivable that you go into the first corner with ice cold tires flat out. So there's always a little bit of resistance. So I was a little bit down on turn one going into it, and I lost a 0.1 of a second there, but the remainder was there, and I think the 34 is on.
Awesome. A lowish 34, you're going to break your record?
You can't say.
But you're going to have a go at it.
I'm going to have a go at it. I mean, why does these 0.1 or 0.2 make a difference for us? Because we're motorsport people. It's completely insignificant for the rest of the universe, but for us, it's important. So if I can take a little bit away, it'll be good enough for me.
Awesome. Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
All right, there's your fight. The two protagonists. Right, okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go and do some other stuff. As we got the Hyundai media shuttle going up in the background. Always a good idea to have something, transport media around, because without media, we don't get a whole lot. Right, so we're going to do some other stuff. We'll be back.
smart with auto stop start in the new gen Suzuki Celerio.
I'm Dion Bar. I'm driving this BMW M4 in Class A4. I think I've been here 4 or 5 times. I've driven some Renaults, some Jaguars, and this is the first time I'm driving a BMW. So, well, we're in a class with a Porsche Turbo, and obviously we'd like to see if we can win the overall car, road car division. I'm not quite sure the car's quite fast enough, but we can have a go. It's like a motor racing event, but at the same time it feels like a fashion show. There's just so many lovely people in the pit, so well dressed. It's upmarket. It's got a wonderful feel about it. It's a wonderful event. I think it's the most prestigious motor racing event of the year.
I'm Byron Mitchell. I live in Cape Town, and yeah, we come up here. Well, this is our second time running the hill climb up here in Natal. This is actually my second hill climb. Last year was my first, and I'm looking forward to this one because obviously there's spectators, whereas last year it was a bit unfortunate for Joe. Yes, we're running in Class C2, so we've actually got Andrew Raxel running in a Formula Ford or something like that, and then we've got a Lotus next to us, and we've also got Hayden in the Formula Ford, the old Swift or whatever. So this car is actually a Formula Renault, built in Germany to race. I think it was F2 back in those days, in 2002. And then, in 2000, I may be wrong, but 2010, 2012, Volkswagen bought the series for South Africa. And then they ran the series here for about 4 years. And then all the cars were sold to private owners.
My name is Dewald Pretorius. I come from Pretoria. We're representing a racing team, SPS Racing. I'm the owner of that team, and this is our car we're going to compete in. It's a 93 Mazda RX-7. It's a bit different than the standard ones. It comes with a triple rotary engine. For the rotary fans out there, they know what that means. This is representing rotary. It's a very scarce, it's the only rotary here anyway in the Simola Hillclimb, so it's a very unique car and a very unique experience for the crowd. And we did, Simola was last year our first Simola, entry in the same car. It's a naturally aspirated engine, there's no turbocharged in it. And we did a 48.6 last year, if I can recall the time, and we're trying to beat it this year. As far as a competition goes, we are but in a different class. Last year we competed within the 3 litre normally naturally aspirated class, and unfortunately because of our not completing our previous car or the correct car, we are a bit outclassed. We're in the main event, the big buck guns. We can compete against the Scarbantis of the world and so on. So it's a bit outclassed, this car, because I mean it's a naturally aspirated car. But next year hopefully we'll be back and then we'll compete within this class properly. But I think this is now our substitute, and we do it for the crowd and for Rotary.
So yeah, as always before an event, last minute glitches and issues. Today we had a big surprise this morning when one of the transporters broke our pedestrian bridge, so we've been had to do some emergency repairs and actually got the carpenters, and they're still on site now, and the engineers to fix it. So that's a little curveball you don't expect. And then all the other little bits and pieces. There's we always see some gaps of an event. There's just so many moving parts, and I guess most people don't see it, but we see it, and always try and fix it up front and make sure that everybody has a good experience. Yeah, so we've got spectators back. Unfortunately, not a full complement. We're still limited to 50% of the capacity, so that's a bit of a shame. But it's great to have the vibe back. Last year we had just competitors. Now we're halfway to having a full event. But the vibe will be very different this year to last year, and it's great to welcome spectators back. And let's hope that everyone enjoys it and we can have a proper event next year.
I mean, we do want to be responsible citizens and have fun at the same time. Your COVID testing on the spot for 250, and it takes like 15 minutes for you to get your result. You get it with an SMS and an email as well. It's only going to tickle a bit, but we're very gentle. I can promise you that.
Nothing like ice cream on a cold day. I think I made my point.
Nathan, that was quite a good lap and run, but you've got a lovely fight between you and the Honda.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a great fight. Owen's doing a really good job. So it's a bit of a fight between the 2 litre and the 2.5 litres or the 2.4s. But I know Owen. He's going to push another button and find a little bit more. So I've told old Steve Green to be very creative, and let's go and see what we can do.
The real nice thing is, you come to a race. You want a race. You want the competition and those tenths and half tenths that just make it even more exhilarating as a driver.
Absolutely, and it just adds to the nervous tension because this is it now. If you do it wrong now, you don't get the prizing.
Yeah. It's down to 44 odd seconds. Next time in that car, most important 44 seconds of your life.
No, it's going to be 43 something.
I love your confidence. Good luck. Roy Campos, you've got it dialed in, eh?
Well, we're down to a 41.6 now.
You happy?
Yeah, happier than yesterday. Obviously a bit drier now. Yeah. This morning session was still wet. A bit of a breathing water out of the tar.
A weeper.
Yeah, a little weeper. Yeah, it caught me by surprise, but luckily the car understeered, not oversteered. So yeah, we're gonna go into the finals now. So I'm gonna try a bit harder.
Have a go.
Thank you.
Cheers, Roy. Franco Scribanti, you've chipped away at it. You've looks like you've got most of your issues solved, and now you can go into 2 more runs, the class and the shootout.
Yeah, Colin, look, we don't have pit gear, but it doesn't seem to be bothering us. We're bouncing off the rev limiter, but I mean, that's what the rev limiter is there for. Yeah, it's all good.
Awesome. Good luck.
Thanks, Colin.
Thanks. Starts getting shorter answers. And the one that we've got other answers, the one we need answers from. Richard Rutz, you sat out the last one looking for the gremlin. What kind of gremlin did you find, and have you beaten it?
It's a bit of a guesstimate at the moment. So we've got an oil pressure problem. Car goes a little bit low in the oil pressure, and then the alarm gets activated and goes into limp mode. So to save the engine, we didn't do the last run, and we're going to do the class final and the King of the Hill, holding thumbs that it's going to stay together. It's got motor in it, so it's got to stay together. But yeah, so even with a little bit of oil, we're hoping it's going to do the job, you know.
So what you'll do is set the alarm, the low alarm, kind of make that even lower, and just hope it all stays together.
100%. So we've just pulled it down. What we've realized is as I shift to second gear, and when the revs drop and the pressure drops, it just goes into that dangerous area. And then once it activates, it doesn't deactivate till we get to the top, you know. So that's the end of my run. So exactly what you said. Now we're going to move that alarm level and hope for the best.
Good luck.
I'm gonna cross everything I've got. Fingers, toes, alles.
Good luck, Reggie.
Thank you.
Thanks for chatting to us. Right, let's go and find Wade van Zummeren, because we like talking to Wade because he's absolutely complete and utter crazy man. And he's in the back there having a Coke. Wade, just to show you how big this wing is, you barely see over the wing there, Wade.
Yeah, we try to lift it up a bit for the event and then for a little bit of extra downforce.
Are you happy so far?
Yes, we're just trying to sort out the car. It's new still, so I think the handling, we're trying to sort the handling out a little bit at a time throughout the run, so it was just a bit of time to get it right.
Tell you what, from an excitement point of view, this is entertainment. The crowd goes absolutely wild. The viewers just love the spectacle of this car. We got to thank you for that.
Thanks. Glad you enjoyed it, and the spectators.
Yeah, have a full-on go.
Thanks.
Cheers, Wade. This is my proper favorite car. And he's just sitting there with a funny smile on his face. We're not even going to talk to Johan, or maybe we will. Should we talk to you? Well, Johan, BMW's finest. Is it working enough for you?
Yeah, it's a beautiful car. This car really performed well. We learned valuable lessons this weekend. You don't just get into a car once and then come pitch up against the likes of Peter Zili and Wade in this class. So, yeah, I would have loved to spend a bit more time on it. You know, the tyres arrived the day before the cars got loaded, so we never had time to adjust the launch control to set it up properly. So it bit us in the arse, but we'll be back. It was a beautiful event.
Love it. Always. We'll be back.
Absolutely.
Thanks for talking to us, and we'll see you next year.
Have a good one.
You've got to love that. We'll be back. I want to go and find Owen Bridger, but I think he's a little bit further down here, and I think that what we're going to do now is do something else.
I can remember it like it was yesterday. I was 10, and Suzuki just launched Vitara.
Anything Vitara, and it was like it was a different person.
It was still our little Danielle, just better.
Move smart with class-leading tech and fuel efficiency in the new-gen Suzuki Celerio.
Peter Zealy, walking down the hill, 42.1. You don't look the happiest of Peter Zealy's I've ever seen.
No, we think maybe the guys damaged the tires or something, but those tires just doesn't work. So we're going back with the semis of yesterday.
Yeah.
Because it's all we've got.
And it's a little bit more predictable for you and gives you more confidence.
Yes, actually those tires I think are very dangerous. So the
dangerous in what way, Peter?
Up the hill, over those bumps, I'm all over. I'm sideways. It throws me. And then in a corner it suddenly goes, and then it's very unpredictable.
You never want something unpredictable. You need to have confidence in the car.
Yes, correct. Yeah, so unfortunately everything's going wrong this year, but we'll see what we can do with semi-slicks.
Motorsport's a strange creature.
Yes.
Cheers.
It's not ideal because semi-slicks can't be as good as slicks, but we'll give it as best as we can.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks.
It's a tricky, untrustworthy snake of tarmac. 1,900 metres to the top of the Simola Hill, overlooking Knysna in the Western Cape. It's narrow, serpentine-like ascent, has nowhere to make a mistake, and yet these men and women, more than 130 of them, hurtle up it at breakneck pace in the most astonishing machines to win the honour of calling themselves the King of the Hill. Thank you for joining us and millions of motorsports fans around the globe as we bring you the 12th edition of the Simola Hillclimb. This is Supercar Sunday, and the class finals see who climbs the times. The shootout for the coveted 2022 King of the Hill starts right now. Hello everyone and welcome back yet again. Arnold Getz alongside Sasha Martinengo, and really great to have you with us along again for the climax of what is the 12th edition of the Simola Hillclimb. Sash, it's been wall to wall, carpet to carpet action all the way through.
It's been outstanding so far. And also, first time, hello to all of our SABC viewers joining us as well. Thanks for coming along for the ride. It's been a brilliant few days. And in a way, I'm like, wow, we've got like 2 hours left.
Yeah, how did that happen?
Then it's going to be done. We have seen some outstanding driving. We've seen crazy weather. We've seen a couple of spills, but everyone is okay. That's the most important thing. And coming to today, Arnold, the tension is different. All of a sudden, small little gremlins crawl into these cars, so sophisticated, so much power, and you know, just going up and down. Some people have lost gears. But they still got a job to go and do. We still got prizes to give away, and everyone's feeling the tension, getting ready, excited. One more run, 40 seconds can change your life.
Absolutely. And the amazing thing about this is the pressure would have mounted for everyone as well. When we got here this morning, look, the classic cars on Friday is lovely, but with great respect, the competition is not nearly as fierce and as abrasive as what it is with the shootout itself. And I'm sure the classic car drivers will tell you that. But from this morning when we got here, there were these little sparks, these fizzons of electricity. That means today is race day, folks.
Yeah, it is. It's red mist. You know, helmet goes down. That's what you got to do. Yeah. Can you hold your breath for 40, 45 seconds to get up the hill? Concentration, focus is what this is all about. You know what gears you need to have going through the various sweeps. You know where the right lines are, and from there it's just a question of couple of tenths of a second could be the difference between landing on the podium and being 10th.
And following the right lines and being absolutely true to your game plan.
Yeah, and also just having the belief in your machinery. You know, these are very, very accomplished drivers. And, you know, now it's a question of I've got to be able to be fast enough, but I've got to believe that my vehicle is going to be able to do what I want it to do.
The other thing that I think we may not have translated for our viewers properly enough as of yet is the fact that you don't send your entry in to Ian Shrewsbury and the folks who put the Simola Hillclimb together and say, listen, I'd love to take a little trundle up your hill. You get invited to this. You don't just pitch up and go, listen, let me loose. You get invited. 88 drivers were invited for the King of the Mountain shootout. We're down to the last 60 odd because one or two didn't or weren't able to make it through various other things. One or two have had a spill or thrill or two or both.
Yeah.
But this is a prestigious, and in fact it is one of the most prestigious hill climbs in the world.
Yeah, without a doubt. It is wonderful. Just talking to the guys, if you haven't seen any of the action, there was a VW Beetle here with a Toyota engine inside it, with the biggest turbo you've ever seen, who have delighted us.
Yeah.
They have done so much fun going up the hill. Their last run, you remember we were commentating going, oh, what's gone wrong? So I went to go and chat to the guys. They lost third and fourth gear.
Okay.
No, sorry, they lost first and second gear.
Okay.
And, you know, that put paid to it. But this is their first time here.
Yeah.
They're so excited. They're going to submit their entry. They're going to hopefully get invited again. And next year they're saying, we're coming back. It's going to be even bigger and better. They've had such a blast down here. And I think that's the spirit of what Simola Hillclimb is about. But it's also got that competitive edge. And this is where we are. People are finishing their lunch. The pit lane is slowly moving. You know, people are moving away from it. And now it's down to the drivers. And they know what machinery they've got. Some of them have got issues. You know, Franco Scribante doesn't have fifth gear. Aldo Scribante doesn't have third gear.
Richard Rutz's team can't find exactly what to tweak in the right way. Yeah.
You know, so we're really going to have to wait and see. We've got 4 different shootouts. We've got the class shootout, and then of course the 3 King of the Hill for the various categories that we've got. So I mean, the action is going to be very, very fast, and it's going to be crazy.
The walking motorsport encyclopedia. Colin Hastie is in the pits.
We've got a quiet pit lane so far, and the tension has just got ratcheted up a whole lot. Everything that's happened until now means nothing. The times are all gone. All the activity over the last day and a half has been to buy a ticket to the class final and the shootout final. So there's stuff's happening in each of the contenders' pits. Let's go and have a look here. First of all, Robbie Walk. Well, let's start out with the fastest car, Andre Bezuidenhout. The car is resting, it's sorted, the covers are on the tires so that the sun doesn't bake them because it changes the stickiness of them. So underneath here are some super sticky tires. They don't want to get too much temperature into them because it's not so clever. On the other side of the pits over here, Pulbeam, both of these cars have won British British Hill Climb Championships. This one has run 4, but way back in the day. Super old technology, latest current. Carbon fiber plays aluminium. Nicholson plays Infinity. Manual gearbox plays flappy paddle gearbox. Youth plays Experience. It's a wonderful setup. So the guys at the back here, Robbie needed some different gearing so that he can get some more speed out of it. They've got to get way over 200, so they're just finishing a gear ratio change. And then the smallest wing in the world with the largest overhang is going to go on that to provide the downforces at the back. And Bob will then help unleash with his computer all the hundreds of horsepowers that are there. Bob, have you got the engine all sorted and it's lovely now?
Yeah, no, we're just having to optimize everything for the last 2 runs, Colin. So hopefully the gears will be a lot closer and better, more optimized for the hill and the run. And then, 2 runs to get the most out of it.
And you've got as much spark and as much fuel as you can put into it, and you've lifted the rev limit.
That's it. We got permission from Ian to give us a few more RPMs. So
what have you got it limited at now?
Going into the 11s now, Colin.
Yes, 11,000 RPMs. Good luck, guys. So then let's go down here. Rackstraw. There he is, the smiler. Interesting car. It's a half a Formula Ford to here. Then it's got a 2-liter Duratec engine in it. And then it's got a sequential gearbox with a Formula Renault wing on the back of it. Lovely hybrid of a car that Ian Schofield has got developing. Proper warmers on it, and the young man is completely chilled. We'll leave them to their relaxed way. Byron, this is a fight for the 2-liter single-seater cars, and at the moment, the youngster's ahead of another youngster. So Andrew, as it should be, A, B, and so it goes on down the alphabet. So the A is ahead of the B. Devin Robinson put in an unbelievable lap to a run, not a lap. It was just 1969 meters up the hill. But the class finals are starting. And we've got, first he goes. It's Ruben. So he can talk to us. Ruben, nice electric windows. Tell me about the dirt on the tires. How did it get there?
So a certain car from Clarkstorp left a little bit of oil on the track, and the marshals had to clean it up with cement. So I was the second car to go after that, and it felt like I was a long time pass in that early morning mist. There was so much dust.
And you couldn't see so well?
Yeah, no, not at all. And it's obviously still a bit slippery at that point, but we did get another clean run after that and set our fastest time on the weekend. So hoping to improve a little bit more on that and get into the 54s in this class final.
That's brilliant. So you got a class final, you and another Suzuki that's identical, going to be interesting. You clearly want to win it.
Yeah, not 100% is identical. I'm running the automatic with a old school torque converter gearbox, and he's in a manual. So pretty impressive that we within 0.3 of each other on the two different gearboxes.
So who said that an automatic gearbox is always slower than a manual?
No, I think that technology has really improved in the last 10 years, and there's obviously a lot of R&D into it to make cars more efficient and more fuel efficient, and with that comes a performance advantage.
Have you got the air conditioner on here?
No, not at all.
Yeah, it takes too much power. Eh?
No.
Nice seats you got there, Ruben.
Yeah, they're comfy.
Well, enjoy your ride. Have some fun. Last run of the weekend for you.
Yeah, looking forward to putting in the best time.
Good luck. There he goes, off to the class final. Let's go and have a look at the Exige. He's not really an Exige. Jared Yo. Jared, this is it, eh? Class final.
Of course, yeah. I'm going to give it all I've got, actually. I'm going to try and see if I can do a bit more in corner one here, just to try and put a bit more speed, go flat out if I can.
So corner one important because you end up carrying more speed on the entry into that long climb up the hill.
Yeah, precisely, exactly that. So I want to see if I need half a second. Let me see if I can do it.
Half a second in corner one. What a challenge.
Let's see if I can do it, right? Yeah, sounds great.
Go for it. Good luck.
Cool, thank you.
Oh, you got to love this stuff. The guys are absolutely complete. Another BMW. Red seats. How porno is that?
For sure. No, I told my brother it makes it faster as well.
Red and carbon fiber are the fast things. So you ready for this class final?
I'm ready. The two Supras are quite fast, but I'm going to see if I can beat my own time from a 49.6 to maybe a 49 low or even a 48 high. So.
What were you going to find that time?
More corner speed, hopefully. Going to try. So we'll see.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Love this stuff. Right. We finally have some action because the cars are moving forward. It's getting ready to race time. It's go time. Time for class finals to begin. Time for glory. Time for fun. Take it away, you guys in the box.
Thanks, Cole. You're an absolute champion. So it is Class A1, and it's the two Suzies up against the Porsche of Jared Yo. And first off, it's Ruben van Niekerk. I love how eloquent he was about putting it together and saying to you exactly what the difference was between the two vehicles.
Yeah, it's wonderful, and this is what it's all about. Their last run of the day, Ruben wants to go as quick as he can, and we're going to let the cars do the action for the first time. A lot of people seeing this on their screens. Believe you me, this is one hairy course of 2 kilometers to climb up this hill at Simola. It's 2 kilometers long and it's a 150-meter climb in elevation.
It is a hard and exacting climb. It's challenging.
Oh, I love that. I tell you, that car just loading itself onto the left-hand side.
Really taking some good lines here is Jan van Niekerk in the first of the Suzukis in the Swift.
Goes across the line in a 54.93. His good mate, Wesley Graber, in the other. And he's driving the manual version of the Suzuki Swift.
So Ruben wanted to break 55. He just did.
He
well
just did
done,
it.
Boyke.
So the great thing is, Arnold, as well, every one of these drivers have set themselves a time. You know, they really... I tell you, bit of a wheel screech. You just don't want to overdrive it. That's all you want. You don't want to do. Smooth is better.
Yeah, no doubt. He was a little out of shape there, but handled it nicely.
Yeah, you're putting it on the line now. This is what you have come here for. All of the practice sessions, all of the qualifying. This is where it counts.
You keep on saying it, and it is so important. These two Suzis are up against a Porsche, and it's the Cayman 718S in their category, and they're only 6 seconds back. That's remarkable.
Yeah, it's quite amazing.
There he is.
What a wonderful lap from Wesley Graber. 54.5, 4/10 quicker than his teammate Ruben van Niekerk. Jared Yo, here we go, coming through in the Porsche car number 76. And of course it is the Cayman 2.4, 257 kilowatts. His fastest time has been, I think, in the 48.
Yeah, quite right, 48.5. So Graber actually has gone 0.03 of a second faster than what he's gone the whole 2 days.
Fantastic to see everybody really going to be punching it and pushing it as hard as possible.
Also, great temperature right now. It's probably the warmest it's been all day.
Yeah, it is, and they will enjoy that. Whoa, that is incredibly wide. Now, this all of a sudden, you know, he could lose a lot of time because this is most probably the trickiest part. He's going to come up to the... he's going to cross over.
49.4. Yeah, he did lose some
lost
time.
A lot of time. Lost a second compared to where he was. One little mistake, Arnold. And I tell you, that's 0 to 0.
Absolutely. Martin Witt, he is in the BMW M240i, and this is in A3. So here's a shootout and a half. Piet Potgieter just missed out on getting into the top 3 and up against Feroz Ibrahim and Farhad Ibrahim to settle the podium on A3.
You can see pretty bouncy for that M2, but just beautifully controlled. Punch it through there in 3rd gear, push it up into 4th gear, and now right up the hill as fast as you can.
Oh, he really was screeching through there. That's quick.
Look
out
at
of
that little
shape.
bit of in-corner oversteer, but he managed to handle it really, really well. They've done the practice. They know what it's about. They know what the car can do. They're holding on for dear life. And Jared Yeo did a 49.4. Martin Wiet did a 49.6. He's up against these two Supras.
This is the first of the Ibrahim brothers, Feroz in the Toyota Supra. That sound, just beautiful.
Well, I think that's what it's about. We want to just hear these cars. Hard on the brakes, change down, kick it in left. Great lines through there, getting the apex and not losing any revs at all. This is going to be a very quick time. This is going to be good.
He looks in control, but I tell you what, it is just in control because he's on the limit here.
Oh, that is a great time from Feroz Ibrahim, Class A3 with a 48.5. That's 1.1 seconds quicker than Martin Wiet. Now, what about his brother?
So that is 0.3 of a second faster than what he's gone all day as well. Now, what can his butt do? Farhad is in the other Toyota Supra.
This one is now running the BMW engine. Of course, don't forget this car. Oh, man, getting very, very tail happy. A little bit of understeer going in there. This one's got the BMW engine in it. They are pushing each other. A 48.5 is what he has to beat.
Oh, again, that tail wants to leave him to the right.
But you see how they're pushing. The commitment now, Arnie, compared to, 3 sessions ago, you're saying, oh, the car looks so stable. Now they are pushing
46.0. Oh, my word. That is almost a whole 2 seconds faster than what he's gone all day.
And that's 2.5 seconds faster than Feroz Ibrahim. So Farhad takes Class A3.
Dion Hubert on the way in the BMW M4 X-Drive, that 6-cylinder, brand new 2022 model.
Well, he's got to lay down the marker now because his competitor in this category is JP van der Walt, who has been quicker than him throughout the whole of the weekend.
By 2.3 seconds.
But I tell you, Dion knows how to go out there and do things when it matters. So this, I think, is going to be a little tighter than maybe we anticipated.
Let's hope so. For Dion's sake, we'd love to see some really tight racing. I love that shot. We haven't had that shot all day. They've moved the camera a little bit for us. 13 cameras giving you all the action here at the 12th edition of the Simola Hillclimb. Let's look at Hubert as he makes his way up.
Yeah, I tell you, there we go. Dion Hubert goes across in a 46.7.
0.2 of a second faster than what he was, but you've got to believe that JP van der Walt has probably got the horses on him here.
Yeah.
Let's see.
JP's best is a 44.6. But now it's pressure. Now your heartbeat is going a lot quicker because this is where it counts. This is what it's all about. But he's been sublime. Came here with the 911 Turbo S 4-wheel drive system and really has got some wonderful skill as well.
So the A4 category, the class here being competed for, and JP in that black and yellow Porsche. Lovely through those last S's. In right, in left. Last one of the big right-handers, and he's over the line.
Oh, magic time, 44.9 for JP van der Walt. That means he's going to win his class again. This year, second year in a row. Daniel Lamprecht in the Magic 350Z Nissan 6-cylinder. And he is in class, I'm just trying to see, class A5.
A5, yeah.
Class A5. Just two cars in this category as well. The other one will be Sean McKay in the Porsche GT3.
So, Lamprecht in that beautiful roadster. Beautiful and tight through there.
Yeah, I tell you, and this, you cannot believe how steep it is. Television doesn't really give you, or pictures here, doesn't really give you how steep this hill is.
Oh!
Well, he seemed to hold on to it. I think he knew what he was doing. He kept his foot on the gas, which is, well, something you got to be brave to do.
So Alex would have called it squeaky bum time. It certainly was.
Daniel Lamprecht, 55.3. He's up against this car, which of course is the Porsche GT3 of Sean McKay. It has been pretty close between the two of them.
So McKay put down a 54.3, and Lamprecht went 0.03 of a second faster in his last run.
Yeah,
so let's see.
Yeah, I mean 5/10 of a second. So half a second faster. So there'll be a little bit of pressure on Sean McKay. But I mean, that's a classic GT3, beautiful car, brilliant balance, and of course, purpose-built for racetracks as well.
Massa, I really enjoy that shot. It gives you such an impression of how quickly they are actually going. They're going like they're clappers.
Coming into the final, a right-hander, and then clipping on to the top, Sean McKay.
He wins A5 with a 54 clocking again. He has been so consistent. Now we go to the A6s.
Here we go, Dan Hirsch coming out there, the Ford Mustang. This is going to be very, very close between these two guys.
Oh, it sounds absolutely mean.
Brute power, just listen to this. Oh, a little bit of lift off going into the left-hander. Not the easiest car to get round corners, Arnold.
No. It's almost a little cumbersome for this kind of job, but it sounds like 52 elephants growl that. Promise you.
It's wonderful. You got to believe the Audi A8 will be the class winner in this. But it all depends on your run.
So Hirsch in the Mustang stops the clock on 52.2. That is a whole half a second faster than what he was able to produce earlier in the day as well in qualifying 6. Gordon Nicholson now on the road.
There we go with the Audi R8, but the V10 version. He's quickest, I think, has been in the 46s somewhere around there.
Right, 46.7.
46, so I've got a feeling I would go to say 46.3. That's the number I'm going for. 46.3. Let's see how close we get.
Other than for one driver so far who's gone 2 seconds faster than the whole day, that's about the figure at this stage, where they're letting it all hang out one last time.
Yeah, and track conditions will be different to what they've had. But they will just be going as fast as they can.
And over the brow with Neisner in the background.
Great lap, 46.726. So winning for his class, Gordon Nicholson, A6.
Just a fraction slower than what he was earlier on in the day. Here's the A7s.
The McLaren MP4 12C 8-cylinder came out in 2013. You can see that wing lifting up to the air brake at the back of the car. Beautiful, beautiful car, and very expensive car as well.
So Wheeler on the way. Oh, how is that sound?
Oh, he's lost a lot of time there. Seemed to have missed his brake mark. And now this affects him, unfortunately, going all the way up this long stretch of this hill.
That is a flat-out piece of road as you get that into fourth gear, but he blitzes by now. He's going quickly again, but that is going to cost him. How much, though? In third spot, he qualified for the last three in a 7.
Yeah, a 47 dead is his time. Let's see what he gets through now. Oh, that's
hello.
Well, I tell you,
wow.
He definitely fixed that one up. A 46.7.
Oh, that is massive because he qualified with a 49.2. That is huge. So James Temple now on the way in his Shelby. This is the Terlingua.
Yeah, well, listen, he's got to try and beat a 46.7, so he's going to have to hang out because his best time is a 49.2. So, whew.
Wow.
The man of the moment, Garth McIntosh in the McLaren. He's the man to beat. Oh, sorry, Jacques Wheeler.
Jacques Wheeler, yeah. Wheeler, but McIntosh is the man to beat because he qualified fastest up to now. But here is Temple, that Terlingua. Terlingua sounds to me like you should speak 7 languages, but this guy only speaks 1 language, growl.
Or have it with a lemon.
And a little bit of salt.
Yeah, let's see what James Temple, he's had a great weekend. Been here for Classic Car Friday as well, so he's gotten the most out of this track today. And James Temple pushes in a 48.8.
Wow.
This is the car of the moment, the magnificent McLaren 720S 4-litre V8 twin-turbo. Privately owned car, driven from Cape Town, up and down the hill, and then, well, drive home.
Okay, I think that we had the wrong time there. Look at that. Wheeler went 49.2. We actually had the wrong time flash up there. Just to set you straight on that one.
Okay.
The timing that we got read to there on the screen was actually incorrect. Wheeler went 49.2.
Yeah, but
So-
Temple did go a 48.8.
Yeah. So there you go. Okay, now we've set it straight. I did think that that was remarkably fast, but now we know.
Yeah.
So Garth McIntosh on the way. What can he produce? The figures are on the table. He knows what he needs to do.
Yeah, 47 dead is his quickest time. Let's see what he comes across the line at.
Oh,
wow. Everyone
boy.
like half a second. Magic to see. So I don't know if anybody's going to beat that. Let's listen to this.
I can't hear anything. Why not?
Because it's electric.
Oh, thanks, Sash. I couldn't work that out for a second. This is the alternative energy cars. And the joke never gets funny as far as I'm concerned. Nonetheless, here's the 2 VWs, the e-Golfs.
Yeah, the e-Golfs, and of course, I mean, these are little 100 kilowatt vehicles, and they're up against this mighty BMW i4, which has got 400 kilowatts. But really fantastic drivers in these 2 VWs, Jonathan Mokgotsi and, of course, Daniel Rowe, who are VW drivers in the GTC circuit racing category of South Africa. It's been great fun watching these electric cars go up there.
And the performance is, dare I say it, electric.
Yeah, it's pretty decent. It is pretty decent. Let's see if they can break the 1 minute, because that has been their target throughout the whole weekend. They have done it on numerous occasions, but let's see. 59.7 for Daniel Rowe.
That's his
Great.
fastest.
Yeah, so, well, listen, now, of course, they're having a great battle with Jonathan Mokgotsi. So Jonathan will definitely want to try and beat his teammate.
There is Mokgotsi on the line and off it very quickly indeed. It is the strangest thing. You hear the wheel squeal and then there's nothing. Nothing. Nada. Niks nie.
It's very, very peculiar to watch, but this has been a great battle throughout the whole of the last 2 days between Jonathan Mokgotsi and Daniel Rowe. 59.7 is what Daniel has clocked in. Let's see if Jonathan... Wow! He's giving it everything. Little bit wide there, but I tell you, his foot is flat. They've told us from turn 2, their foot is flat.
Never off.
They do not take it off. Until the top of the hill.
So Mokgotsi clocked 59.312 in qualifying, so he probably has the slightly better speed here, but let's see. because there's also final pressure. It makes things different.
It's exactly that. The heart rate goes, everything's different, the nerves come in. Coming up to the final turn, let's see what Jonathan does.
59.6.
Hundredth of a second between. Oh, there's going to be different kinds of celebrations.
Oh, boy.
Here we go. A man who holds the electric vehicle record. He broke it in qualifying 6 earlier today. Ciro Di Siena in the i4 M50 BMW 400 kilowatts.
The man from Cars.co.za, he spent a lot of time commentating here with me last year, and he said he was rather going to drive, and I understand why. This vehicle is just stunning. i4 M50 BMW, and he holds the record now, 49.366. Can he break the 49-second mark? I bet you that's what he's thinking.
I'm sure he's pushing as hard as he can. It's got 800 Newton meters of torques. Here we go, getting towards the end of the lap. Sliding through there and fast. He looks very, very quick.
Good boy, Chiro. You go, boy.
49.307. What's
Still
his time?
faster, 366.
So he's quicker than he was earlier.
Quicker.
There we go.
Well done, buddy. Proud of you.
He's broken the record again. Magic stuff. One of my favorite cars here, Arnie, the Honda Type R, 4-cylinder, but this has got a sequential box as opposed to the 6-speed manual box. Just listen to this.
So this is in B2. Sash. He's hauling.
I tell you.
He's hauling.
That just sounds, I mean, it sounds like a motorcycle engine. Just magic stuff. As we get through these classes, we'll be shutting up a lot more so you can hear the brute force of some of these vehicles.
Right, so it is Dane Riley and the rest of the crew who are fighting here for B2 honours, and Owen Bridger in that Honda, the Type R. But here goes the man who stunned them all with his 44.247, Graham Nathan in the Golf.
Well, I tell you, Owen Bridger stuck in a 43.9 in the Honda.
That's almost half a second faster than what he qualified earlier. So now Nate knows what he needs to do. Spoke to him earlier. He said, Arnie, the one thing that's happened here over the last 4 or 5 years is this road has got narrower. The policemen have made it narrower. I got nowhere to go.
I tell you, he's been hauling. This is such an immaculately prepared car. Of course, it does ply its trade in the GTC Super Cup series. Graham Nathan prepares the vehicle as well. He is giving it full beans.
I tell you what, he is a real pro. He looks so smooth.
Oh,
what's
Nathan goes second by 16 thousandths of a second. Owen Bridger has upset the apple cart so far.
He sneaked it.
Wow.
Wow, how is that?
Well, listen, I think it's Dane Riley.
No, well, I see Riley hasn't lined up, so he must have had a problem of some sort.
We're into B3s.
Yeah.
B3, and it's great to see the Evo back out there because it did have an issue in its final qualifying run. This is an Evo 9, magic car, unbelievably reliable. And just have a listen to this. Popping sounds coming from the exhausts. Turns into the right-hander now. Into the left-hander, and then, of course, the sequence of bends.
Left. Right. Tight in again on the left, and now into the sweeping last right-hander as they go over the brow of the hill right there. 50.678. He's gone a half a second faster than what he was earlier today.
All right,
no, Pierre Bester.
Well, here we go, the Mercedes A45. It's, put it this way, it's not stock standard, Arnold.
No, not quite. Not quite.
Well, I think he's got a bit to do. Let's see. Pierre's best time is a 47 dead. So, yeah, I don't think... Well, let's see what he can produce.
I tell you what has happened so far. Virtually every run we've seen has been almost perfect. We haven't seen anyone make any real big mistakes. The guys are right on their game.
Yeah, really, really doing well. I'm still astounded at Owen Bridges' time in that Honda.
Yeah.
He will be sitting and waiting to come back down the hill, and when somebody tells him his time, I think he's going to be suitably happy.
There we go. So Bester is over and done. And now Anton Cronje, who's been the star in B3. He's got 5 seconds to play with here. He clocked 42.024 in qualifying 5 in that.
He's got an issue. He's got an issue. He's got an He had an issue. He had an issue earlier today. He has been so consistent, so fast the whole weekend. And just when it comes down to count, that is desperate. Desperate.
Oh, wow. What's your line? Fickle mistress, eh?
It is.
Oh, man.
Yeah, motorsport is a very fickle mistress, unfortunately. I think he's going to roll back and try and get the car off the track and onto a safe area so that everything can continue. But that is desperately unfortunate for him. He's been brilliant the whole weekend. He's been 6 seconds faster than anybody in his category.
I mean, Cronje was 11th overall after qualifying. You've got to say to yourself, the guy was, without any doubt, the hands-down favorite to win B3 without breaking a sweat. And here it is, it's over.
It's over, which means that in B3, Nicholas...
Between Schwartwegger and Pierre Bester. That was where it is, because Cronje is a goner, unfortunately.
Pierre Bester will win Class B3 with a 46.799. I have a feeling we are going to...
Full course yellow. Full course yellow.
So they're going to have to get a flatbed to come and remove that car. They will also check to see that there are no liquids that are lying on the track. But that is so desperately unfortunate for, in my opinion, has been really, really one of the stalwarts of the weekend.
And the thing about it is he was almost as quick in the wet as what he was in the dry. This boy has got it. He definitely he's one fine exponent of the sport.
Yeah, wonderful weekend right up until now. So he'll be desperately disappointed in what has happened. But that's also the nature of motor racing. You can see the despondency. He knows what a terrific job he did together with his car, and the cruel mistress of motorsport. That's exactly what it is.
You can just spare a thought for him and have a little tear in the corner of your eye, because that despondency there when he dropped his head like that over the car's roof, you feel for him.
Well, I tell you, who's not crying is Pierre Bester. Pierre's sitting there and he's ready to put his cowboy hat on and take the laurels.
Bruce Fordyce, 9 times Comrades winner, always used to say, whether you have a good run or a bad run, you always make someone else happy.
That's exactly it.
Oh, man.
We do have a safety vehicle that is on the track. I think, it looks like they're just going to tow it backwards as opposed to flatbedding it. But, desperately... unlucky for car number 47, Anton Cronje, the Subaru WRX STI, which is run magnificently up until when it counted.
It was so good to see it. It really was just so good to see it and going so well. But they did. Funny enough, I was going to say at the beginning when he pulled off the line, I was going to say he had trouble with the first run. And I thought, you know what, instead of saying that, don't say it because it's not necessary. Don't say. And then so help me, there it is again.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you didn't. Otherwise, I would have blamed you for the commentator's curse.
I know. That's why I didn't say it. You know, I should know better.
I must say that the marshalling the stewards here at Simola over the weekend, the way that they've managed to get vehicles that are stranded off the circuit, fix barriers, ensure that the event continues as efficiently as possible, because in motorsport you never know what can happen, have been outstanding.
Did you notice?
Everything has been magic.
I was telling you earlier, and somehow I think we got interrupted earlier on the broadcast. When Udo de Burgers went off, we had Francois Jordan here, from the MSA steward, and he asked for our team. I took him next door, asked for our team to show him what had happened, and he looked at it 2 or 3 times. He said, okay, thanks very much. And today, there are some tires there. They've sorted it out straight away. They've also flattened that berm that cost a big flip in the end. So that's the type of thing. They worry first and foremost, before anything, about driver safety. First and foremost.
And that's the way that it has to be. We must always and never forget that motorsport is a very, very dangerous activity. Anything can happen, and you just don't want anything nasty.
Okay.
This is also nasty, but it's in its own cruel kind of way, where a car breaks, especially one of the leading cars, and a car that has been brilliant throughout the weekend. But when it counts, unfortunately, bang, he'll be on the podium. However, not on the step that he should have been.
So these two gentlemen will be trying out for the Bulls front row next week after all this lovely practice. They'll be brilliant for the Bulls in the front row.
It is quite ironic that it's a hill climb and we're actually going down the hill, yet they're having to push it. So it's probably one of the only areas of the actual hill climb where it's got a slight leveled off and uphill area.
So I just, for a second or two, one thing we haven't actually spoken about so far is the fauna and flora in this part of the world, and you can just see those bushes on the right-hand side. The one thing that I love coming to this part of the world, like you do in most of the Western Cape, is you step out of the plane or you get out of your car for the first time, that smell of the fynbos. It is endemic to this part of the world, and it is just the most magnificent smell.
Yeah, it is wonderful. Also, so great to see. You can see the crowds. You know, it's the first time since 2019 that we've had crowds here at Simola Hillclimb. Wonderful to see that everyone has come out Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Thanks for coming along. Everyone's having a great time. Yesterday was full of rain. Today's still full of mud from the rains of yesterday. Everyone says, I'm here. I want to come and see my action. Locals from all over, from Plettenberg Bay to Mossel Bay, Oudtshoorn and George, everyone streaming in, even with COVID protocols, to come and enjoy. The organization, if you came here in the morning, you could have a quick antigen test. So everything's been incredibly well organized as well.
And the big thing is we have to again state that it is under very strict protocol orders and protocols, and it's been kept that way. 50% of the normal amount of spectators in. And unfortunately, that, of course, does affect the bottom line for Ian Shrewsbury and the rest of the crew. But that is the way that it is at the moment, and you have to dance to that tune. But to those of you that have come out, and you know what's nice, Sash, I've also noticed people are sitting in the stands, they're looking at the live action, and then they look at us because it's a delayed by between 15 to 20 seconds. So they're getting like a double dose. It's a double helping.
It is. It's wonderful.
I'll have 2 of those, please.
Yeah. And also, people have been sending comments from all over the world watching the live stream. We've got such a wonderful crew that has looked after us, from our cameraman to our producers to directors, graphics people, all of the people who work behind the scenes in making pictures come to your screen. So we've really had a lot of fun. As we wait for the action, they're just going to move that car into a very, very safe place. And then, of course, the clerk of the course, Sparky Bright, will decide, okay, action can continue.
The one thing I have to ask you, did you choose the graphic behind us?
I had nothing to do with the graphic choice. However, I will say that is a mighty fine graphic to have at the back of the screen.
The prosecution rests your honor. You didn't.
I shall consult with my advocate, Mr. Bazade.
Of course, next to me on my right-hand side is the biggest Alfa Romeo fan in the world. So here is Mr. Zili, defending champion in this category. Let's go.
Watch this thing.
Category B4, Zili is behind Van Zimmeren and Hubert, chasing a time of 40.64. The best he's been able to produce so far is 42.1.
Watch this. This is going to be quick. It's going to be rapid.
Bit wide there.
Unbelievable on the brakes going through the bridge for Peter Zili. This car going to be going overseas to compete in some international hill climbs as well. Mark my words, this is going to be fast.
Zili clocked 40.402 to win the title in the modified Saloon cars last year.
Oh my word, that was the wrong line to take. Whoa, that was scary.
But he gave it his all. He gave it his all. Now it's Wade van Zimmerman. Now, we're not going to say a word here. Listen to this beast of a car. This is the Nissan R34.
And watch the driving. Sideways, but what a run! 41.5 for Wade van Zumeren.
Oh man,
that
is
oh man, pushing it to the limit. What an incredible run!
I forgot to breathe. Charles Hubert in the Lotus.
Wade van Zumeren of 41.5. Charles Hubert in the Lotus Elise with a Honda 6-cylinder engine. He has been mighty fast this weekend.
So his best is 40.6. That is less than 1,000th of a second. Can he go any faster?
Yeah, well, I tell you, he's got 9/10 over Van Zumeren if he clocks another 40.6. That was a great lap from Wade van Zumeren.
41.554.
Oh,
41.12. That's the fastest he's gone all weekend as well.
That is a mighty effort.
First place in B4 goes to the fastest qualifier, Charles Hubert. We're on to B5. Here is Aldo Scribanti in the first of the Audi S4s.
That's been a disaster. It's just unfortunately, you know what? I spoke to the guys a little bit earlier. They didn't have third gear, but it's all gone Pete Tong, unfortunately. Yeah, this is desperate end to Aldo's weekend. He'll take it up to the top. Hopefully, he'll be able to get there. But, you know, this was a car that off the line was one of the most impressive, beautiful sounding vehicle as well. But comes down to the last little run, and unfortunately, we see another car getting injured. Very, very unlucky.
So Aldo Scribanti unfortunately had to pull the trigger and abort this run. That is really, really a pity because there was only 2.2 seconds between him, Richard Rutz and Franco Scribanti at the top of B5.
Now look how peculiar this is, because Aldo's still got to finish and he will clock a time, albeit incredibly slowly. Richard Rutz, we know, has got problems. Franco Scribante, we know, has got problems. This could be the fastest time. This could be the fastest time.
I don't like the way you think here. I really admire the way your brain works normally, but I don't like this thinking.
I mean, it's a horrible way to think, but in this category, all three of these vehicles have had issues.
Oh, boy.
Sad for Aldo, but you know what? He's finished the weekend. And,
91 seconds, 0.726.
Okay,
here we go.
Reggie. Now, will this car actually make it further than turn one?
Because 2017, 2018 champion with lots and lots of technical issues.
That's sounding okay. Limiter didn't kick in. Yeah, Reggie's going for it. He hasn't had enough time on the track.
Yeah.
But you know what? He's Richard Rutz, and we know he's going to push this as hard as possible. Nah, it's not right. Doesn't sound right.
No. I thought from the word go, it doesn't sound right, and it didn't sound right when he launched, and it didn't look fast at all. And there's trouble here too. Listen to him. Although all he has to do here is finish the run.
1:31.
Yeah.
I mean, his fastest this weekend was a 40 dead.
Yeah.
I mean, he still did a 45, but and you could. I mean, the car was basically in limp mode.
Absolutely.
So very, very unlucky as well. Here we go. The Hammerhead craziest Nissan in the world, driven by Franco Scribante. His best time is in the 39s.
39.488 for the R35 GTR.
But he's also only got 4 gears.
Hits the launch button.
Go, Franco. Let's listen to this. Did he hit the bollard?
I didn't see. I didn't notice it.
I saw something bounce up, but I don't know if it was there already.
He's going quite nicely.
Yeah, just for those who don't know, if you hit a bollard or those little orange policemen, your time gets disqualified. Oh, that's a great line. Great lines through there for Franco Scribante.
He's going fast, Sash. He's going really quickly. Let's see what that ends up being.
39.382.
That's the fastest.
Franco Scribante.
That's his fastest for the weekend. Well done, Franco. That's a good run. So we're into category B7, and this is Giacomo Giannocaro, and this is that BMW Z4 GT3. Not had the best weekend because he limped it into 3rd place.
Yeah, and that was Franco's fastest time of the weekend. Wonderful. 10th quicker than what he has been. So I think he'll be very happy with the run, even considering the little issues he had. Very different lines for Jimmy Giannocaro. That has got a NASCAR engine in the back of that BMW.
He looks like he's going well. Almost lost it there. Yeah. Almost lost that left. Tail wanted to go. 54.232. I don't think that's going to scare Peter Hubert or Ricardo Giannocaro. That is Hubert. Him and Ricky have really tied it on because there's only a little bit more than a second between the two of them. Peter Hubert qualifying with a 46.6 in the Lotus Exige.
With the Mercedes AMG engine in it. Let's have a listen to this raw power. Coming into the final turns. Let's see what he does.
44.801. So that is without by more than almost 3 seconds worth. He's fastest. Look at that. He recorded 46.69.
What can Ricky Giannocaro in the Lamborghini V10 do? Can he pip the Lotus?
The Super Trofeo. Will it be the Super Trophy?
Let's see what Ricky can do.
Squatted down beautifully over the knobbly bits.
And you know, you've got to get that exit out of the bridge so spot on, because this is critical to get that left-right.
Oh, he looks to me like quick. He's going really, really quickly.
Oh, on the limiter. Can he get into the 44s?
Yes, sir. He's gone a second faster. That is, by a second, that is faster than his earlier times. My word, that is amazing.
That is unbelievable that Ricky Giannocaro has beaten the Lotus in B7 and taken class honours. Wow. Wonderful stuff, Ricky. Well played.
Unreal. Yes, Francois Fritz, who is throwing that Toyota Hilux around. That gearbox doesn't know what's hit it.
By the way, this little Toyota on your screen, well, big Toyota, because that's what that is, has got 1,000 horsepowers. 1,000 horsepowers.
Oh, no. Imagine taking this down to Jan's Plaas on the other on the other side of Parijs in the Vrystaat. I mean, that bring down their house.
Unbelievable. Unfortunately, the only thing is you can have 1,000 horsepowers. It's still not going to help you turn too well.
Or help your aerodynamic features on the Hilux. Still, you've got to go. You go, boy.
Yeah, you got to applaud it. I think it's dynamic to see. I'm sure he's very good friends with his local petrol supplier or diesel supplier. You got to have a lot of courage, Arnie, to hustle 1,000 horsepower bucky up a hill like this.
Because I bet you this feels like wrestling with a crocodile once you've finished. Well, you know what they say, when you wrestle a crocodile, you don't stop when you're tired, you stop when the crocodile's tired. And I think it's that kind of deal. Here's Arnold Duplessis with your favorite, the Nissan Patrol.
This is just the most mental SUV you will ever see. Look at the size of that grille. 380 kilowatts of power in this Nissan Patrol. It's like driving your house.
Remember in the old days there was the Undertaker with a WWF.
This should be his kind of car.
This is his car.
Yeah, it should be his kind of car. I think it's brilliantly prepared, well done too. It's put together by BP Motorsport, and it's just crazy, but stunningly crazy.
So he obviously outqualified the rest of them in B9 in the class. Here comes Arnie.
Arnold Duplessis, category B9. Let's see what he can do. He's got to beat 1 minute 3. I think he's going to get in the 50s in this huge 3-ton vehicle.
I once worked with Schwarzenegger at Sun City, the real Arnold. Yeah. And I introduced him as Arnie Schwarzenegger. And he came over and he said, "Call me Arnold. He's much more ballsy."
Oh,
there goes Megan Verlaque. There she goes.
She's going to try and beat a 47 seconds. It's a 600cc GSXR motorcycle engine in that little car that looks like a robot for Mars.
Yeah.
Just listen to this thing. It's beautiful.
So remember that in last year's King of the Hill, in the single-seaters and the sports
car... Oh, she hit a bollard! She hit a bollard!
Megan, no, you didn't!
She hit a bollard!
Megs.
On the left-hand side, that is going to be her time negated. We will still get her time, but she's hit one of our mobile policemen, and that will... DQ her lap, unfortunately.
Man... 47.4. Wow, that's faster than what she went last year when she finished in the top 10. Oh, no, here we go. This is in the C2s. Byron Mitchell is off and running, looking to improve on his qualifying time at 39.9 in the Reynard Formula V.
That is going, and I tell you, there's this. Oh, that is commitment like I haven't seen. Mitchell versus Rackstraw. Oh, what a lap!
39.8. So that is 1.5 hundredths of a second faster, and now it is Rackstraw who goes. He's looking now. The pressure is on. He's got to look for 39.8. This is in the Mygale SJ Ford.
This is the C2 category. It's nothing between Rackstraw and Mitchell.
Well, Mitchell let it all hang out there. Oh, he's going quickly to Sash.
Yeah, he's bulleting it. 39.8 is what he's got to beat. Let's see. He comes across the line.
No. How is that?
9,000.
Oh my word! 39805.
39805 against a 39847.
Wow.
That is 42 thousandths of a second. Listen to this car.
The full beam Infinity V8N, great voice.
This guy's so committed. It is unbelievable what Robbie Walt can do. A 37.29.
Wow.
Beautiful lap. Beautiful lap. I tell you, well done to young Andrew Rackstraw.
Look at that. The whole pits has exploded when they saw that time. So, wow, what a run by him. I thought he'd lost it for a second there. I thought he'd actually gone.
He is so committed. Here we go. The star of the show. This car is just brilliant.
Four-time champion, looking for a time of faster than 35 seconds. That's a good launch. He's barely held on to that.
Sequential box, McLaren design, 8 cylinders.
Specially built for hill climbing. He's trying to make it 5 in a row.
It's like glue. It just is on rails, this car. Magnificent. From Andre Bezuidenhout. Oh my word.
Almost broke 35 seconds. He's got faster yet again. It has been incredible.
Here comes Devin Robertson. We haven't seen him, so there must have been some kind of a day, but he's still allowed to get out there.
C5, he qualified with a run of that 39.001, so in category C5, and this is in the Radical, the SR1 prospect. Oh, listen to him keep the revs up there.
Yeah, I tell you, this is also a really, really fantastic racing driver, is Devin Robertson.
So he's up against Craig Harper in C5. Side note, 35.041. Let's see where Robertson ends up. 39.7, and that is 0.7 of a second slower than what he qualified with. There's Matthew Campbell. He is next in C6. So just 2 runners here in C6. He's up against the unbelievably quick Rui Campos. Campbell laid on a marker with a 49.7, but Campos way ahead by almost 8 seconds with his 41.625 in that Shelby Can-Am of his.
We haven't seen Craig Harper come out as yet, so we'll have to wait to see that. And also Andrew Schofield in the Formula Renault, unfortunately, had a big off at that corner that we're watching right now, so no longer taking part in today's proceedings. Going across the line at 39.768. That is a wonderful time. Oh no, that was Devin Robertson's time, sorry. Our timing screen's going a little bit haywire at the moment. Here is Rui Campos in the Shelby.
Rui will be desperate to try and get as close to 40 as he can. Already run a 41.625. Had a great day on Friday with the Classic Car Friday, where he piloted his Porsche so well. The right-hander, and over the end of the line he goes. 41.558, again faster than what he was earlier in the day when it was 41.625. So Campos wins the C6.
I tell you, he's had an unbelievable weekend. Won on Friday, now he's won again today, and I think he's into the top 10 as well. So
no doubt.
Magic stuff. What a weekend for Rui Campos.
Yep.
And there we go. Those are the class finals. A couple of upsets, a couple of disappointments, but that is the nature of what motorsport is about. I think kudos to Andrew Rackstraw for beating Byron Mitchell, the last 2 runs of the day. Magic stuff from those 2 youngsters.
The 2 important runs of the day where, dare I say it, the rubber hits the road. That's where it really counted. I do think that Colin is probably ready to chat to us in the pits.
All right, so he's just getting his final results, so we will catch up with Colin in a couple of moments. I'm sure he'll have some shenanigans to share with us. I mean, still desperate for the Subaru, desperate for the Aldo Scribante, for Rechard Roots. You know, both in the same class as well. So these small little things happen, unfortunately.
Colin is now ready for us with results in hand.
Right, we're walking down. Class finals is done. It's only the shootout, 30 more runs. But I suspect there'll be 1 or 2 cars that don't start. Top of the class. Franco, first part of the job done. You won your class.
We did, but the gremlins are starting to come in. Those little lights are starting to all talk their language. So we're going to take all the safety devices out. Let this thing scream now.
So it's either going to scream or stop. We don't, sorry, I didn't mean that, but you've taken all the devices off, you're going to throw everything you've got at it and have a full-on go.
Just let it scream for mercy all the way to the top. It can stop afterwards.
I love your attitude. Good stuff. Good luck, Franco, because now it really counts. The Kraken is up against the GTR, and we see the GTR not here because he hasn't come down again. Ruben, you went, that was your quickest lap of the weekend, wasn't it?
Yeah, for sure. We were building all day and I managed to get into the 54s on that last lap, yeah.
And you were like 0.4 of a second in an automatic behind a manual. That's something about the technology.
Yeah, 0.3 behind Wesley, so yeah, happy with that given that it's a different transmission.
Awesome, well done.
Thanks.
Are you happy?
Happy, yeah, I had it all. It's nice to be here.
First Simola, and he's an absolutely happy chap. Ruben has always got, it's only cool if it's air-cooled stickers. So he asked me to take this down to our Beetle. Wade Van Zummeren is here. Let's have a see. We're going to have a quick chat with Wade. Don't see him. I don't see Wade. But Wade's car is here. He's somewhere there. But we'll leave him. He's getting ready for top 10 shootout. Peter Zeely is over here. Peter? So frustrating, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I don't know, it's suspension, I think, because the tyres did the same now. Now I'm sideways up the hill in straight lines, so very scary.
What you going to do?
We're checking everything. They haven't found anything yet. I'm hoping they find something wrong, but otherwise I must just go.
You must have a full-on go.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Franco de Madia. Now it's just one more run. This is when you open up all the taps and give it everything.
Oh, Colin, I'm surprised that I've got into the top 10, you know what I'm saying? Compared to what I had yesterday, I'm surprised. I'm really, different tyres, different everything. But you know what? We are, and now the taps are open. Let's see what happens.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Right, so Ruben asked me to put the sticker on this car that says it's only cool if it's air-cooled. So Ruben, that's for you. Got to have a little bit of fun. Ricky Giannacara. Ricky. End of the weekend for you so far, Ricky, and how was it as an experience?
That was an absolutely phenomenal experience, Colin. We just got quicker and quicker with every session. The weather gods were great to us today. What more can we say? I was just saying to my wife now. What a better weekend to spend with my beautiful wife. A Lamborghini, an amazing team, my dad. What more can we ask for? This is amazing. This is what the hill climb's about. To have fun, enjoy it, go home with hopefully a trophy, I think. I think we're first in class.
You got first in class, well done.
And one of my best times ever up the hill climb in the Lambo, so I'm really happy.
Happy chap.
Very happy. I don't know, I haven't got words. It's really awesome.
Well done.
Thank you so much.
Cheers. Right, we want to go and find JP Dutoy, who won the standard. Graham Nathan, let's see. Grumpy, come here. We know he'll be grumpy. Grumpy, that was so close, eh?
Yeah, that was amazing, eh? I'm not at all grumpy. The Honda Owen did a superb job, and we've done a great job. My team did a superb job of this motor car, arriving on the hill first time out, and we studied all weekend, and it's what it's about. We're right there, made it exciting, made everybody wait to see what the time was, and we had to go.
I think what's it, a hundredth of a second, and that's the kind of thing that you want in a race. It's got to be nice and close, and who's going to win, and then boom, you got it.
All weekend we've been going at them. I've been that 1/10 ahead, and then he found a little edge with a little button. I'm sure that he pushed, but that's what it's about. We got to do our homework harder. This car was superb. This little VW, this 2-liter, it's so it's so usable. You can race it in endurance races, hill climbs, whatever you want to, it just does it.
Awesome. Graham, thank you so much for chatting to us. I love the smile, love the spirit of the competition. Let's go next door.
Thank you.
Cheers. The man with a button. He found a button, Graham says. They say fix your hair.
Fix my hair. I'm not worried about my hair, man.
Winner, chicken dinner.
That's how it goes, eh?
So Graham says he's sure you found a button to push, but you've been working away at it the whole weekend, chip away, and you did it when it counted.
We have. Yesterday conditions were pretty tricky with the wet. This morning it started getting better. We changed tires, changed the setup a little bit, and for the last run, all I had to do was just I'm not limited. I can just flick that boost button, an extra half a bar or whatever, a few PSI more. It makes all the difference going up this hill.
Well done and congratulations. Honda beats Volkswagen.
Yeah, Honda is always on top, eh?
Honda's on top, he says, congrats. There'll be some proper prize giving a little bit later. So Honda are... he's got to be very happy. And from a racing point of view, it's just so nice that there's a proper fight. We're going to go up here because we want to talk to some of the single-seaters. They call them flatties, the cars that have got relatively low ground clearance, so they can't come over the speed bumps when they go up and down the hill. Right, so we did speak to Zealy, and they were looking at some suspension changes, bonnets up, and they are having a bit of a go, trying to find why the thing bounces around and does what it's not supposed to do. So let's go. We'll just keep going fast with a swift walk because this is motor racing's all about speed. Reggie's still not back. Don't know why. He is. Reggie Roots. It's the final runs haven't been done yet, but you putting your other kit on.
My techie boots on.
Your techie shoes. Thanks, youngster. What happened?
No, unfortunately, the problem we had all day just got worse and it let go. So the engine's blown.
I'm sorry to hear that because we were looking for that last fight and that big showdown. And sorry about that. But great competition up until now between you and Franco. It was just ding dong until today.
No, it's been amazing. We were eyeing each other over the fence here and winking at each other, and but I thought it's going to be an awesome final, but next time.
Not to be. Sorry, Reggie, but I'm telling you what. Look at this magnificence of Sparko's finest in a young, fit, trained athlete. This is Richard Roots. This is my friend. This is a good oak. Good luck for next time.
Thank you. Next time.
Cheers.
Thanks, man.
There's always a next time. So let's go and talk to Franco. He knows. I'm not going to talk to him again. We're going to talk to the happy Roy Campos. It's just one more run.
One more, then the fun's over.
And this is going to be your quick one, eh?
Faster again.
Always full beans.
Okay, I'm going to try.
Awesome. Good luck, Roy. Got a beautiful helmet. Arai's finest. Just look at this. Love the artwork and the love that people put into it. Fantastic helmet. Right, so Devin, faster and faster you get.
Yeah, faster and faster. It never ends.
And now one more run. One more. Something less than 40 seconds of the most important bit of your life.
Yeah, well, I think the biggest part is the reliability's been there the weekend. It's just to watch out for that little policeman on the side now.
Yeah, good luck, eh?
Thank you very much.
Right, talking about policemen, Megan Verlack must be kicking herself. Let's find out. Megan, you had such a brilliant start. You were on the apex and then just a little bit over the apex. Did you know that you'd hit the little thing?
Yes, I did know.
And what went through your mind at the time?
I didn't mind, I was on the right line.
But you came, you had fun, and the car's in one piece, so it must be a successful weekend.
Oh, it was a good weekend, lots of fun.
Awesome, well done.
Thank you.
It's always that last little bit. And let's talk to the youngsters here. Youngster, the raining, the current.
We've been DQ'd. They say we hit a bollard right at the end.
You hit a bollard?
I think so.
Do you think or you did?
They said I did, so I didn't feel anything, but...
Is there evidence?
We're going to find out.
But nevertheless, so between you and this is the bollard pit, apparently.
Yeah, apparently. I think also Megan hit a bollard as well, so yeah.
Sum up the weekend for us, for you.
A joy, an absolute joy with my dad and the team, and fun. That's all it was. Fun, lots of fun.
Now, last year, you challenged Stuart to a certain competition. I'm told that youth and exuberance was beaten by age and treachery and experience. You're not going to challenge him again this year?
No, definitely not. I think I learned my lesson last year. I'm a wiser man and definitely not doing that again. I'll join them for a few beers now, but no, I'm not challenging him again.
Just remind us how young you are.
I'm turning 21. So
Turning 21, the current South African Formula 1600 champion and current driver of the Audi SA Audi in WCT. You enjoying that car?
Oh, 100%. It's amazing. I can't wait. We're going to get a new chassis, so everyone watching, it's going to be awesome. And yeah, I'm just having fun, learning the ropes. Obviously, never driven a GT car, so yeah, lots of fun.
But different as a saloon car to a single-seater.
Oh, very. With the weight distribution, it's heavier, also under braking. So, but yeah, it's something nice to look forward to and something nice, different to drive.
Well, good luck. We look forward to seeing you on the track again.
Thanks so much.
Right, we'll find out about the DQ'dness. Let's talk to Robert Walk, if we can find young Robert. Stu, that was properly wound up and viciously impressive.
Yeah, I think Rob was very committed, and the car wasn't quite where he thought it would be. So he ended up having a bit of a moment, but the car was far better. So Greg changed the gear ratios, Greg and Brian, which gave us a big gain and just chipping away, Colin. The chassis gets better and better, the engine's getting better and better, and I suppose we're getting to grips with it.
And what tweaks have you made between that class final and the last run of the day that's coming up?
We're still chasing power understeer, so we've made a few changes to try and get rid of that.
What sort of things do you do?
We've lowered the front ride height, we've given it a little bit more toe out at the front. So, yeah, just chipping away.
Love the progress. Good luck for the final.
Thanks, Colin.
Cheers. And let's find, here he is. Advocate, may we approach? Well, that's one objective done.
Yeah, that was a good run. Everything was within control. I think I hooked one gear incorrectly. I went into the bridge and I normally go 6.54 and I was a little bit too late in the corner and I went down to third, which I think slowed the car down. So there's a little bit more to come, if I can get that right.
We'd love to see a new record. Hopefully, you're going to take everything you've got and the kitchen sink and give it full beans.
Well, I just want to be there at the end. If that's good enough at the end, then I'm going to try my best.
Great. Thanks for chatting to us, Andre. Good luck.
Thanks, matey.
Andre, the entertainer in the ghouls. And we're not going to talk to Robbie and Bob now because they need to do what they need to do. The other thing we need to do is let the cars talk to us as they go up the track. McLaren, you've got to just love McLarens because, well, they're sports cars, they're fun. This is the top 10 shootout for road cars and road sports cars. So I'm going to shut up and let the cars talk.
It's actually quite easy to do, Colin. You just have to get these two idiots to shut up every now and then. This is Ciro de Siena, and Ciro was the 10th and final qualifier in the road car and supercar shootout, and he's done an incredible job. Remember, this is the first time that he's driven up the hill in a race car mode, if you like. 49.2, that's even faster than what he produced earlier.
I think it's just outstanding for what he's done for BMW, for that electric car. Wonderful, wonderful to see. So, and you know what? All of a sudden, this puts big pressure on the McLaren of the MP4 12C. You know, so Ciro at this stage is saying, "Okay, I've set down the number. You guys are going to come and beat me."
Yep.
Magic stuff.
Road car, supercar shootout. Man who qualified 9th fastest, Jacques Wheeler in the McLaren in that MQ412C Spider. Oh, my word.
Yeah, and incredible car. And it's quite amazing to think that it's nearly 10 years old already in terms of its design when it first came out from McLaren. So these are the top 10 shootouts for King of the Hill Simola 2022, the supercar shootout as well as road cars. He's got to beat a 49.231, does Jacques Wheeler. His best has been a 49.284. Beautiful shot there. A 49.641, which means Ciro de Siena is going to finish at least ninth.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That is just incredible.
Wonderful stuff. I tell you, he will be over the moon. Here we go. We got James Temple, whose best time is a 49.258. So he's also going to have to improve on if he wants to beat Ciro de Siena. This is the Shelby, which, I mean, he's got monster power as well. So let's see what James Temple can do. Can he beat the time of Ciro de Siena of 49.231?
This again is that lovely Terlingua. It sounds absolutely superb.
Oh, it's a brutal sounding car. That looked very, very quick. And you know, not an easy car to get round the corners at speed. So mighty effort from James Temple.
Right, what you got? 48.3. Wow, that's impressive.
That is nearly a second quicker than he went earlier. So magic time there from James Temple. Jared Eo in the Cayman 718.
Sash, you've got to say that you've got to lift your cap for this guy. This is a road-going car that he drives from here back home afterwards.
Yeah.
He has done an incredible job. He's one heck of a driver.
Yeah, wonderful stuff. Great launch. What a brilliant launch there from the Cayman 718.
Took it early. Took it 4 or 5 yards before the line. That's clever. So he was at full speed when he hit the transponder. The Cayman 718S.
I mean, it is only a 4-cylinder, 2.4, but it punches out, you know, 280 kilowatts of power.
Wow. We are smack bang in the middle of the road car and supercar shootout for the 12th edition of the Simola Hillclimb King of the Hill title.
There we go. James Temple at present, the fastest of 48.345. Jared Yeo on track at the moment on the Porsche. Let's see, he was in category or class A1.
Come on, Jared, come on, give us a good time. There it is, 48.25. So he's gone. That's his fastest time of the day.
Everybody's pushing it. These two Toyota Supras, look at them, trying to get some heat into the rears.
This is Feroz Ibrahim.
Yeah, the Ibrahim brothers up against each other. Let's see what Feroz can do in the Toyota Supra.
Very good takeoff.
And he would have generated some decent heat into those rear tires, so you really give it full send.
Lovely.
And I mean, everybody seems to be improving their time. So, you know, he's got to put in a time here. He's got to beat a 48.285. Let's see what Feroz Ibrahim can do.
Ooh! Used all of the road. It looked like the right door was over the edge onto the fauna and flora there for a second.
Oh, that's a huge time. That's a second faster than he's been.
47.4.
Oh, I think he's laid down a marker to his brother.
Big one.
Now, this is basically exactly the same car, but with the BMW engine.
Also got some speed and heat into those wheels now. His boot is saying, read my lips.
Here we go. We're ready to go.
Farhad Ibrahim, his fastest was 47.767. So he was just about a second faster than his brother in the Toyota Supra with the imported engine.
And he's going to have to make up at least 4/10 in his fastest time in order to beat Feroz. So Farhad Ibrahim going up in the supercar shootout for road cars for the Simola King of the Hill.
Let's listen to that B58 BMW engine.
This car loading onto the right-hand side, just keeping your foot on the gas. What are you going to do now going into the left-hander? Oh, they're going. They are pushing.
Look at that. He tried to get out of shape and he got it back into shape again. What is it?
What a time. That is a brilliant time from Farhad Ibrahim, a 45.9.
Listen,
and
that could get him right up there into the top 3 in the end.
Into the podiums.
Look at that. Third fastest is 46.9, second fastest 46.7, and fastest is 44.6. That could get him straight into the top 3 here.
With that is just a brilliant lap. 45.9. Garth McIntosh on in the McLaren 720S. You got to beat a 45.9. Garth, you've been brilliant the whole weekend. You got to find yourself a second and a bit.
Listen, I want to tell you, Farhad was as close to disaster as he possibly could have been. He was skating on thin ice, and he made it work.
Well, this is it. You got to push it to the limit. You got to know your own limit, and you know you're here to win. Oh, that thing got very happy. A little bit of turning oversteer for the McLaren. He's also trying to push it as hard as he can, but he's got to find a second and a bit to beat the time of Farhad Ibrahim.
Of course, he wouldn't know that now. He's down there on the line waiting to do his bit. He doesn't know what the time is, and you don't know until you come down the hill. But here we go. What's the McLaren logged? Oh, 46.318. But look at his time as well. He has gone almost a second faster himself in the last run.
All right, Dion Joubert. Here we go. 46.971. He's got to find a full second.
Yep.
He's got to find a full second to beat Farad.
Now we're in the top 3 of the qualifiers in the top 10 here. Hubert was slotted into 3rd place, qualifying lap 5 in the M4S drive. Let's see what he can do. Don't you love how that bit over the left front wheel as he took it in with a little feather of the brakes and then into the right-hander?
Yeah, such a super talented racing driver as well, Dion Hubert. So this is car number 8 in the top 10 shootout for the King of the Hill road cars. Time he wants to beat is a 45.9. His best is a 46.9.
He made that policeman quiver, I promise you.
Oh, that's very quick. Coming up that part of the hill into the left-hander, the right-hander, the left-hander again, the right-hander again.
That, I think, was quick.
Oh, he's second.
45.99. Oh, my word.
He is 0.08 of a second slower than Farad Ibrahim. So Farad is guaranteed a podium. There's only 2 cars to go, the Audi R8, the Porsche 911 Turbo. Farad Ibrahim is on the podium. Unbelievable.
A stunner of a run.
I mean, that is just brilliant. He was 5th fastest. He's now guaranteed 3rd fastest.
Gordon Nicholson with his 46.702. That's a radio station from where I come from. The Audi R8. And this is Nicholson. What can he produce here?
And I tell you, he's going to have to punch us as well because his best time is only 0.2 quicker than Farad Ibrahim.
So he was on. This is as close as it can be.
Love the sound of this Audi the V10.
It's a big engine, isn't it? Let's take a look at the lines here, because all of them have been really tight. Now, he had some space to spare there, but maybe that sets him up a little better for the very next corner into that left-hander and left again. More left and then through the right-hander and the S's here.
Oh! Tell you, got some great overs here, but it just shows you pushing the limit, pushing the limit.
46.0.
Wow. Can
Look
you
at
believe
that.
it? Farad Ibrahim is sitting in 2nd place, and even though JP van der Walt is a good 2 seconds quicker than everybody on the track, he knows there's pressure. He knows there's pressure. He cannot afford to make a mistake.
So, JP van der Walt, who has had this title one hand on the trophy already all the weekend through. 44.632 is his fastest qualifying in the 911 Turbo S. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, a terrific launch as well. Of course, it doesn't 4-wheel drive. Whoa! Big moment for JP van der Walt. Definitely had to back off, and this is a critical part of the track coming up the hill.
Did that scare him enough to back off, or does he keep going back up to it?
He would have had to just have a slight lift, but hopefully it hasn't cost him any time, but it just shows you right on the edge.
Totally right on the red line limit here.
Oh, a couple of corners to go. How is JP van der Walt?
He made it
doing?
shake again. Wow.
Oh, he does it. 44.562, which is his fastest time. Fastest time, and he wins the road car supercar shootout. Unbelievable for JP van der Walt, but man, star of the show, Farad Ibrahim in the Toyota, putting it in 2nd place.
What a champion. What an absolute champion. So, Davy Hubert is not here, and Craig's... Oh, he's off! Oh!
Oh, man, that is a bit... It just shows you there's so much power of the car coming off the line. That is a huge crash for Craig Zank. And, of course, you know, you've got the grass, Arnold, and then it's just trees.
There was no grip. Luckily, I think the bushes here, my one worry is there is a little bit of a drop down here, and I saw some of the car. I don't think he's gone down there, but it looks like it could be precariously balanced down there. Thank goodness the bushes were there, because that slowed the speed.
Well, I tell
What
you,
did he do?
It just is. You want to get on the gas as fast as possible, and over the years coming to Simola, the amount of times. Oh, there we go. Great. Craig Zank is okay. That's the most big wave to everybody. Wonderful to see. Unfortunately, the end of his running, but he's okay.
That's not a Mexican wave, that's a wave of relief.
Yeah. But also, I mean, just look how outstanding, how quickly the marshals are there, medical cars. I know it's just off the start-finish line, but everyone is there. It's a question of now, what are they going to do with the vehicle as well?
Because they can't leave that there.
Well,
if their one has gone in there, then maybe
you don't want something to happen like that. The main thing is Craig is okay, but that was a big incident. I'm sure we'll get a replay. He just lit up the rear tires and got a tank slapper and lost the rear of the car and tried to hold on, and it just said no, my friend.
And then when he hit the grass, it was
there you've got no. So here we go. Pulls off. Puts his foot down. Oh, did something break?
Second gear. Yeah, there was a puff there from the front.
Okay. Oh, yeah, he just yeah, he just got caught out. The rear caught him and spun him onto the grass. Very, very unfortunate for Craig, but he's okay.
You see, from here on, you are at the mercy of the gods.
Yeah,
You've got no chance. You can do whatever you like. Your steering wheel is useless. You are just holding on for dear life.
Yeah, there we go. So,
have you ever had one of these like that?
I did in Port Elizabeth at Aldo Scribante circuit. I was left, right, and managed to catch it right at the end. But it wasn't a car nearly as powerful as this, I can promise you. But it still wasn't pleasant.
The frightening thing is, like you say, you're a passenger. I've had it in a 540 where you are just going, I take my hands off and you can put them behind your back and put your feet on the steering wheel and off you go. You're ice skating.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah. There's not much you can do. Nothing you can do.
Not a nice thing.
All right, it is a red flag situation. We honestly don't know how long it's going to take and what they're going to do in terms of the recovery of that vehicle.
Yeah.
Whether or not they're going to be able to pull it out of the bushes.
I think that's in that little donga there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so our cameras are around about that area as well. So, fortunately, didn't take any of those out.
He was looking like he was going. Thank goodness those bushes caught him and slowed down the velocity, because that could be ugly. Funny enough, that is one of the worst things. We lost a dear friend at Midval who I worked with for years, and a tribute to Nick Lowe. He was one of the best cameramen ever you could find, and unfortunately, Nick was wrong place, wrong time, and that's the last thing you want to see. Racing drivers, and then of course staff and people who are involved, who are there to delight other people. That's the last thing you want.
Yeah, but you know, one cannot say it enough. Motorsport is a dangerous sport, and we always have to be cognizant of that. And these incidents do happen.
They happen,
and that is just the nature of the beast.
Yeah.
So the main thing is Craig is okay. It's at the end of the day, it's just a car.
Yeah. I was overjoyed to see him climb out of the car.
Yeah.
And that's the fourth biggie that we've had over the weekend. And every single one of the drivers get out and they walk away.
Yeah.
And for that, we are truly grateful. But again, I've also got to say it, I'll harp on about it forever and a day. That's the beauty of the sport, that the safety that we see is the price that the Jackie Stewarts and the Manuel Fanjos and the Chris Severs and all those, your great hero, Villeneuve, all paid to make sure that today those drivers can have an off like that, or like Udo de Burgess did yesterday, and open the door and walk away.
Yeah, very, very, very much so. And safety, one cannot harp on enough about safety when it comes to motor racing. You can only do so much.
Yeah.
You know, these competitors spend weeks and months to make sure that their cars are well prepared. Now, a man who must be over the moon with his performance during the course of the weekend has to be Ciro Di Siena, and he's with our roving reporter, the consummate,
incomparable
Colin Hasty.
Chiro, looks like you've got the electric car record and winner of the class. Well done.
Thank you very, very much. It's a truly wonderful feeling. I think I now understand why race drivers put themselves through this. I think I now understand what you're chasing. You know, you're chasing this high, and it is a true high. I mean, I was emotional coming down the hill when I realized I'd got the record, and it's just a wonderful, wonderful feeling.
Last year you were talking in the microphone. This year you're going to be lifting the trophy.
Yes, yeah. No, that feels good. And you know what? I hope that this victory or this new record inspires more people to bring more electric cars here and more manufacturers to enter more of their cars. There's so many cool electric cars coming to South Africa. I think BMW were very brave, not only giving someone like myself this car, but they were very brave in just entering the car in the first place. And I really hope this kicks off a EV revolution for Simola.
Tell us a little bit more about the car.
So it's a 2022 BMW i4 M50. They flew it in for Simola, especially for Simola. 400 kilowatts, 800 Newton meters. They claim 0 to 103.9, but some people are getting 3.5 out of it. Dual motor. It's
quick, eh?
Yeah, it's a bit heavy, 2.2 tons because of the battery pack. The battery pack's massive, obviously. But, I mean, you don't really feel its weight up the hill. It's incredibly fast.
Now, over the 2 days that you've been here, have you had to charge it at all?
Yes, so it got down to about 50% yesterday, and then I just popped down to the Knysna Mall. There's a fast charger there. Plugged it into the fast charger for about 30 minutes, and it was back up to full. And I only used about 30% of the battery going up the hill, so got 70% to go home.
What a happy chappy. Now you're driving it back to Cape Town.
Yes, we are. BMW have asked us if we can take it back, so we're going to be doing a nice road trip back to Cape Town in it. Nice and comfortable, quiet road trip back to Cape Town.
And no doubt you're going to do a review for Cars.co.za?
Yes, no, that's correct as well. We'll do a full review on it as well. And we'll be making, I've had the awesome Cars.co.za crew here the whole weekend. As you can see, my car's all rigged up with cameras there. And we'll be making a full film about my experience for our YouTube channel as well.
Awesome. Chiro, thank you very much and congratulations. Don't forget to go to Cars.co.za. You can see it all. Cheers.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Awesome. Now, the wild man from Borneo, he's sitting quiet in the car. Dion, it's been an amazing weekend and, you know, you're sitting here.
I'm miserable, man. I did my best run and it was really great. I made a great start and everything nice, and then I hit one of those bloody cones.
So your time's nothing.
Yeah. So, but you know, it's what it is. The track's a track, you know, and yeah.
It's amazing the bits of racing, the highs and lows, this emotional roller coaster, and the joys and frustration.
Glasses. It's, I don't know if wearing glasses is better or not. Maybe it's better not to see stuff because I don't know. But yeah, it's something that I've been hitting the cones a lot this weekend, you know. So, but I do have a habit of stealing the inside apex, you know. But I mean, it is the track.
You've always played it on the limit.
I think that, you know, those cones affect me more.
But we got to go because Franco's going up the hill. Cheers.
Insight there from Dion, who is miserable, but in the meantime, it's De Matteo. He's on the way. He was the 8th fastest qualifier in the Jaguar XKRR V8 Supercar.
And he's been waiting for this run the whole weekend. So go, Franco, listen to the sound of this crazy car. It's got nitrous oxide in it as well. Yo, that's fast.
Lovely run. It really was clean. That was one of those clean runs. 42.243. That is his fastest for the weekend as well in the Jag.
Yeah, there we go. He has improved. Well, yeah, I'm actually surprised. I didn't think this car was going to go out. I actually spoke to them in the crew, in the pits. They said it's not going to go out. But here we go. Aldo Scribante.
Never give up.
Never
give up.
You know, kudos to him and his whole team to just sit there and say, we're going to take it up the hill, even if it's in limp mode. just for the crowd to see it. It's very, very unfortunate that it had so many problems and gearbox issues, but
trouble.
No, it has. He's just cruising up. He just wants to get to the finish line, and
unfortunate.
well done to them for doing that. But when I saw them earlier, they said no, it just can't go. So I think he's only got about 2 gears left.
My grandfather's tractor in Bloemfontein sounded better. I'm sorry for them. That's not nice, and it's not a nice way to finish off the weekend. He did get into the top 7 with a 42.292, but the car never really was good, unfortunately.
Yeah, just the last 2 runs. That's been the problem for Aldo. Getting up towards the end. The next car that is going to go up the hill is a car that, honestly, I really expected to challenge for the top 3.
Yeah, that's true. You're absolutely right.
I also have a feeling that in this category that Richard Roots will not be going up the hill. I don't think his car is ready. There we go. Well done, Aldo. You have had a great weekend, but unfortunately, didn't happen at the end.
The defending champion in the modified Saloon cars, Peter Zili. He's in the Toyota MR2 Super GT, and he's away.
This is going to be quick.
What's going to have to be? It is going to have to be. He is going to have to haul off at least, lop off 2 seconds odd.
He can do it. He can do it.
He won last year in 40.402 in the same car. Oh, love that gear change.
The only reason he might just be holding back a little is the car he's due to leave South Africa to go and compete overseas. You don't want anything to go wrong. I'm telling you, this is going to be quick. This is going to be quick.
It looks quick.
Oh, it's quick, but it's not quick enough in my opinion.
No, 42.060 I don't think is going to disturb anyone in the top 5, because the top 5, so Anton Cronje is not there either at this stage.
Here is Wade. Go Wade.
Now this is the maddest of the whole lot. He's scared of nothing, and he doesn't keep it on the blacktop either. Watch this run. He's been notoriously touching the grass there. There he is again. Ooh, sideways.
Oh, this is a fast run.
41.6.
Oh, 3/10 quicker than he went a little bit earlier. That is a fantastic run from Wade van Zumeren.
But now, Hubert in qualifying was almost a second faster than what van Zumeren was. What can he produce here? Qualified 3rd fastest in the Lotus Elise.
Yeah, it's got a Honda-powered engine. It's incredibly light. Charles Hubert, can he upset the apple cart? Can he get close to the time? He's not far off the times of Franco Scribante.
What has impressed me about this car the whole of the weekend when they were racing is how it's glued to the track. It's really stuck down.
I mean, you can actually hear the front splitter hitting the ground.
Oh, throwing it in there. Left, right. Left again, and then into the last right-hander. Over the line she goes.
What a time! Woo! What a time from Charles Hubert.
Wow.
39.278. That has thrown the gauntlet down to Franco Scribante. That is astonishing from Charles Hubert in the Lotus Honda Power.
Well, let me tell you, in 2021 that would have been good enough to take 3rd place, and in 2019 that would have taken 2nd place overall.
Unbelievable lap from Charles Hubert. Now, Scribante has got issues. There are many things that are wrong with this car at the moment. I think he's turned off just about everything. Let's see what he can do. Oh, that's a great pull-off. That is
Unbelievable launch.
super fast. Oh, that is commitment.
Oh, the hammerhead is flying and looking for prey up ahead.
He decided he's just going for it. He's going for it. Change down into the left-hander under the bridge.
Through the toughest corner, that hard sweep left, right, and then back through the top there. Oh, this looks absolutely awesome, Sash.
It does look incredible, but he's going to have to beat his best time in order to beat Charles Hubert. But letting it all hang out, that is Franco Scribante. That's the only way he knows. What a time!
38.1!
What a time from Franco Scribante.
You go, boy!
1.3 seconds faster than he went. Unbelievable.
Okay.
What a time from Franco Scribante.
That's a personal best here. He won this race in 2019 with a 39.3. That's a PB here at the Hillclimb.
Now, I don't want to say this. I don't want to say this too loud, Ari.
Yeah.
But they turned all of the other funny electronics off, and now all of a sudden, it's the fastest it's gone. Shh! Don't tell anyone.
Don't say it to anyone.
What a lap from Franco Scribante, as well as Charles Hubert. Wade van Zumeren will finish in third. Very unlucky we didn't have the likes of Reggie Roots. He had all sorts of issues from qualifying 5, as early on as qualifying 5. But winner of the modified Saloon car shootout, Franco Scribante, in a time of 38.1 seconds.
Just translate for an idiot such as me is what you actually just said now about all those fancy systems off. Let's just race the thing the way that the engine is intended to go. What does that actually mean?
Well, listen, I'm saying it in jest because I know that he was saying, just going to turn everything on. Of course, they've got certain things on, but he sat there, and we heard him with Colin Hasty. He basically sat there and he said, I'm just going to go and send it. And when you get your mind into that capacity, that's exactly that's all you have to do. You sit there and go, I'm going for it, regardless. The car's either going to make it to the top or it's not going to make it to the top. You're getting a replay of this runoff of Franco Scribante. I think he's best ever at Simola.
What I loved about it was totally clean. Clean.
Man, he punched this hard. Look at it bouncing. That's an outstanding lap.
The gear changes were so clean. The revs were up all the way through the gear changes too.
That's quick going into that left-hander. The third left, then the right. Tucking the inside line. It's a fantastic lap. A brilliant lap from Franco Scribante.
He almost broke 38 seconds.
It's extraordinary.
I think the only other person who's done that is Andre Besaidnout in the single-seater. I don't think anyone, in fact, I know no one else has broken 37 seconds here.
I mean, unbelievable. Prior to that, Franco did a 39.4. He did 1.3 seconds faster. So now it's one of those, do we keep it or do we look for some other kind of machinery? Wonderful lap. There we go.
Goosebump stuff.
So here we go. It is going to be the final shootout. It is the single-seater and sport car shootout. Hopefully we'll have 10 cars here. And there's going to be a terrific battle. I don't know if anybody can get close to Andre Besaidnout. Let's be honest.
No, because at this stage he's got more than 3.5 seconds gap over Robert Volk. But the fact of the matter is that for all of them, it's obviously looking for a place on the podium, second and third. Here we go.
But the thing is, Robert Volk, Devin Robertson, Andrew Rackstraw, Byron Mitchell, there's nothing between them.
No, that second and third step on the podium is all important. Craig Harper gets underway.
Matthew Campbell. Craig Harper, unfortunately, doesn't see there.
Sorry. Matthew Campbell. Thank you.
Matthew Campbell. He's in a Harper, funnily enough, but it's not a Harper.
So, this is the
cars are
Type
made
6.
in Cape Town. These cars are made in Cape Town. They drove them here.
Unreal.
They drove them to Simola to go racing.
Unreal.
Wonderful.
So the Type 6 Harper is on the road. Matthew Campbell is at the steering wheel.
His fastest time of 49.7. So he'll be wanting to improve on that.
It's ended up being a beautiful...
Oh, my word. I don't know if he hit a policeman.
Oh, I think he dodged it, but my
But
word.
wow, that was close.
Millimeters.
Yeah,
Millimeters.
very, very close. A little bit ragged. Got to be honest, sometimes the pressure. Let's see what he comes across the line at. 40, exactly the same. 49.718. 3 1,000s faster. Oh, one of my favorites.
I wonder if the two marshals shouldn't just save her some fuel and pick that up and carry it to the start line. Megan Verluck in that little Suzuki. Just 600 cc's there, but the body weighs absolutely nothing. You could turn that upright and have a shower in it.
It's just magic. How is that acceleration? She wants to break 47. That's what she wants to break 47. Go for it, Megan.
So she hit one of the policemen in in her last qualifying run.
That's right.
So she'll be wary of that and very, very much on guard not to do it again. Wow, how late is she on that left-hander?
She is just, wow, I love that. Sliding it into that left-hander. And the sound of it.
Screaming its way up the hill, now into the next left-hander. Now come the S's, and this is a tough one. Great line. Uses all of the road.
I tell you, she has got guts.
This was quick as well,
What
I think.
a time!
Megan, you beauty! 46.8.
She broke the 47.
That's a second 0.2 faster than how she finished 10th last year. How's that?
She's going to be over the moon. Here comes the mighty Rui Campos in the Shelby Can-Am.
Heart beating, foot flat, first, second, third, now the right-hander.
Just to let you know, Matthew Campbell did hit one of the policemen, so he's disqualified. No time for him, unfortunately. Rui Campos' best time has been a 41.6.
So for Rui to get on to the top 5, he needs to get very close to 39.5.
We know that he'll give everything he can. Just a question of can the car give him that little bit more?
He will leave nothing out there this time, and he hasn't.
Oh, wonderful lap. Wonderful lap. 8 tenths quicker than he was early on today, a 40.8.
Byron Mitchell in the Reynard.
The top 5 from the King of the Hill. This is what it's all about. There's nothing between Mitchell, Rackstraw, Robertson and Walton. This is
Good
where
launch.
It all counts. This is where it all counts. And he'll be mighty upset that Rackstraw's got on 1 over him at the moment.
My ears are filled with car, and it's glorious.
He's giving it full gas, Byron Mitchell.
Oh, that shot is amazing. That gives you an incredible impression of the speed.
This is fast. Arnold, this is really, really quick. 39.7.
So
2 tenths quicker.
That's his fastest of the weekend as well. Byron really gave it everything.
He did.
Here's Rackstraw.
Rackstraw's going to have to replicate what he did in the final qualifying in order to... I don't know, that start wasn't epic. Wasn't epic. Let's see what he can do.
Didn't put it down properly, did he?
Got a little bit too much wheel spin. Great lap from Byron Mitchell, 39.7. He's up now. Andrew Rackstraw's best time is also a 39.7.
A little wide there, but then slapped it through the right-hander. He's got time to make up and he'll know it. Also very quick. That shot is so impressive from a speed point of view.
Kicking up some of the dust from earlier. Oh my, we're 600ths of a second slower. 6/100ths of a second slower than Byron Mitchell. So, I mean, this battle between these two youngsters has been magic to watch. So, but Byron Mitchell comes out on top.
So Mitchell is now assured a 4th place at the very least.
Third place at the very least.
At the very least.
No, fourth place, you're right.
Devin
You're right.
Robertson is on the way, and this is the Radical SR1 Pro Sport. He has looked very impressive as well, and again, one of those cars, it's a lovely expression, I'll steal it from you, it looks like it's on rails.
Yeah, the magic, and I mean, this is really a great racing driver as well. Wow, he is pushing it to the limit.
Oh,
sure, that's fast.
Love that shot because it just makes you understand how utterly fast they're going.
Let's see what Devin Robertson can do coming up to the line. 39.5, which is only 2/10 quicker than Byron Mitchell, but it is quicker.
Unfortunately, a little slower than what he was in qualifying.
Yeah,
he went
half a
39
second.
flat.
Half a second.
That line that he took into turn 6 looked like it was a little ragged. Robbie Wolf now.
He was right on the edge in his second last run. Is he going to push it anymore? Let's see what he can do. He needs to beat a 39.5 in order to get, well, at least onto the podium.
Was saying that he wasn't going to tap off this time to us when we spoke just now. He was going to go as hard as he could, very wide and into that right-hander. Don't know if he lost himself a bit of time there.
Yo, that's fast. Again.
I don't think I've ever seen him throw the weight of the car around like that on a run here at Simola.
What a time from Robbie Walk.
Whoa!
36.335 from a 38.7.
That is massive. 36.3.
2.4 seconds faster than anybody else. And I tell you, Andre Bezuidenhout will now sit and say, even though we know that this car can do under 35 seconds, he'll sit and say, Robbie, well done. I've got my work cut out. No mistakes here, Mr. Bezuidenhout.
Only 2 men have broken 37 seconds. Here's one of them. The other one has just done it. Robbie Volk. Bezuidenhout is en route. Will we see a new record? He's looking for 34.9.
And a 5-times champion if he manages to complete this lap. Let's enjoy Andre Bezuidenhout.
Lovely lines here. Getting the most out of his car and the most out of the road that he's got available for himself. Oh, gorgeous.
Oh, that's fast. This is unbelievable.
Whoa!
34.1.
New record, folks.
8/10 faster than he went last year. An extraordinary time from Andre Bezuidenhout to win the single-seater, the king of the hill, the fastest ever time up the Simola Hillclimb, 34.161 seconds.
Take 5, Councillor. Take 5.
Extraordinary.
Oh, my word. You've got to just go. Oh.
What a battle. And I mean, wow. Devin Robertson, you know, to stick that Radical with the time that he did, just 2/10 quicker than Byron Mitchell, and Robbie Walk to go 2 seconds faster than he's been the whole weekend.
That's frightening.
Just
Give me
his
Robbie's time
commitment.
again. What did he do?
He did a 36.335.
Wow. So Robbie's fastest time before
Here we
that was
go.
37.205. Here's another look at Andre Bezuidenhout.
The fastest time ever up Simola.
It was the perfect run, Sash. It was the perfect run.
It's just unbelievable. Oh, that's just magic to watch. I mean, that is 34 seconds of your life that you'd like to watch over and over and over again. Outstanding. Andre Bezuidenhout, yet again, the man to beat at Simola. Brilliant stuff.
You'd have to say that very few sculptors and painters have done something as perfect as that. That is just, it's a thing of beauty. It was perfect. He didn't miss any of his marks. He picked the most perfect lines, It was just a thing of beauty.
It was amazing.
I think Colin is ready for us as well at the very same time. He would certainly be very interesting to hear what he has to say about the 34.1.
Right, we've got JP van der Walt with us. JP, you won in a white Porsche last year. You brought a yellow one with some extra wheels of drive. What a wonderful day.
Thank you. Last year was the blue GT3 RS.
I'm half colorblind as well.
No, all good. Thank you very much. To be honest, I thought this car would be quicker up here. I think I haven't checked, but I know it's so close. I basically matched last year's time. But yeah, it was a completely different car to drive up here, but nevertheless had a lot of fun.
Yeah, with four-wheel drive gets you off the line, and was that one of the considerations why you went for the four-wheel drive?
Absolutely correct. That's exactly why I took it. But I think you lose that advantage as soon as you get at the top through the S's. That GT3 RS is flat through there, where this car you need to come off, get it to rotate, come off to get it to rotate, where the RS is just flat up there.
So sum up your weekend for us.
It started off wet. I was hoping actually for if it was going to rain, it must rain for both days. Yeah, I'll take the win. I'll take the dry weather as well. I think we were a bit more cautious than last year, just progressively building up the speed. And yeah, here we are again. I'm very happy.
Congratulations, well done.
Thank you. And I would also like to thank all my sponsors for the belief in me. Thank you.
Well done.
Thanks.
Cheers. Right, let's go and see who else we can find here. Andre Bezuidenhout. I mean, what an absolute magnificent run. Robbie Walk as well. We're waiting for them to come down the mountain, but let's have a quick word with Stu. Stu, you've got to be happy with that last run of Robbie's. I don't think he left anything on the table.
No, Colin, it was magnificent, and certainly if you look at where he started yesterday to where he's ended up today, it's really good, and it's a mark of the way he approaches his motor racing, which I'm a big admirer of.
But you guys chipped away at the setup of the car and finally got it to probably as much as you could do this weekend.
I think that's fair comment. I don't think we were ever going to really challenge Andre. I guess our strategy was just to maybe put him under a little bit of pressure, but I think he was comfortable. He did a great job. It's a fantastic car, a nice team, so they've got all their ducks in a row.
New lap record, new hill record for him.
Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah. Well done. Thanks for chatting to us, Stu, and have a good evening.
Thanks, you guys too, Colin.
Cheers. Rui Campos has just come back. Let's from up the hill. Let's go see if we, when he gets out of the car, the rule from the guys is that when they come down, they've got to come down with their helmet on, visor down, just from a safety point of view. So we will hang in there. I'm just looking behind us. Byron Mitchell has just come down. He won the 2-litre sports racing car section. Let's see if we can, as Rui gets out, I'm sure he'll got to put the steering wheel back, get all the right stuffs done, and then I'm sure he'll talk to us. Flappy paddle gearbox, love that stuff. Roy, you happy?
Yeah, very happy. Yeah.
How your run just perfect?
Yeah, it was. I wish I had done this all day. You know what I mean? But obviously, the last one matters.
Lovely to see you smiling and happy.
Yeah, I'm very happy.
Sum up the weekend for you.
Just a fantastic. Organisers, well done. My team, Gerald, who came and helped us. It's just great. My family's here. I'm happy.
Awesome. Thanks, Roy. Cheers. Emotional guy. Puts everything he's got into his racing. Devin Robinson's still in his car. Let's have a chat. Devin, you saved the best till last.
Yeah, we opened the nitros for the last run, and unfortunately it wasn't happy. But I mean, it went quicker than what we were, so got us into the top 3. So I'm very happy with that. Big thank you to all the sponsors that actually made it all possible. Liquid Moly, Metal Used Spares, Don Bravo.
Penta and Suzuki.
Yeah, Penta and Suzuki for all their inputs. So without them, we wouldn't have been here this year.
Congrats. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much, man. Cheers.
Cheers. Surprising little car. I mean, it's tiny. but it absolutely goes like smoke. Let's go and talk to Byron. I'm sure you'll have a quick word with us. Byron, that was close.
No, that was too close, eh? Sure, too close for comfort.
Great drive. Was it just a perfect one for you?
Yeah, I think we left a little bit more. I mean, I'm sure everybody left a little bit more, but definitely in the finals, I was a bit nervous for that, so I took it very easy. Just wanted to be conservative, and luckily we managed to take that. But geez, the finals, that was close. Gave it everything there.
Well done.
Thank you.
Right, let's go and see if we can talk to Robbie Walk, who was second, and then Andre Bezuidenhout, who is your king of the hill in the single-seaters. There's Robbie. Andre has just got back now. Robbie Walk, you saved the best till last.
Yeah, I mean, we made progress every run today, so unfortunately we didn't have any clear running yesterday. I guess we'll start on the back foot with some car issues. So where we started with on Monday this week to where we finished today, I think it's a great effort by the team. Greg Canny, Stuart, Bob, all the guys at Ian Schofield for lending me his car, and obviously all his effort and time and money put into this. So yeah, it was an adventure we started last year and thankfully managed to complete this year. So for a car in 1989, can't be too upset with that.
And the sound of it is absolutely magnificent. And when the car wound up, was it as exciting to drive as it was to listen to and watch?
Yeah, I must say, from what I've driven in the past, it was, old school hill climb monster, but good fun to drive and very responsive. So yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed it. I think we got it quite dialed in at the end, which is great. I guess we just didn't have enough runs, so maybe poke into 39s would have been cool, but anyway, I think where we got to today, where we started with, was awesome.
Well done, Robbie. Thanks for chatting to us.
Cheers, thank you.
What a great competitor, a great driver, a consummate professional. Right, let's go and find your new record holder for King of the Hill. He'll be on the other side of the arch. So the arch. We'll go down here. Farnes is our start line camera operator. And then here we go all the way past the Suzuki guys who did so well. And we'll get right here and be able to talk to Franco and to Andre. So we'll just go. They're busy talking. Let's see if we can find Franco. He's here. Franco, congratulations. Job done.
Yeah, thanks very much, Colin.
There was a bit, there were nervous times towards the end.
There were nervous times. A few gremlins crept in, but we managed to work around them, eh?
And you delivered I think what's a bloody good time at the end.
Yeah, no, that's a blitz time, eh?
Well done.
Thanks, Colin.
Can have a nice party tonight?
Absolutely. We have a nice party every night.
Go boy. Right, let's get through to Andre and see if he can talk to him. So, new lap record, saved it to the last. Absolutely stunning sort of stuff, 34.1 seconds. Haven't quite worked out the average speed, but it's got to be very, very close to an average of 200 kilometers an hour all the way up the hill. So we'll get to him now with his daughter. Just got to wait for some of the local media who go in. Jeff Goddard, while we're waiting for Andre to finish chit-chatting, how was the event for you?
Super happy with the way it ran. The rain had us a little bit on the back foot yesterday, but today it's all come to fruition and good results, fast times, good vibe, just what we wanted.
Yeah, great event now. You all start working Monday morning, you start working on next year.
Yeah, I'm already busy with the regulations. Some little tweaks I need to put in there just to make sure that we keep everybody following on the right track with the rules. But super happy.
Awesome. Congratulations on what we think is a brilliant event. Andre, champion again. Double. Double, new record. Saved the best for last.
Yeah, look, it was just an amazing run. You know, you visualize the perfect run, like we've spoken in the beginning of the weekend. You know, when you sit there, everything went quiet. I could see the times were dropping, and the last run, was it as good as what I thought? I actually think it was a little bit faster than what I hoped for. I thought maybe we can have a a 34.7 or 34.5, and now it's a 1. So the next question is, which I preempt from you, is can one do a 33? I think the answer is yes.
It has to be, because you're going to go home, do some more homework in the next year, and come back fitter, stronger, faster, and have
weight.
and have another go.
Yeah. No, what a blessing to be here. I'm just very glad I could still run it. All the crowd was back here. Great camaraderie, friendships, and these guys are just doing so well. You speak to Dan Hirsch, the American who's here. He's a superstar in drag racing, and he says he's never ever would have believed that the quality of this event. Blown away. So we need to spread the story and get more international competitors here.
Andre, congratulations. Brilliant job. We'll see you next year.
Thank you so much, Carl. Thank you for your work.
Cheers. So that's about it from Simola 2022. The cars have done all the talking. It's been for me, an absolutely brilliant event with the changing conditions yesterday. Drivers, some of them having some trouble, others going faster and faster. The Sheriff, I'll give it its name now, it's Sheriff. I'll still call it the Kraken every now and then. They worked hard, they dialed it in, and they delivered when it counted. Heartbreak for Reggie Roots, who spent basically the last couple of qualifying runs with some sensor and oil pressure issues. Finally, the engine broke. JP van der Walt in the Porsche, he won last year, he won again. And as we say, Andre with the record. A great event of friendship, of camaraderie, of new friendships and renewing old friendships. A technical, I think, a technically challenged event, both from a coverage point of view and from a racing point of view. I'd just like to thank all the spectators, plus all the sponsors, everybody who came here. And I'd also like to thank our production team, Ari, who worked with me for the first time. Thank you very much, Ari. I really appreciate your work. And to you who's watched, keep watching. We'll be back next year. You can go back and look at all the highlights and review the event. So from me and from the whole production team, see you at Simola 2023. Be good.
He's a champion.
Yeah,
Colin,
well done, Colin.
Colin,
Well done.
we both say congratulations, Boyke. Firstly, I don't know where he gets all this energy all the time, because I think he eats batteries for breakfast.
Well, when you have petrol in your veins, it's incredible how you find the energy.
Amazing.
But what an event! What a privilege to be here, Arnie, and. Congratulations to all the competitors, all of them from Friday through right until the last half an hour. Congratulations to everybody, because there's so much effort that goes in. Brilliant display of professionalism.
I agree. And also, you've got to say, all the people who added in, who helped the marshals, who give of their time for free, they come here and they have fun. Sparky Bright and his team who launched them all off, all the safety personnel, you saw the fire department who did endless amounts of running up and down, the folks who work with the 911 services and those sorts of things. Thank you to each and every one of you. It was lovely working with you, Sash, and I honestly didn't think that we'd see a record that was that quick. Seriously.
That's the beauty of motor racing. You just don't know what is going to happen on the day. You sit and say, okay, well, he's got this in the bag. Does he really have to push? They push all of the time. I mean, there were just some magnificent displays and achievements throughout the whole weekend event. But to smash 8/10 off the fastest ever time, and just listening to Andre saying, "Can I break 33?" Yes, I can. So it means he's going to be back, which is wonderful as well.
The five-time champion then produces a 34.3 seconds over almost
34.1.
0.1, I beg your pardon. And he produces this incredible run, which averages out at almost 200 k's an hour up this hill. You have no idea how quick that is. And then, of course, Robbie Volk, who became the second man only to break the 37-second barrier. And a personal best for Franco Scribanti, who's been going up this hill since he was a little boy, I think. It's remarkable remarkable. We saw some incredible performances. So
It was wonderful.
Sash, so lucky to work with you. I'll use the word sparingly, but it was fantastic. I loved it.
It has been such a privilege to work with you, Arnie, and then also our whole team, Henk, Fritz, everybody else. I can't say everybody's name, but you know, they've also make our lives a lot easier because we have the right pictures, we've got the right times, and from there, you know, we've got to try and put a little bit of colour into everything. But we've had such a wonderful team working with us.
Great
So thank you to all of them as well. But also massive thank you to you for allowing me to come and share next to you.
I allowed nothing. I would have loved to have had you here, whatever the case was. When they told me Sasha Martinengo was coming, I said, great, when can we start? I want to start today.
That's very
It was
kind,
awesome. Folks, we thank you so much for watching. And if you perhaps joined us late and you didn't see some of the earlier action, it's in the cloud. You can go and find it. You can look for it. It is magnificent. That run from Andre Besaidnout, you can watch again and again and again. It'll take your breath away every single time. So for Sasha and for Colin and for the whole team from Race Day TV, for the last time here from Simola and the 12th edition of the Simola Hillclimb, I'm Arnold Gant saying thanks for watching.
Move smart with Auto Stop Start in the new Gen Suzuki Celerio.